YouTube. Like it. Canva or something like that, I think. But yeah, there's always something. Me and thumbnails are just consistently at war with each other. But,
Yeah.
what's up, Ramen?
Yo.
Ooh, just us.
How'd y'all sleep?
I slept great. I slept like 10 hours.
Based on when I went to bed and when I woke up, I calculate I got about 3.5 hours of sleep.
I got about that. I couldn't sleep.
I don't mess around with sleep. I went to bed at like 10 p.m. I woke up at 6. I feel great.
Yeah, no, that's the smart way to do it. I was not smart.
I tried. I just tossed and turned.
I have like, well, I go to bed. You know, I'm out.
No, that
But-
again, smart. That's what I should have done. I knew
Plus,
this was coming.
Yeah, I mean, I get to sleep during the nighttime. Like right now, I'm working night shift for the last 3
Mm.
months, so it's been dog shit making content and stuff. Because I'm like, I come home from night shift, I'm just fucked.
Yep,
So I just go to bed.
I get
But
that.
now, like in a couple weeks, I'm gonna go back to day shift. So I'm like, fuck yeah, and
Ooh.
actually get some
Nice.
freedom. You know, make some more content and shit. But probably we'll just talk for the stream. Obviously, I think we sort of talked about it, but just kind of like Enfield's current state, how 1.3 as a whole we think it is, the amount of content pacing as a whole as well throughout the entire game, what we see in the future, and new permanent game mode, the Stormancy game mode I want to talk about a little bit. And then obviously the big thing, Contingency Contract. And yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Pretty much it. Let's see here. Anything else you guys want to talk about?
how awful not having a dedicated targeting button is. Still, like the CC, I've always thought this, but CC made it abundantly clear.
I've learned so much about how to target with Fang Yi that it's actually disgusting.
I kind of just hope sometimes it's the right one.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting there being like, Mifu, there's an enemy with 4 Von stacks. I want you to hit that guy, not the one with 2 that's over there.
I was watching that happen. I was laughing. I was like, that's funny. But let us get to it. Let's see here. Let me make sure everything's working fine real quick. How
I
we
have
doing,
gone
everybody?
live.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And sorry, Bruce Andrew, but it looks like, unfortunately, Moose had to call out on this one for, sounds like family issues or something medical. We don't know exactly, but Moose couldn't make it, unfortunately.
It's hunting season. Moose got hunted.
Oh no!
Oh no!
There's too many tickets. You know, too many hunting tickets out. He got sadly, but he's loved to come down to join us another time.
Yep.
So, but anyways, we still have a great cast here. We have Ramen Blitz, who's back again. What's up, Ramen?
What it do? What it do? How y'all doing?
Hell yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And then Dracnus, what's going on?
Hello. I'm tired.
We all are.
Yeah, well, they are. I got a good night's sleep because
lucky.
I get good night's sleep, but they're tired. But anyways, we still have so much stuff to talk about. It's good to bring the podcast back. It's been like 3 months almost to say the least.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah,
it's been a long time.
Did you do one for 1.2?
I did not do one for 1.2. 1.2 was such a weird patch, honestly. I mean, the 1.3 is almost weirder to say the least.
Yeah.
But we have many things to talk about. Just a rough thing that I'll let you all know on the chat what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Enfield's current state of the game, the content being produced for it, and the rate it's being come out. How we feel about 1.3 overall, because I think right now we have a pretty good capture about what is 1.3. Most of the content's already come out to an extent, and everything else that has yet to come out is kind of the usual shit, you know? And then let's see what else we're going to talk about. Some of the game modes that came out recently. Talk about the EOS announcement. Duckworth. But and then what we want to see in the future as well. What are expectations, predictions as well. I consider myself a bit of an all-seeing eye when it comes to future content, so I have an idea what's coming in the future. But yeah, and that's kind of our rough estimate. So let's start off with, I think, the thing that's going to be the most interesting, and that is going to be contingency contract. Roughly, how we feeling about it? Ron Blitz.
It is so good. I love it so much. Just like the way it was implemented is really good. I was surprised at how well they implemented the music, how they integrated it into how like the whole experience is. Like I don't know, I can't sing enough praises for it. There's a few problems, which I'm sure we'll talk about, but for the most part, for a contingency contract beta, it's amazing.
Oh yeah. I'd honestly say like it is. I rarely do like I'd say like other game modes, like the end game modes are fun and stuff. There are, I would say, better end game modes currently implemented, like CC and Arknights. But I would say they've made it almost like a thematic experience to go through. I've never really felt like this thematic experience going through an end game mode where it feels like an action sequence almost and stuff. Dracnus, how are you feeling about this?
I fucking love it.
So wait, I got it.
It's everything I wanted from Contingency Contract in Endfield. I mean, the original Arknights CC felt very similar to me, where first several CCs I was just having such a blast that almost all the problems I actually had were kind of set aside. And it took like 4 to 5 CCs before I started noticing cracks, really. And I kind of feel the same way about Infield CC, where I don't really see a lot of cracks right now, but I can see the possibility for them forming long term if they don't address some of the like small problems with the combat system, which, as I mentioned earlier, includes the targeting system and some of like the animation locks on characters feeling a little rough with the way that risks work. But again, I think they can address all of that if they actually listen to feedback and continue to iterate on it.
Yeah, you can definitely tell this is a beta per se, but this is a really, really good beta, you know?
Yeah.
There's like, I think like overall, you know, it's one of the scenarios where it's like, it's so good I can overlook the issues and
Mhm.
stuff. This does definitely have I would say substantial issues, honestly, because everyone talks about how Estelle is, this was built for Estelle, but I would say that I would say it's built for Estelle to an extent, but I'd also for the higher CCs, but I'd also say it's built against certain specific characters. Like
Mhm.
you're not using any other ice character, honestly, or any other character that can like does CC,
Yeah,
like Chen or anything. It's very difficult.
I've
And
seen
then,
some Snowshine runs now that are going up to 44,
oh
but
my god,
that's
Yeah.
because that's less for her ability to use ice and more because she can parry so that they can take no dodge.
I
that
would like to
makes
make the caveat that the nature of these kinds of iterative games is that we can make a judgment call about the meta right now, but in 2 days they're gonna pull something out. People are gonna
Right.
figure something out. Plus, I've seen some high risk like last right clears. I just do think generally, even pre contingency contract in the normal game state, ice is a little weak compared to the other elements. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yeah. And then also like I feel like it also is kind of counter to Fang Yi, or characters that you like spam their abilities and need a lot of combos built up as well. Because Fang Yi is hyper dependent almost to the extent where you need 2 vanguards for her, or vanguards, and then doing combos, and then also the fact that she's just spamming her abilities. I was getting frozen constantly. I was like, oh my god, this is
Oh
miserable.
yeah.
This is miserable.
I had to very clearly give up on doing both of the risks that give you cryo stacks for battle skills and combo skills. I could only do one or the other. If I
Oh,
did
Speaking of that,
both,
though,
there was no getting out of those puddles and I would just die.
did you guys see the first max risk clear? Who that team was?
I
I've seen
saw a
2.
post about it. I haven't seen it.
It was a mobile player with the Zhuangfeng Yi team.
God. Wait, was he using Gilberto though?
Yes.
I
The one
think
I
I
saw
so.
it was.
fucking knew it. I knew
Yeah.
it. I have made the terrible decision of skipping Gilberta and then also skipping Mifu, and I have ended up in hell basically for it. Every single team that I've noticed that is kind of my skill level friendly, bad skill level friendly. You need Gilberta and you need Mifu, or not Mifu, sorry. Tong Tong. That's what I was saying, Tong Tong. And I'm like, God damn it, dude. So I'm rough. I'm rough right now when it comes to those characters, especially Gilberta. I can't
Yeah.
skip her again. I
The
skipped her twice.
Art's susceptibility is huge. It's so good. And I mean, I'm considering pulling a wolf guard into my physical team just to have a little bit of like combustion. And still, it's just like, oh, yeah, just make sure you keep Gilberta. You're going to have to replace someone else.
I'd honestly say for just the grouping, she's great as well.
Yep. Yeah. And the grouping. Yep.
That's why Mifu is also so popular. On top of that, well, also her insane burst damage as well. As
Mhm.
long as you don't pick that one setting or the one risk that caps it at 25% for every
Oh,
0.2
God.
0.25.
Yes. I was running the 25% one for the longest time and sitting there going, why am I not getting that much damage with my
What's
Mifu
wrong with my
burst? What's going on?
Mifu?
But I've only cleared up to 30. I've almost cleared 35 a lot, but I keep missing out the last split second link by a hair. And then Dracnus, you've done 37, right?
I hit 37 before I finally gave up yesterday.
I mean, 37 is really fucking good. And then Ramen, you did 35, right? Or have you
I
gone
did
higher?
35, but right my very last run of last night, at risk 40, I timed out with a literal sliver of HP on the final boss, and then I rage quit and went to bed.
That's what
Yep.
happened to me. I was like, I was literally a sliver away, and I was so disappointed, and I was just like, you know what? I'm going to bed. That's perfect. I'm going to the bed. I don't hate the timer. I know a lot of people hate the timers and gotcha games are both the forever thing, but everyone also hates it at the same time. And it does feel like a necessary thing. I honestly don't hate the timer as much in this game mode than I do all the other game modes as well. Because like, and I was like, when you're like, okay, I'll put the risk on where I lose 200 seconds on the timer, but I'm gonna use that to basically take all the remove all the extra health increases on the enemies. So there's not like the plus 50%, 100 or 200. So I'm just obliterating things and blasting through them basically.
Right.
And so it gets really close. I'm like, oh, I'm like racing the timer. It doesn't feel terrible.
I would say if they were to take the feedback from people who don't like the timer into account for future, they could just make putting the timer there at all a risk of itself.
Yeah,
that's a good point. And that's a good one. Honestly, I was a little like, I think we haven't seen all the risks, you know, they're still waiting week 2, week 3. I do wish there was more risks that changed how we actually played to an extent. Now there is like, you know, the no dodge one and stuff. And then there's all the, if you use your combo abilities or you use your battle skills, you freeze and you have to unfreeze, which is a completely unfun experience with Fang Yi. Honestly, I just avoid it completely because it's just not a fun experience. What's up, Renegade? How you doing? Risk to turn the game into a tower defense.
Changes the genre on itself.
Yeah, change the whole genre. I would love to see the like risks that would change the enemies you fight.
Yes,
almost.
I think that's something that will be coming. If I know, Deadhound, you weren't there for Arc Knight's early CCs, but the first, I want to say the first 2 CCs we got didn't have any of those either, and then CC 3 and 4 they added risks that added more enemies.
Which is another, we're taking the same footsteps as we took the first year.
Yeah, for better or for worse.
For better or for worse. I think there are things like CC where it's kind of a safe move for them to do that. Like restrain themselves from going too far and see what they can, what players are willing to do. There's other things, you know, Valley 4, where they should have learned better.
Yeah. I actually kind of like the fact that it's the same enemies because I'm almost like an autopilot where I know exactly like what everyone's doing. I'm getting really good at fighting these Agaloy, to say the least. Right. The second round boss is terrible. I hate that guy to death.
Oh, you're talking about the big bulky guy, right?
The squid dude.
The swipe guy that one shots you.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay.
That he's worse than the final boss.
Did you learn how to jump all of his attacks? Because you can jump all of his attacks.
I didn't know how to jump all his attacks. No.
You can jump every single one of his attacks. You don't need to dodge. You don't need to do anything. You can jump them.
I feel like he's worse than the final boss, even though they're basically the same enemy, to be realistic.
I mean,
I think he's worse.
If I'm bad, then I get hit and I die, yeah.
Well, I think I honestly.
All right, what are we talking
about? We went frame by frame. I pulled it up where my character was going blue, doing a perfect dodge through his attacks, and I was still dying from it. It was ridiculous.
Really?
And I honestly like everyone's like, you're crazy. I'm like, no. They're like skill issue. I'm like, no. I honestly think there is a hit reg issue. If maybe we haven't noticed it beforehand because the game's been so freaking easy and stuff. But I do think there is a hit reg issue because there's multiple times where I was like going frame by frame. My character goes perfect dodge blue, and I still get hit by the damage.
I actually analyzing the frame data.
Yeah, I've actually experienced exactly what you're talking about. I was making fun of you earlier, but legitimately I have experienced that, and I've experienced it with a lot of specific things. Rossi, my team comp has included Rossi for the most part so far. Rossi, I've noticed, has this weird issue sometimes where I'll use her combo skill, which is supposed to add 2 vuln stacks, and it will trigger, I'll see the arts, my nature vuln, or whatever you want to call it, the infliction. The nature infliction will get consumed the way it's supposed to, which then is supposed to then like add 2 vuln stacks, but nothing will happen. And I'll just be like, why? What? Huh? It's just weird stuff like that. There's just some weird like registration issues where just mechanics don't trigger sometimes like they're supposed to.
Have you encountered this, Ramen, or is it just?
I have the issue of never reading what any of my characters do and just running it, trying to pure mechanical skill it. So I don't know what they're supposed to do, truthfully. I'm just letting it ride. So I haven't really noticed anything.
And people say that Ian can't read, even though I read everything. Dang it.
I'll read all the story. I'll do that. But the
Hey,
game mechanics, come now.
I'll let this. Yeah, I mean, I don't read mechanics either. I just go. I'm gonna spam everything. But yeah, I'm 100% sure. I think it's a server side like connection issue or something. It doesn't feel like an actual like coding issue per se. I think it's honestly like a server side connection that's causing the delays.
Yeah.
Because it really did feel like it. Now maybe because this is the first time we've actually gotten hard content to the extent where you are literally like locked in, you know, where like you can tell when something feels wrong when you're playing a game, like something isn't right and stuff. But regardless, like it's still like with these minor issues, it's still extremely fun to say the least.
Yeah, 100%.
I have yet to really attempt to experiment with other teams. I was joking. I was like, I'll do an only 4-star team, you know, which might be a better option than fricking some of these other teams. But how do we feel about? Would you say it was done on purpose that the freezing was made borderline for Estelle, or was that a slip up? Was that a miss?
I'd probably say yes, that was on purpose. Because if you look at all the promotional material, it's literally the 4 Z7 squad in all of the trailers doing it. And I've seen a few Z7 only clears as well. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that was on purpose to try and like balance it out so to make it very blatantly not pay to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it is nice to see like what the best team is basically characters they give you for free. You know, your 4-stars, and then also I'm forgetting his name, the wolf guy.
Wolfguard?
Wolfguard. The wolf guy. Like Wolfguard and stuff. Like the fact that he was one of the best characters and they give him to you, I was like, that's awesome. I love that, actually.
Yeah. Well, and again, very similar to CC1 of Arknights, they added a bunch of risks that specifically incentivize you to use lower rarity units that benefit from those risks more than the higher rarity units, which good design in my opinion.
I did see this in the chat. Is someone mentioned about Camille and how he's going to do in CC? This is really interesting because this is going to be a character coming out in the middle of CC, and if he's going to just jack up the whole, like, could he jack up the whole situation and stuff? Could he throw the meta out of balance?
I think by then we're gonna get all the new risks, so that in and of itself is gonna throw it out of balance. But also, we already have Lavitane risk 47 clears, max risk clears, so that's just gonna jack it up even more.
Well, that's something to keep in mind too. Is we keep talking about the solidification and just like how the risks seem to be incentivizing combustion and heat damage, but really when you look at the character, like the enemies we're fighting, that final boss and technically the boss in stage 2 that you're having trouble with, Deadhound, they both are weak to heat and also take full heat damage when they otherwise take heavily reduced damage from every other element. That is a innate trait of those two enemies.
I mean, yeah, and then I don't know about the rock guys. The rock guys.
Yeah, the rock guys just take normal damage across the board otherwise. So they're just whatever. You're just dealing with them.
Okay. I'm really excited for next week, honestly. I'll be honest, maybe it was my benefit to be like, I don't know, CC's not gonna be that good. You know, they kind of fucked everything else up when it comes to their end game modes. Their end game modes aren't bad, but they were always kind of like an IGN 7 out of 10, you know, kind of game modes.
Yeah.
Where it was like it met the baseline, it's a little bit better, but meh. But damn, they did a really good job. And even like I was watching other videos. I saw some other videos like Mephisto's video. He called it mid. He called it mid, but he even was like I give credit where credit's due. They hyped this up where it felt like a whole experience leading up into CC, and even the music was really good and stuff. But he called it mid. He was like it's a baseline. I was like, okay.
I want to talk about the music really quick because I was watching. We were thinking about pulling Smug in here, Smugslav in here, when Moose said he was going to drop out, and I did get to talk to Smug. I also got to. I went and watched his CC runs. He despises the CC 35 music, the Risk 35 music. To the point where he just turned all the music off entirely because he felt like it was making him worse at the game.
I don't despise it, but I think CC20's music is better than 35.
I
think
agree.
I think lyrics out the gate is better than whatever they were trying to do
Yeah.
on the 35. Now, if they were like 35 is, church dubstep, I would have been like, fuck yeah, dude, let's rip it. But
I think they were going for like, oh hey, as you get more and more, as you get higher and higher, and so 35 to them was like, oh hey, once you hit 35, you have listened to this other song already quite a bit. Let's just give you a remix. Let's give you something that's like even more hype. And for some people, what they did with that remix was instead just very repetitive and like loud and less.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I have spoken to quite a few people and they do really like the 35. So it is a preference thing.
Of course,
but,
it always is with music.
Just in general, this way of integrating the music is just so good. I'm pretty sure like it is dynamic. I'm pretty sure because it feels like it comes and goes with the ebb and flow of each wave.
Yep.
That's the kind of thing, and like that's a Pikmin 3 thing, like a Breath of the Wild thing. Like, and it's in our gacha game. Like, that's crazy.
It's an Ace Combat thing, honestly. That's who really mastered it. Which Ace Combat 8's coming out soon. So.
I'm so excited for Ace Combat. I love it so much.
Yeah, my AC games across the board, that's what I love. Anything that's AC, whatever number associated with it, is just a good game usually. Ace Combat, Armored Core, I think, because like I was going around watching everyone's plays through it, and I was like, okay, let me find the point when they were doing CC20 and they hit stage 2 or stage 3 and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, here's the moment. I was watching, oh my god, there's so many people. I watched so many people, and then the chat was so fucking funny. It was like, I couldn't run from the fight of my life. I was like, I was sitting there singing along to it while I was doing CC. I was having a blast. I was just singing along, just playing through it. Albeit I was tilting at the end like it was a siege match. Albeit the last hour, I was getting tilted. I was getting tilted. But it is really good. It is really good. So for the teams though, Dractus, you're running a primarily physical team, I would say, and then I'm using a lightning team. And then Ramen, you're using a lightning team, right, as well?
Initially, I swapped to physical, and I'm actually finding it a lot more fun.
Really?
Primarily because of the solidification risks, where like I'm using max of both the battle skill and the combo skill one, and I'm using Ember as like the controllable operator. That way, it's not interrupting the skills of my primary DPS and Mifu. And I'm finding that playstyle is really fun, and I don't hate those risks anymore because I'm able to play it like a puzzle game where I like bank stuff in order to make sure I cleanse it, and it's like a fighting game string and like ordering. It became kind of fun.
So in that case, because that's exactly what I've been doing. And I was finding that I was regularly finding myself just accidentally overcommitting, and then I would get frozen in the puddle, lose all my health while I was waiting for SP to come back so I could activate another skill, and then I would just not have any health for the next wave.
So the two things I do for that is one, I open the wave with the shitters. I Mifu S1 to pull them away from the center, like in the whole group. I one-shot them, and then I move to the center to actually fight the wave. And then the second thing I do, for like wave 1 and 2, mostly wave 1, I kind of have it like lab down to a science where I know exactly every single move I'm going to do and the exact ordering of skills I'm going to do. Yeah. So I'm like holding the skill that would holding the combo skill that would freeze me in the puddle, and then just like sitting on it for like 5 seconds and then running it.
See and that's what I need to get better at. I need to get better at paying attention to the cryo stacks so that I know when I need to cast something. Because I unfortunately just go, oh, there's the chance to do damage.
Booga, booga.
This is honestly the first time I think the game has really felt like where they marketed it as a strategy game, where it actually feels like Even like before, it was like, oh, the strategy is how you build your characters. That I don't disagree with that sentiment, but I also think it's a dumb fucking sentiment. Like, but because you do it once, you never do it again. But it's like the factory, you know, you do it once, you never do it again until the next patch.
I have a note to
But
come back to on that one.
Okay. The strategy in the CC is it's really bled out into the combat itself, where you have to be very deliberate. If you overcommit, you get extremely punished and stuff. Where it could be, you know, it's like the running gag about Soulsborne games, where like Soulsborne games aren't hard, it's just a memorization game, you know. And you're kind of right, but
I mean, that's why I love them.
Yeah, they're really good. But I've had a blast, and I'm really glad because in advance of this, I was like, all right, I'm building all my characters. So I got every character to level 80. I have like 3 characters left. I need to get their skill levels to level 9. And so pretty much I have a full roster where I can just experiment with whatever I want to do, other than the fact I'm missing Tong Tong, the fucking flying fox, Levantane, like literally, like I really am like, this is punishing me for skipping those characters on purpose. And
It was admittedly very funny to me. Well, I was like watching your VOD for a bit too, of your clears, and as you were like, man, why did I skip all those characters? And I sat there and I was like, I was there when you chose to actively skip every single banner.
That's karmic justice at work. What can I say?
I have made, when it comes to gacha pulling, I think I've made the best and worst decisions this game because I've spent no money, which is great. But I skipped the first 5 banners of the game. I skipped the first 5 banners, and it is hurting a lot. And then that was the first worst decision. The second worst decision was trying to get 1 freaking copy of Fang Yi, and I used 240 pulls to get 1 copy of Fang Yi. That was my other bad decision. And 240.
Well, you always get 1 guaranteed copy at 120.
I went to 120, I think, and got her. No.
But 120 is the pity. That's the hard pity.
I think I got her at, I'd have to pull up the VOD, but I think I got her at like 30 pulls, and then I had to do, it got rid of that free copy at 120, and I had to do 240 more pulls on top of that.
For the potential?
For the next potential?
To get the potential,
okay,
yeah.
That makes more sense,
and
okay.
It was the worst decision ever, and I still haven't gotten Ember. I'm so pissed. I need Ember. That's like the one character leading up to the game where I was like, I really want Ember. And then I was like, I didn't get her, and I was like, got that free ticket, and I was like, you know what? I'll get Ember. It's fine. I'm a patient guy. Good things come to those who are patient. I'll use the ticket on I forget her name, and I still don't have her.
I used that ticket on Ember. Best decision I've ever made.
I should have done that. I should have.
Yeah, I used it on Pog, but that's because I got Ember early, and it's so funny in my attempts to pull Fang Yi, because I made the bad decision to go, fuck it, I got a pretty big bonus from work this last quarter, and I decided to max pot Fang Yi and proceeded to get 4 embers before that happened.
How much did that cost, honestly? Because like some people have been really lucky and gotten all the copies in 240 pulls, and then there's me that got 1 copy in 240 pulls.
So Fang Yi is the one I've spent the most on. To note, I have max potted Fang Yi, Rossi, and Mifu now. Fang Yi took me somewhere around 500. Rossi took me, it was like 300-ish. I think I spent a small amount on Rossi, but I didn't spend that much. It was like 1 pack I bought. And then Mifu, I got super fucking lucky. I was not planning on max potting Mifu. I got all of her copies within 240 pulls, and I didn't have to spend anything because the fact that Fang Yi's banner lasted so long meant I had all that currency just saved up. So I didn't have to buy Mifu at all.
I mean, I like the 1 banner system. Everyone else hates it. They're like, without a character, there's no point in playing the game. I'm like, guys, like if there's content, there's no point in getting a character if you can't use it on any content. I love the 1 banner system, albeit it's just a really long patch.
Right. I mean, people complain about that. I mean, so I think the people who complain about it are mostly the people who are looking at the gacha as the primary content, not the game itself.
I was literally gonna ask at like the end of this, what do you guys think of a system where they don't do 2 characters every patch and they do like they do like a rerun banner like every few patches or something like that. Because that was a discussion that I saw recently in Zenless Zone Zero, talking about it, citing how Genshin kind of does it that way. Not the rerun part, but like the one character per patch, and they kind of like the pacing of that. But I guess you guys like the one.
Yeah, I would be perfectly okay with one per patch. I don't really have a problem with that.
I mean, we did have a rerun technically,
and that's the
but
thing. Going into Infield, before Infield came out, I very clearly stated that my biggest concern with the game was limited characters not returning regularly. And they solved that.
I still am not a fan of the gacha system they've implemented because it feels like a Frankenstein of the Arknights and the rest of the gacha systems.
Mhm.
And I would just prefer it if, let's say, after this year's over, after the 1 year mark of that character, it gets added to the standard pool. I would prefer that. But if you play all the content, you get enough pulls pretty much to get the character. Maybe not the weapon, but the character and stuff.
I think weapons are
I've
definitely
definitely
my
noticed
biggest
that.
complaint currently when it comes to gacha. I don't mind the character banners as much right now, mostly because as much as I decided to go and get a bunch of high pot units, I really don't feel like that they matter that much. Where the weapons, on the other hand, I feel like you are incentivized to pull max pot weapons, but those are harder to pull than the characters in my experience.
This is the first gacha game I've felt like that I haven't needed the weapons, and I just feel like I can use like the second sub DPS.
I was gonna say,
weapon.
I wasn't sure about the max pot weapon thing.
You're correct. You can absolutely use alternate weapons. I'm the one who's probably hurting myself by going, oh, I want to get all of their unique weapons, mostly because they look dope as shit.
That's true.
But like the battle pass weapons that they give you are all very clearly a perfectly good and usable substitute for any weapon that you get from the gacha. So that's on me for just wanting those other weapons.
I think the gacha suffers because the content, like they give you like, you're like, here's 50 Arundum for this quest you did and stuff. It's like people are like, okay, I spent 20 minutes to get 50 Arundum in a quest. And so there's a lot of polls, but it's so spread out so thinly that it's like, ugh, and stuff. But if you do all them, you probably guarantee a character.
That's my thing. I have done every piece of content. I have been playing daily. I haven't missed a single day yet. And yeah, you either love dailies like myself or you despise them. There's no avoiding that, unfortunately. And if you miss your daily, it does admittedly kind of suck because each daily is like half a pull of currency, and that is where the vast majority of my free currency is coming from, is just doing my dailies.
When you get isn't it like a 3-day, like for 3 days you can skip it?
So there's a 3-day like backup thing, but that only applies to the battle pass. You get battle pass XP that stacks up if you miss a day, but you do not get your daily currency if you skip a day. That's a separate thing. The thing that stacks up if you miss a day is purely for battle pass XP, which, to be fair, maxing out your battle pass gives you a lot of currency. You get tons of currency for overfilling your battle pass, so it's still worth it.
So easy to max out your battle pass.
It is, yes.
Have you ever tried to only do the battle pass like if you just didn't play the game for a long time and then you just play it at the very last week of the patch, they give you those like catch-up missions, and just with those alone you max out the battle pass instantly.
Oh, that's good to know. And to be fair, because I've been playing every day, I have not tested that, but that is good to hear, actually, that you can just max them out really quickly that way.
That's why when it comes to the gacha, I feel like it's vanguards and supports are the ones you just can't skip. I feel like, because that's why, like, Camille coming up, I'm pulling for him.
Oh yeah,
because I'm like,
I have to get Camille because I need a fire vanguard to support Rossi.
Pod 6 or what?
Probably not Pod 6. I'll probably just do Pod 6. I don't have the money.
I'm sure we will see the videos in a couple weeks or a month talking about how the game is EOSing because they didn't make enough money because they had a guy character on the banner and stuff.
Did you see the social media numbers on Camille? It's
Oh
like
yeah, it was like
a
50 million or
billion X of Mifu.
We-
It was
They want their
insane.
mans.
The Japanese were going off on him, you know? I was like, holy
So,
crap, they love him.
the problem when we so something we have to keep in mind is this is not which game is it that like struggles with males? I think it's Wua.
Wu and Genshin, I
Yeah,
think.
this is not those games. We actually have a surprisingly large number of both female players who do want the guy characters, as well as just gay guys. There's a very large amount of both of those in Arknights that have
The gay is
also showed
strong
up
in
in
Enfield.
Enfield. No, legitimately, it is. The gay was strong in original Arknights
Releasing
too.
Camille on Pride Month. Interesting choice.
Interesting choice, yeah.
Um,
Like I have a gay friend who has basically come to the game just for Camille. I was sending
hype.
him pics of Camille, and he was like, "Sign me up.
You
How do I start?
basically
Like, how long does it
thirst-trapped
take?"
him.
Legitimately, I did. So yeah, like it absolutely there is a much larger amount of those players in this game than in most. Oh, doggy.
That's a big guy.
Hey, so last time I saw, is that a different dog from the one I saw last time? I feel like that was a tiny little dog last time I saw him.
Holy.
Did he just grow up super fast?
it's a Belgian. They get big quickly.
Okay, so it is
It's
the same
pretty-
dog. Okay, for a moment I thought you just got a second dog.
Nah, he's like 3 months. He's 3 months old. He just goes
3 months
fast.
old
He
and he's
goes
that
fast.
big already. Insanity.
He's a big boy already when I got him, so he's gonna be huge to say the least.
Next thing I know, your cats are gonna show up and they're gonna be fully grown.
Now they hang. I have the bottom. I have the door open downstairs, so he goes outside and inside, so the cats stay in my office or
Okay.
my bedroom. Yeah, they're running around too. They're giant, huge. See. But anyways, where were we at? Where were we? Okay, so Camille,
Men.
yeah, yeah, the gays. No, yeah, Camille. I'll honestly see. I'm really just excited just to be a little more support for Fire, and I'm kind of curious how he's going to support other teams as well, because
Mhm.
it definitely feels like Tong Tong. I was like, oh, she's probably just going to be for Ice, and then you see her in a lot of different teams as well, which is interesting.
Again, I'm not even planning on using Camille in a fire team. I mean, he's probably going to end up in a fire team, but I'm going to be using him primarily for Rossi because
Yeah.
I've been looking at his kits just on what they showed, and I went, wait a second. He's just a faster Gilberta when it comes to the way I use Gilberta for Rossi, because I just use Gilberta to get a single nature stack so I can eat that with Rossi and get 2 Vaughn stacks. He's going to do that way more efficiently than Gilberta does.
Wait, so what does Camille do? I'm uninformed here.
I
So
don't know.
the main thing that I care about, I can't speak to his whole kit, but there's one thing he does that I care about, which is he will put a fire Vaughn stack on an enemy, and then if I understand it correctly, that if you kill that enemy with the Vaughn stack, that enemy explodes and spreads Vaughn stacks to every other enemy nearby.
Ooh.
How many?
And so
That'd be
I might have said
interesting,
Vaughn
that's
stacks, but he spreads fire stacks to every near.
Okay, that makes more
enemy.
sense. I was trying to.
Sorry, I misspoke, but yeah, no, he spreads fire stacks as you kill enemies that he puts his stack on. He has a
Curry from
unique
Dead in the
debuff
Ditch.
that makes that happen.
How many 1.0 patches do you think we have left until 2.0?
Ooh.
Ooh, I be honest, I think Hypergriff had a plan coming into the game, and then that plan immediately got thrown out the window when the game came out, I feel like. And so they've been just winging it. I think they just want to get the 1.0 patches done. I think it's been set in stone already what 1.x patches are going to come out and what the content's going to be for those patches. I almost think CC got pushed up a patch as well, just because they realized nothing was going to happen in 1.3. But I think it was supposed to come out 1.4, honestly. But anyways, I think we're not going to see any changes in we are seeing minor things like QOL and stuff, but how we feel about the content release of the game and the overall content, I think is going to be 2.0.
Mhm.
I honestly think you're going to do what Wuwa did, like ZZZ did. They're gonna soft relaunch the game.
I don't think a soft relaunch is coming. Because again, I played WUWA 1.0. I never came back for 2.0. But I've heard WUWA 2.0 did some crazy, like a huge amount of overhauling to the starting of the game from what I've heard.
I would say like
And
starting the game, it was a completely different experience, honestly. The
okay,
way
so
they told
they
like
didn't change like the starting area at all. It was mostly just new stuff.
well, so like later on in like I think it was like 2.5, you could fly around in the 1.0 patch, 1.0 zones now. But what they
Mhm.
did is they just provided a skip. If you made it to the main town or whatever, I forget what it's called. If you made it to the main town, you can just get a skip to go to 2.0.
I see.
And,
Okay.
Okay. Which
but anyways,
I don't think
2.0
I'd like that still. They need to fix Valley 4, not give you a skip for it, in my opinion.
yeah, which I don't know how they're gonna. The problem with Enfield is the factory. It's both the most important thing, but also the biggest problem is
Right.
that you can't. It has you need to build certain things in the factory to progress the story. However, if you don't upgrade your zone, you don't have enough nodes to produce those things following the build guides because your
Mhm.
factory will just collapse basically.
Mhm.
So you have to play in your zones and do enough stuff in your zone to increase it to like a 12. God damn, stop biting my fucking feet. But to that 12 like level or so. Because if you just follow the guides that build the zones, like if you just start the game, you're like, I'm just gonna rush into Wuling or like to the later end game, let's say the zone after Wuling or whatever. If you just follow the build guides for the factory, your factory wouldn't work. It would just shut down because it doesn't have enough input of raw resources. And you wouldn't be able to produce a lot of the things that it has you produce or progress through the story for that.
Right.
And so you have to play through Valley 4. You have to play through Wuling, regardless of whether you want to or not.
Well,
you
that's
have to go increase the level of the zones.
if they do add a skip, they need to make like my worry with a skip is that if they make a skip, they are going to do so at the cost of the factory being weakened later on in the story. Because if you skip Valley 4, you skip the tutorials. And I'm sorry, but
Lucky them.
the tutorial, as much as I think the tutorials are the biggest problem, like if they are willingly letting you skip the tutorials, I am scared that they are going to then use as an excuse to then make the factory less important. And I'm sorry, that's the main reason I'm playing the game. It is
I
the
think
factory.
if you provide a skip, they need to have a link to a Kioston video, and then that would be the fix. That would be the fix.
That would be
But
the fix.
I understand that completely. Your screen's frozen, by the way.
Oh
Jack.
no!
But I understand. It's a good now. But I understand that completely. I think it's the issue is they're trying to balance. It's the whole. This game does feel like they tried to reach out to a wider audience, and then they're like, "Ah, shit, we reached out to a wider audience and stuff." And so they're like, they got the factory, they have the combat, and then they have the story as well. So you have like most of the Arknights players. Let's be real, they're sticking around for the story. They're just waiting for something to happen in Arknights, or they might just come back for that. Most people, I would say, that are super committed to Enfield to an extent. I would say a wider portion of them are just Arknights players that they trust the company to an extent. There's still a lot of Enfield players. They're playing Enfield for Enfield, but I think it's a super weird balancing game. I have no idea how they'd be able to do it, honestly.
Yeah, they will be
Valley
very
4 is
weird.
brutal. Games live off of the new player experience. An example of a game that died because they jacked up the new player experience is Destiny 2.
Oh god,
They
yes.
ruined the new player experience. They vaulted the first like 2 years of content, and then they got no new input of players. And then after the 10-year saga ended, all the players were like, "I'm done, I'm leaving," and they're left with like 10,000 active players. And then the game died.
And to be fair to like, I don't think Arknights is going to go around and be like, "Oh, hey guys, we're removing half the game." That's still, I think, the thing that put Destiny onto its deathbed is that removal of content from the game, especially stuff that you paid for. Effectively killed any desire for new players to jump in.
Yeah. I don't think they should add a skip. I think this is gonna be tough. I think factories should be connected to how you build your characters like it is now, but it should not be connected into the story to the extreme that it was in Valley 4. I think in Wuling it's not bad.
I
It's a
think
good
what they
pace.
did in 1.2, I thought that was pretty good. You know how they said, "Oh, you have to make heavy Share Knight to do the pillar thingies,"
And then they let you
and
just
then
skip
they
that.
just like said they took you to the new outpost thing, said make it, and but there wasn't an actual quest to make it, and then they handed you 7, and then you went off to actually do the quest.
Yeah,
Like I thought that was fine.
Yeah, they didn't disrupt the flow. They didn't force people to do that in order to proceed. I did it anyway, and then was like, wait, I don't have any in my inventory. How did I get some? but like I don't think there's a problem with that. I think that's what they have to do if you're going to have the story all launch in like a bundle like that. 1.2 felt like it was actually intended to release in more steps than it was, and they just kind of ended up going, let's put all that story in one bundle because we have it ready.
I actually liked 1.2. I didn't suffer from what everyone else suffered at 1.2 because I was so behind that it took me the entire patch of 1.2 to catch up. So I was like, oh, this is great. I love this, you know? Everyone else was like, I'm dying and I hate this and I hate the game and I don't want to play it. And then 1.3 came out and there was that like week or two of nothing basically.
Yeah.
I like Swordmancy. It took me an hour and a half to beat.
It was like a week Swordmancy, a week Contingency. Is that how that was?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was, first week was the new zone, which took you about an hour to explore, but it was a story. So you were like a story plus that. And it wasn't bad, but like the Arknights connection there was literally the last like 15 minutes when you're reading all the books and stuff.
The lore was really nice though.
It was cool, but it felt more like kind of like you know this guy? He's from Arknights. You remember him, right? But
John Arknight. Do you know this guy?
John Arknight.
I'm a big fan of him. You should like him too.
Guys,
I don't think I've read all the archive lore from Swordmancy yet, but what I have read, again, can't go into too much detail with Deadhound yet, but there's some stuff in there. Huh? There's some stuff in there.
From what I read, it's a lot of stuff that's not explicitly stated, but stuff that you can infer based off of information that we know, which is kind of cool. I will say I'm a little bit more indifferent to the Sword Vault Dale quest than you guys, I think, because while I think the whole theming of the preservation of culture and history is really cool, that's kind of like backloaded into it, and then like a small part in the middle, where a majority of that quest was the bullshit, monkey's over there! Oh, we have to go save the monkey now! Wait, no, the monkey's up on the cliff, let's go up the cliff now! Yay!
You're not wrong.
I turned my brain off. For the entire quest. And it was it's a pretty area. You know, the one thing you can never criticize Hypergriff on is not designing really nice areas. But I think the first week took you about an hour, 2 hours to do everything pretty much, maybe 3. And then the second week was pretty much just Swordmancy, and that was it. It took you an hour and a half to beat, and then you were pretty much done.
Honestly, I was disappointed with the Swordmancy trials.
Swordmancy suffers. Yeah, the mode. Swordmancy suffers from the same thing that Edge Space Salvage suffered from. There's just not enough of it. I didn't play Edge Space Salvage until all the zones came out. I didn't touch it. I didn't play it. I waited till every zone came out, and then I played through it completely. It took me 4 hours, and I beat the entire thing, so it's super quick. But if you think about that, it's like, oh, we got like 2 zones. The game came out. That's like 30 minutes, basically, if that.
Yeah.
Swordmancy suffers the same issue. I think it's a really cool idea. I like it. The card game is fun. The game at 21. It just needs more. And that's the biggest issue with this game is they're drip feeding the current player base. And so other than CC is amazing, but you're being drip fed. And so if you keep playing the game patch by patch, you're just getting drip fed stuff. So you're never going to feel like you're being satisfied versus if you're like a new player coming into the game, you got everything to do. You got so much as long as you don't have FOMO.
Which I play Warframe. Warframe's the same way, to be fair. Warframe just gets away with it because they are it's a looter shooter. It's a grind fest. You're signing up for grind. And so the Warframe has like, oh, hey, we released a new quest. It's like 30 minutes long. And it's a hype quest, but you finish the quest. And then you go, okay, what's the grind now? All right, you're playing the same mission over and over again to get the new character. But that's what they've signed up for. That's what Warframe's done forever. And so nobody seems to complain about that. Where in Arknights, they're kind of doing the same thing, but it doesn't feel as good because you're not grinding for like a character. You're instead just grinding for a currency that you've already gotten a lot of.
There's something to be said of like the lack of gacha bullshit where I have to grind the same node a billion times in order to get my gear, which is cool. But besides that, I'm actually a little higher on Swordmancy, I think. I think that's just kind of the way I view it. I don't actually even consider the stock bills that you get from it, though it is nice because I'm out of the artificing stuff.
True.
I am like max overflowing, like the 2 levels like to 20 something every single time because I didn't. Contingency Contract is out now. I'm forced to learn. I didn't understand the combat, and this was my test bed of just trying out all my teams because it was kind of hard. Just by sheer amount of bullshit on your screen with like 5 different level 5 enemies.
Yeah, see, I didn't feel that. Admittedly, I understood the combat. I was min-maxing teams. Again, I kept myself at level 80 because I was like, this game's too easy. And I got to Swordmancy and was like, oh, finally, a somewhat difficult challenge. 5 in every single slot, as much as I can. Enemies die so fast. Like,
So
I never had a challenge.
Someone brought this up in chat. Would this game be more interesting, more well-paced if it was RTS tactical like it originally was in alpha? Because with this combat system we have right now, we're bursting through the content pretty substantially.
I think so. I actually agree
yes
with that.
Familiar with the beta
no,
stuff, or alpha
but is
stuff.
it gonna like? Would it take you longer? Yes, but would it be satisfying?
I think it would
I
be
don't know.
way more sad. Okay, the slowdown. So Ramen, for your information, the beta of the game, you could, when you cast an ability, regardless of where they were on your team, when you cast an ability, the time would slow down. You basically get like a time stop almost, and you get you would see where the ability would cast, and you would be able to line it up so you could hit as many enemies with that ability as possible, rather than relying on the auto aim of your bots. And so you slow down time, aim your ability, cast it, and you do that rapidly, and then go back into normal combat so you can charge your SP back up.
Okay, so what we have now is very snappy.
Yeah.
If that is, I don't know how it was in the alpha or / beta. If that is implemented to be very like, I don't know. I have a very like tactile feel when I play mechanical games. Like I kind of like League of Legends for that, where I just have Smartcast on.
Yep.
If you could just like fling it out instantly with like a quick mouse flick, then I like that. If it's like, it just depends how it's implemented. I think if it's snappy, then I do like that.
Because you're a mobile player, that actually is a great explanation. You use Snap. I never did. I was the guy who had to go, cool, let me press the ability, aim it, go. And I always did that because I was the person who would whiff all my shots if I had Snapcast on.
See, I missed and I liked it.
Oh yeah, no, I hated that.
I don't. It's like there's like min-maxing of like certain champions. You do have that like aim and then click thing. I didn't personally like that style at all, so I could see myself not liking what you're saying for the Endfield beta. But again, that's just how they implement it.
And that's the thing.
Initially, have different options,
right? Initially, when I got into Endfield, I was like, "Oh, they changed it," but you know, the autocast feels good enough. Like they did a good job. It wasn't until CC that I'm now sitting here going, man, I wish I could just slow down time and just aim my cast, because Mifu whiffs all her fucking shots. I could be hitting 5 enemies with her burst, and instead I'm only hitting 1.
There's like a I've gotten pretty good at angling myself, which is why, by the way, going back to Contingency Contract, I despise the no dodge one, because I use that to quickly pivot myself to aim Mifu stuff. It's honestly a fine risk. I just have a skill issue. But I don't know.
Yeah,
it definitely would be better if you could have control. Just let you pick one or the other, honestly.
Right. I wish you could just have one or the other. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think they probably, like, there's no way they just, like, internally decided to switch off of that style of gameplay. I think it was definitely tested in China and play, like, to an extent, and most players were just not happy with it, and so they probably decided to switch off of it, which makes sense. If you look at the direction of the game, they're going for a wider audience at the end of the day. And then
I get
for
why
CC,
they did it.
I'll be honest, the dodge feels like such a cheap risk. Like
the no dodger.
The no dodge. It feels like a very cheap risk. It was like just like let's just make it so they can't dodge, you know? And it didn't really feel like thought out or anything. Like very deliberate.
So you don't think that they did that purposefully because of a certain YouTuber going, oh man, they added a dodge?
I can't imagine Hypergriff knows who that person is.
Well, okay, but we do know they actually know him, because
do they?
They know him.
So he was part of the creator program, and he has then since been removed from the creator program.
Yeah. And then there's also a NPC called Lil Dodge. in the game as well.
That
Oh,
too.
is that like a reference to that?
Yeah, yeah.
That's really, really funny. Normally, I'm
I
not on the billionaire company side, but it's petty, so I like it.
yeah. I think like what he's almost created, like he didn't really create it, but a subsection of the community that is very unhappy with Enfield was created from his videos
Yeah.
prior to the game's release and caused probably most of the issues for Enfield prior to the game release. Whether he wanted it or not.
Whether we wanted it or not. We've gone to war with the Cabal on Mars. Sorry.
Yes. But yes, that I think, I mean, to be honest, I don't know. I haven't seen anything else about him in the last 4 months.
No,
honestly. But
I stopped paying attention to him, and from my understanding, he's kind of stopped making YouTube and has just kind of been farming drama on Twitter. So
Yeah.
I'm glad I don't have
hell
Twitter.
yeah. I need to get Twitter, man. Like I'd be watching some of these videos and someone makes a YouTube video on a Twitter post that has like 5 likes and like 7 views. And I'm like, God damn it, I need to do that. It's like a free video. But no, I actually don't. I feel like the dodge is a very cheap risk. Like if you look at the other risks, like the one where like if you use your combat abilities or your combos, you freeze and you have to unfreeze, and that feels very deliberate.
Yeah, and that
stuff.
gives you like actual gameplay interaction that's not normal to the rest of the game. So I like that too.
The dodge just feels so cheap. Like most people, like
I just like
it
the
feels
dodge
cheap.
because it makes certain characters more viable. Like I switched to Ember so I could use no dodge. I've seen people switch to Snowshine and Catcher. Like it gives some like the tank characters a role that they otherwise kind of just don't have because the dodge is that much better.
I feel like there's a better way to give them a role than no dodge or something like that. I think like the less stamina regen's pretty good and stuff. I think like if you look at like we have the puddles and then the no dodge and then the freezing on casting abilities, and that's primarily our 3 current ones that are affecting your actual gameplay style to an extent.
Yeah, well, there's also the one that lowers battle skill, but you can either get less like cooldown reduction on your combos or more damage from like bursts and such.
Which is super cool.
I like that.
The combo reduction with Fang Yi is crackhead mentality.
So fun.
I need to try that.
I have my audio to the max, and then I also like you hit stage 3 and you have audio on max, and you're just sitting there going do like a freaking lightning like storm happening.
Good to know.
The music's blasting your ear. It is like it's a cathartic experience to say the least and stuff. It is really satisfying. I really like that. It's great. Fang Yi is I love the Fang Yi team. It's not fun experience with the freezing.
Well, we'll find out. Not. I'm that's the next one I'm trying is that team. So well, I'll see how
I really want to VOD review the Risk 47 with the Fang Yi team because I want to know how they get around that.
Yeah, I want that. I want to know that too.
I think they just if it's with Gilberto, they probably just group everything so you're just using your abilities less, honestly. If you're grouping everything well enough, you're using your abilities.
We have such a SP issue.
Yeah.
Because you're doing Perlica Fang Yi battle skill.
It's very SP hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Because using do they even have a Vanguard in that team? Do you know? Ramen?
Arclight.
Is it Arclight? Okay.
That makes sense.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. But Arclight doesn't give you a lot of SP. But if you're using the combo reduction one, then maybe.
Fang Yi team was a whale account. Does I haven't really felt, I mean, like, to an extent, yes, max potting your characters obviously is just better, but is it like 100% times better? Like, are you literally doubling all your damage output if you versus like 1 copy to 6 copies or
yeah, like I would like someone in my chat just said a whale account gives you 1 extra risk. The pot can make up for 1 risk, and that's about it. It's the pots are nice. They give you some bonuses, but they're not big enough to like make up for skill.
The weapon as well was fucking holy shit. The weapons were max pot.
Max
see
weapon
that
pot?
Max pot weapons that makes more sense to me as being necessary because they really increase your damage if you get like because that your weapons 3rd skill can only be max
the essence,
pot.
right?
Like so the essence can only take your 3rd skill to 4, I believe it is.
Yes.
You're right.
So in order to get that third skill to max, you have to have max pot, and that third skill tends to be the most important piece of your kit when it comes to what your weapon is adding to your kit. That is.
That's the one thing that I never messed with. Like I did essencing to the extent that just have it on the weapons. And then also, what's the other thing for the armor?
Artificing?
Artificing, I haven't touched it really. And
I
so
finally
I got
caved.
I've
on
touched it for
artificing.
this.
Yeah, same.
I got punished. I got punished hard. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna have to go back and redo my factory.
Yeah.
And build it for that.
This is the perfect
will
time for me to come back to what I was going to say earlier, Deadhound, where you were like, oh, the build crafting, that's like a one and done thing. You don't really interact with it again. Gear plus weapon allows you to change up how your team plays so much more than people think it does. I think there's a lot of people who are just, they get what they consider the meta gear and then they never swap. There is a lot of gear interaction with your playstyle that can change how a character plays.
I'd say like I give you a layaway on this one just because it's CC, but other than CC, I feel like we haven't really had a need.
No.
Where you can just do a generic like build and then
Oh,
be
yeah,
like,
yeah.
all right, I'm
Completely agree. Before CC, there was no need to change. I have since gone back and been like, oh wait, let's look at what gear options I can put on like my Pog in order to make him actually be able to do a bit more. Like, oh, I don't need as much damage on Pog. I really need SP. Let me go all in on ultimate generation instead of damage, because that gives me more SP in the long run than if I were to go, what I've been doing, which is combo damage on him.
I've done that, and I full swapped my Ember gear. Like, I use none of the original gear for Ember anymore. It's like a full tank thing for me to, like, soak as much damage as possible. I'm artificing the HP percentage. I made sure to do the essence for the HP on the bottom. So it's like...
And then I'm seeing other
there's
people
a lot
play
of
Ember with pure
customizability
damage.
here. Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, gear makes a much bigger difference in your team comp than just the team comp by itself, like just the characters.
So, okay. I have a hot take here. I think 1.3 is a worse patch than 1.2. If like now like CC I almost consider separate from the patch as a whole.
Yeah, I think that's
like
safe.
If CC wasn't in this patch, this is I'd say worse than 1.2 because 1.2 actually pushed the story to an extreme.
I mean, this was a filler patch compared to 1.2.
It is, but also undeniably CC is in the patch.
I guess, yeah. But like if CC was in the patch, like this is a nothing burger of a patch, honestly. And people say this is the CC patch, but if this was the CC patch, they would have released CC on the start of the patch. Them releasing it in the middle of the patch was, I think, a jack up, honestly.
I think Hypergriff has this weird fascination of like layering how they want to, or scheduling weirdly for every patch, just like separating everything for like 1 week and then 1 week and then 1 week, even though the content does not clearly takes like less than a day to get through. I will say we can talk about this more because what do we think of 1.3? They in the trailer they clearly advertised it as the combat focused patch with CC and Swordmancy. So this is a patch where for the first time we have no main story. It's just 2 character story quests, which are just like, they're there. No main story. What do we think about that?
I haven't done a single character story in the entire game.
Oof.
I haven't done them. I'm just like, I'll get them done when I get them done. And like, I get the whole, like, the rule of thumb is if there's no main story, it's a filler patch. That's kind of always been the rule with most gacha games. So I'm not going to be the one to disagree with that. The new zone is cool, but it provides very little to the gaming experience. It takes you about an hour and a half to explore. It's a very linear experience as well. The new zone is not a explorative experience. It's extremely linear. And so that feels more of like an instance zone, even less so than like Monster Hunter zones per se. And it, like, if we look at that, it's like, okay, what was I saying? I completely lost my train of thought.
Well, let me add a follow-up question for the both of you on top of that. Not only did we not get a main story for this patch, we also got no factory content for this patch, other than like a random ore thing.
I care more about that personally.
Yeah, so what do we... My question is, one, it's filler in the sense of no main story and no factory. And then my second question, do we like that? Like, is there a justifiable reason in the sense of like easing in the player into it to stagger major factory patches, like have a factory thing every other patch. Is that good for the player base, or do we dislike that?
This is them trying to balance the combat in the factory again. The factory, obviously 1.4, we have the gas system, which that's really cool, but I think factory as a whole I think they're designing factory like you know those bubbly drinks where or they you get like it's a flavor or something, like it's water with a flavor of like it's sparkling water with a flavor of apple. I feel like that's what the factory feels like in this game. You look at other factory games like Factorio, Satisfactory. I have hundreds of hours in those games, and it is a very wide experience. You can kind of do anything you want. Factory in Enfield is very, it still feels like on rails. Now, yes, there's the whole thought process of like, hey, we just need you to get the 10. It doesn't matter if you do 7+3 or 5+5 or 2+8, but it doesn't feel like that in the factory. It feels very deliberate what you're supposed to go to. There's a goal in mind, but they also don't give you enough resources to kind of experiment with that. Like you have some experimentation, but let's be real, there's really not that much. The factory, I feel like it feels on rails. The factory does feel on rails.
The min-maxed factory is going to be the same for everyone. Just the path to get there is going to be different, but your actual end goal is going to be the same for everybody. It feels like to me.
I think they need to rework the factory from the ground up to provide more varying, like more things to produce.
I mean,
in the end goal and stuff.
I agree with that, but I also think we are seeing a problem with the idea of like they've said this in interviews. They don't want to have the factory be a constantly like scaling complexity. They don't want it to be vertical. They want it to be horizontal.
Yeah.
And I think that's a admirable goal, but it's not working in the long run. The actual factory players who want the factory gameplay want that vertical progression, and we're not getting that.
I think I remember the interview you're talking about. I think what you're saying, the horizontal thing, I think I remember that just being kind of like a weird headline. From what I read it, the way I read it, it didn't read like that at all.
So that's the thing. I've seen multiple different translations of that interview, and there are definitely different interpretations that they got out of it. I'm just picking out the one that sounded like the most likely what they were kind of referring to, but it's entirely possible that it's just a mistranslation.
Let's honestly look at 1.4 and for the factory, what are you're probably going to produce at best 3 things. It's going to be the new resource you have to sell to the new zone in the factory, the new outpost. Probably a new I forget the gearing system, the gearing item for the new armor for the new characters.
Yeah.
And maybe a new healing item. And that's probably all you're producing that you need to produce in the new zone.
Yeah, so far it's been you get the biggest battery, you get the biggest resource generator, the biggest stockpile generator, and you get the biggest healing item, and those are your 3 things.
I have a question. Are we okay with the current complexity of the factory if they just go whole hog into factory events?
The factory event, I liked the factory event, but it is extremely FOMO. If you don't start it within it was 2 stages and stuff.
I remember that actually, yeah.
And if you didn't start it early enough, if you did like that thing the last like 5 days or like a week, you were still going to be behind the curve. You wouldn't be able to get everything. I forget the math done on it, but like if I started it late and I missed out on like half of the phase 2 stuff because I started it late. So it's extremely FOMO where you have to start it immediately because of what you produce. And then I'll be honest, it just didn't like, some people liked it, some people didn't like it. I just didn't like it, honestly. I wasn't a fan because it felt like the rewards didn't feel good enough for me to limit my production and stuff is what I had my issue was with it.
I really wanted like a sandbox specifically for it.
That would be
because of when they timed its release, I had plenty of space to put it in. If they had released that same factory event in 1.3, I wouldn't have been able to easily fit it into my current factory because I have now used most of my space. But they released it at a sweet spot in 1.2 where it wasn't too difficult for me to fit it into my current factory.
I think they released it when there was like nothing much really going on, right? Or it was like a 2 week long event, if I'm not wrong. I could be tripping.
I think
honestly.
it was a 2 week long event, and you're right, there is the FOMO element. My complaint was it was too easy. I set it up in 30 minutes, and then came back a week later and set the other one up in 30 minutes, and that was the entire event for me.
I also felt like you had to log in daily to sell everything, but
a little bit. I mean, I was already doing that, so I didn't think too much about it.
I don't know if these kinds of lessons translate over to other gameplay modes, but my hope is that like the lessons that they gain from Contingency Contract also permeate to other aspects of the game. The factory being one of them. A Contingency Contract factory actually sounds so funny.
I was literally saying, so as I got off last night, I was going to bed. I got on my phone and like started looking at Reddit, and there was a Reddit post about CC, and my immediate statement was, all right, we've had our difficult challenge mode for combat content. Give me the difficult challenge mode for factory now, please. Please.
Someone mentioned that I think was a good idea. The factory event should have been in Valley 4, not in Wuling. I think that's 100% true with Wuling, how sparse resources were and how like limited it was. If the factory event, I think, was in Valley 4, it would have been way better.
It would have been.
I think at the time, though, a lot of the motivation towards it, other than like the random rewards, is that you are getting a lot of Wuling stock bills, which you kind of needed to just upgrade everything in that zone. Yeah. At least I didn't have enough, so this helped me out.
But thought on that. Why? What is preventing them from going, oh, hey, Wuling needs some extra resources. Go back to Valley 4, make stuff for Wuling that you
and
transfer
then sell
over.
it for Wuling stock bills.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
what's to prevent them from doing
fix.
that? Yeah. And it also gives you a reason to use the old zone that I have not had to go back to even once since I got to Wuling.
Dude, yesterday while I was walking around trying to think about Contingency Contract stuff, I was taking a tour of Valley 4. I was like, damn, this place was kind of nice. I kind of miss it a little bit. It looks kind of pretty here.
Believe it or not, despite my issues with Valley 4, I will say personally, I had the most fun in the game, like just on the regular standard gameplay. I had the most fun when I was going through Valley 4 and leveling up the region. Like that's when
was a honeymoon experience. Honestly,
it may have been the honeymoon experience, but the early feeling of exploring the world, like the story sucked. That's still the case. But
we all agree there.
Yeah, but
still in the back of my head.
Yeah, just the act of exploring. Yeah, walked in feet story, sure. But the act of just exploring the world, finding every single chest, finding all the Orleans, doing all the puzzles, doing my factory. I spent a good month and a half on all of that and had the time of my life. I didn't rush it, and that's, I think, the game actually was fun up until there was no more content to play.
Despite me disliking the look of the last two zones of Valley 4, I liked the map design in general in Valley 4 a lot. Like, it was very wide. I'm just walking around just doing random stuff, where a lot of the new stuff in Wuling is a bit linear. I don't necessarily have a problem with linear, to be honest, but it is very stark when I can just walk into some random canyon in Valley 4 and think, ooh, shiny new thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I go back to Valley 4 once every 3 days to I have zipline set up for all the nodes for the upgrade materials, and I just go and I grab them all.
I have the same thing. I did all of that, which is funny that I'm hearing you say that, Deadhound, because I remember in the first 2 months you were so against setting up your power grid and getting zipline set up.
It was a chore. I literally was like, I'll do this, and I spent 2 hours doing it, and I was like, this is stupid.
Only 2 hours.
But aren't you enjoying the reward of it?
I'm so annoyed. The zone they added in 1.2, the second one. I forget what it's called.
Test area?
The test area. I'm so disappointed everyone didn't like it, because that was the first zone we actually got where you could change how the zone looked. Where what you did was causing the tree to sprout flowers and stuff like that.
I'm surprised people didn't like it. I actually thought it was great.
It was because there's nothing burger. There's nothing to do with it.
There's not that much going on in it, sure.
But people got pissy with the purification node.
Okay, to be
No
clear,
one used it.
the purification node is useless in my opinion.
Yes,
I
correct.
have zero use for it. I've literally unlocked it, drained all the fucking sewage that was in that area, and never looked back.
Why did we have to upgrade that?
Region level? But you know, that's something where I was like, if they had actually put a factory in the test area, it would have been a lot more useful.
It
But-
makes sense for there to be a factory there. It doesn't make any sense
Yeah,
for there not to be a
that's my one disappointing factor with the test area. But otherwise, the test area was fine.
It's
wasn't-
so beautiful,
It's
man.
a beautiful area. It's great because it has a much faster delivery time than Wuling itself. So I kind of prioritize the test area, even though it's like maybe 10,000 less stock bills per run. But that's still my go-to now for doing deliveries.
It is the first zone I feel like actually lives up to the whole thing that the game was advertised about changing the world and
Mhm.
stuff, where you actually, the quests you do affect the world, which is what I was talking about how like Wua's story quests, you actually change the world where dramatically, where like the music changes for the zone, and then the goddamn dog, stop biting me. The okay, hold a second. Go outside.
Dragnus, do you at all
outside.
remember the test area exploration quest, like the side quest there? Because I'm realizing the only thing I remember are the cute little green things, and I don't remember any of that story.
I mean, I remember all the story. I mean, the exploration itself wasn't like, I wouldn't say that the test area had a lot of exploration. The test area instead felt more like, oh, hey, we're repairing this area.
Yeah.
It was pretty linear otherwise. There wasn't really much exploration actually occurring.
There wasn't much to do, but I still like the fact that like we changed the world, because everything else is like change the world, put out
Right.
power lines and zip lines everywhere. Like, all right, guys.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And again, I think the test area. Oh, actually, I was about to say I think the test area is the prettiest area we've gotten yet. But the Sword Vault Dale is pretty damn close as well. Sword Vault Dale was gorgeous.
It sucks because it's like, I love the game, like it's pretty, but I'm always like, man, I love doing nothing in this pretty zone. It's like,
Right,
it's
true.
like you never say that. You like, you never go, man, I could just sit here and do nothing. It's like, no, I want to do something, and that's the biggest issue. Which I think, let's roll into what we sort of been talking about, but like content in the game, like it literally. I think Ramen, you brought this up, where it's like once a week you get a new thing to do, and it takes you at best an hour, maybe two. And I get the whole idea where people are like, oh, well, the game shouldn't be made for people that play 4 hours a day. I'm like, yeah, but the game shouldn't be made for people that play 1 hour on the weekend, and that's it. And then you're done with the content for the week.
Right.
Because other than that, what do you have, dailies and weeklies?
Well,
And that's it?
let me come back to that and say what's the solution? My personal opinion is the solution is you need a regular permanent game mode that has a refresh every like week or month or so, just like Arknights does. The solution is there, in my opinion. They just haven't done it yet.
To be honest, I think CC might, like, CC almost needs to be the permanent game mode that needs to get refreshed once a month.
I wouldn't mind that. I'd be okay with it.
I think I disagree, in the sense of there's too much marketing power in making CC too consistent. Because if you look at how the community is acting towards CC right now, that doesn't happen if it's just like a permanent thing. If it's like scattered every 2 or 3 months, then this outpouring of everybody posting their runs and everybody uplifting each other for how they're doing, like, it's just significantly dampened.
I'd be okay if it was every 2 to 3 months, but at this rate, we're probably going to get it, if we're lucky, once every 6 months
Yeah.
or once a year.
Well,
Like,
the solution is a different end game mode. I just think Contingency
Well-
Contract specifically, with how it's structured, is a social experience.
oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
This
for
is the
sure.
first. I was talking about it. I talk about this a lot. There's never. I think if you look at all the other gacha games, Wuwa, ZZZ, Genshin Impact, Star Rail, the big hitters, the modern gacha games, they have a community, a really tight knit community, whether you like it or not. Whether you like them or not, they can be pretty fucking annoying, but they have a community. Enfield, I feel like prior to CC was just like fucking not like dead, but there wasn't really this really tight knit community and stuff. And it just felt very like, all right, like, hey guys, new patch, guys, we're gonna play the new patch and stuff.
as I saw on
Cool.
Reddit, oh hey, we're finally filtering out all the people who thought they were good at the game, but in reality were just posers.
Yeah, but
What's the meme? It's if you don't have risk 20 minimum completed, then you're unfriended.
You'll be kicked from the group.
Yeah, you
oh,
could
I
be kicked
saw.
from the
No,
group.
yeah, it was like
that's
it was like CC 40 or higher and stuff. Or
Oh,
something
there's
like
that one too. I was seeing CC 20 minimum as like the requirement, but I'm sure people are.
I
also
saw
doing 40s.
47. So it goes everywhere.
Right, it goes everywhere. Everyone has their own
risk
number.
40. Yeah. I saw that. I was laughing. I was like, man, honestly, it's really nice, to be honest, because CC really is just drawing everyone together. Everyone's just kind of having a good time. And there's some people that are like, it's mid or whatever. But other than that, like, even then, they're like, it's mid, but I love the music and I really like it. I just have issues with these points and stuff. But it's really, I think CC has really brought everyone together, which is really cool. And I like, this is really awesome. And I wish it was more consistent. Because this is the first time, other than I think release of the freaking game, that we've had everyone together playing the game and talking about it and going all in. The last, other than the release of the game to now, everything else has been EOS field, pretty much, to an extent.
So we were talking about like what other modes could we do. I've brought up in the past a mode from Arknights that I think would actually work better in Endfield if they were to put the actual development time into it to make it work. And that's reclamation algorithm. Put reclamation algorithm into Endfield, have a unique map with a unique factory that you have to build a factory, defend it, and go and like explore this world that will reset every like week or so or like per run. So that way have repeatable stuff in there.
The reclamation algorithm in the most recent reclamation algorithm in the
I
CN
played some of
trailer.
it.
That looks like Endfield.
It does. It legitimately is like, oh hey, what if we had Endfield in Arknights? That's current reclamation algorithm. Now just put that in actually just Endfield, and now you have a game mode that repeats, cycles, has a reason for you to keep coming back to it, and it includes the factory. There you go.
Yeah, I think like there's a lot of game modes that are like not even game modes that like exist, and then like the tower defenses for the outposts. Like, when's the last time you've done that?
I have done them literally every time they released. Day one.
Really?
It is one of my favorite things to do.
We need it more often because like
we do.
I reclamation algorithm mode, please.
No, the reclamation algorithm could fix that problem where I sit there and I go, give me more tower defense. I want more of this, and I do it one, and there's no other there's no reason to keep doing it ever again.
Yeah, I think we just like I get at the end of the day, it's kind of like people like if you're not a game dev, the best thing you can provide is the issues and where you think they come from. Well, the game dev should provide the solves or the fixes. But it really does feel like this game is kind of just like I need more content. Like, I love what you have. I just need more of it. And that's what it's been pretty much, especially for like 1.2, 1.3, where you're just kind of like, I need more. And I also think the CC is great. I love CC. But let's talk about the rewards a little bit.
Okay.
I have some issues with the rewards. I think it like you get more pulls, which is awesome. You know, if it's was it 2,000 Arundum, I think, or something along those lines. Yeah. No, 2,000. It's more than the other events, way more. But you get a cool little thing that goes in your profile picture that shows like they're your emblem or whatever, your PFP, and then a little background as well, which is cool.
A lot of upgrade materials.
And upgrade materials. But this is CC. Also, this is an Arknights sequel. Where's our fucking skins? Like, honestly. Like, I get the whole, skins are tough to make in 3D. I go look at ZZZ, and they have, like, fucking 5 new skins every patch for some reason, to the extent that I can't tell if they're mods or not, because there's so many.
And to go off of that, actually, that exact same point, we have no skins in Endfield, and yet modders are over here making some crazy-ass skins. And sure, they have a lot. They've got some clipping issues because they don't have the same tools that the devs have. But if modders can make skins of this quality with fucking, the Tony Stark box of scraps in a cave, why can't we have official skins in Endfield more often? Like, where the fuck are the skins, guys?
Like, yeah, like we're telling me we haven't got a skin. Like, there's not a skin as a reward for the hardest difficulty content in the game for the first time. and the best thing we got is a profile picture and then some polls and upgrade materials. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Like,
and again, like they have built these characters. Like we know for a fact, modders have even been utilizing this to make their skins. The models are built to support skins. Outfits are fully like modular. You can remove all the pieces of an outfit and completely like customize them, and the body is built to support that already. So where are they? Come on, Hypergriff.
I'm pretty sure they definitely made it like that by design. They have full intention of making skins. That's why the gacha currency is the same as it is in Arknights in the sense of like I forget the name, but the yellow ones that then become the actual
I've been
currency.
calling them primes anyway. I don't remember what
Yeah.
they're called.
yeah.
But like I remember they said something about like we don't have the resources. It'll be a year until we can start spamming skins. But I do imagine at some point they're gonna start spamming skins, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm hoping so, because like even if like Wuwa comes out with a skin every 3 months, basically, it's like, oh my god, dude, like that's too long. And for Arknights, these guys are like known for their skins to an extent.
They're drip heavy, yeah.
Yeah,
so
and so this is they need it. I feel like this. I that's why I still fully believe they're gonna do like a soft launch, where like even though they're like, oh, we're gonna be in Wuling for like a year or whatever and stuff. I'm like, no way. I honestly don't believe it. I think like most of the gacha games usually go in the 2.0 around 1.4, 1.5, maybe 1.6 and stuff. Like if you look at Wuwa, they went to 1.4. I think ZZZ was also 1.4 or 1.5.
No. ZZZ went to 2.0. Are you talking about the soft reboot?
Where
Because
they
ZZZ went to 2.0 after 1.8.
1.8. Okay, I'm wrong then.
Okay.
And then Honkai Star was 1.6 or 7.
I don't think we're gonna go that high in numbers. I just don't see it. Like
I think they need the time. Let me give you my cope theories now.
Go for it.
As to why things are the way they are. So we know for a fact that like 1.1, let me see, I have it written down. 1.1 was 35 days, right? Then it was really fast. Or really short, rather. And then 1.2, really long, 49 days. And then 1.3, we have the standard 42 days in any other Hoyo gacha. So it felt like, it did not feel like 1.1 had an insane content drought. A lot of it felt like that because of how short that patch was. But the issue was the second half of 1.2 on up to now when we got Contingency Contract, there was like nothing, you know what I mean? In comparison to that in the past. But the thing is, devs, like, there's no news of them laying off devs at all, right?
We know they've been making money hand over fist too.
Yeah, and they have to be working on something. So where this is analogous to me is we saw this very recent phenomenon in TFT. I swear this goes to a point. In set 15, we had heavy QA issues. Everything was super buggy for TFT, and we had a lot of problems. Set 17, we had the same issues. The set felt underbaked. There was a lot of problems. It's like, where did the developers go? Recently, last week, we got the announcement that, by the way, the reason why these sets felt like shit is because we actually have had them all working on a mass engine overhaul, new client, everything, which took up all the development time. I think we're seeing something similar in Endfield, where they're working on like these absurd projects that's going to keep everyone like maybe putting all their resources into an IS mode, for example. Stuff like that. So that's just generally where I think, because devs don't disappear. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think it's for
and for those who are like me who don't know what TFT stands for, it's Team Fight Tactics, just so everybody knows.
I thought it was Team Fortress 2. But I think it's a soft relaunch. You look at like other gacha games where there's just like they're like the patches are dead, the patches are boring. It's just a QOL patch pretty much. And there's just not a lot of content coming out. That's usually in the lead up to a soft relaunch and a soft reboot where they massively overhaul the music, the zones, how they look, how they tell a story. Like Wua fucking 1.x sucked at telling a story. It was terrible. And then after 2.0, it's like a Marvel movie. It's like a cinematic experience. Now I got tired of listening. I got tired of Marvel movies, but
Same.
it's a cinematic experience, albeit there's zero depth to it at all and stuff. But I think that's what they're going for. They're probably going for a soft relaunch. They're probably investing a lot of their stuff in the 2.x on, I would say, because I would say other than they have the bones and the meat probably done for all the 1.0, 1.x patches, all the way up to leading up to 2.0.
They at least have all the plans done for it. I would agree with that.
I think they're done with the most of them. I think they're probably working on the last touch-ups on even like let's say they go to 1.6, they're probably working on the last touch-ups on 1.6 right now, I bet.
Here's where I'd push back. I think the content schedule being the way it is shows that they are very heavily adjusting their schedule. So I'm actually optimistic in that they are doing this to push it sooner than a 2.0. I think maybe 1.4 is too crazy, but I think at a 1.5 on, I think that's when we're going to reap the rewards of wherever the fuck the devs have been put in prison.
We'll see. They've done weird 1.4. How they've advertised 1.4 is weird. Like already to the 3 days after 1.3 releases, they show a trailer for it, which is just them showing care about 1.3. But they have shown like a lot, but not a lot. Like we know 2 new characters and a new zone, and then we know it's going to be a gas system for the factory.
It does appear to be a larger than average zone too, just from what we've seen so far.
It's like they've shown us a lot for 1.4. And then also nothing at the same time. So we see the stream, there's like nothing we really know about 1.4 to an extent.
Well, and but we do know that, the next character, I mean, Arcane's obviously coming, but we know that the Sui sibling is also likely going to be coming up pretty soon. And it's whether she's the first character on 1.4 or like later on, she's going to be up there.
Yeah, I also... Let's see. I still think CC was supposed to come out 1.4 and they moved it up to 1.3. Honestly.
Okay.
I can see that being possible. Again, I think they're very heavily adjusting the schedule to try and circumvent the issues that they've been having. I think this is kind of a clear display of what every game goes through when they have a closed test environment of they don't have enough data because there's too little people playing the game. And then when it actually goes public, there are clear-cut issues that everybody else says that you didn't really see enough data for earlier, and they had to adjust.
Yeah, I'd say like it really does feel like every patch is different with what the content they're giving us, to the extent it feels like even like the calendar as well, where it feels like they're experimenting to find out what works right now.
Yeah, I can see that. Let me ask
see.
the next question then. So regardless of how long Wuling takes, because to be completely honest, I was silent on that particular question because I really have no fucking clue. I don't know where Wuling's going.
North Exclusion Zone, apparently.
Well, like, I know we're going to the North Exclusion Zone, but like, is there something after the North Exclusion Zone? The story is at a current state where I have no clue where it could be headed. But I have my theories, and one of those theories is I think Seska is probably the next major region we're going to.
That'd be cool.
And that's based on the fact that we have multiple Sarkaz from Seska showing up in rapid succession here.
Yeah. But where are all our fucking reconveners?
Yeah, that's another question.
Have you guys... Did we talk about leaks here?
Okay, I have been not looking at any leaks, but I'm also not against you talking about them. I am happy.
I'm not in the partner program.
Well, this isn't partner program. Well, it might be. I have seen some shit that has permeated. That, like, normally Enfield leaks are very decidedly incorrect every single time.
Really?
This leak has mapped out 1.3 to 1.8.
Wow.
Jesus.
I don't know if it's true because the stuff stated in 1.3 is obvious as shit. But it was correct what was said in the leak. And I guess all I'll say is there is a reconvener somewhere soon.
All right, okay, I want to be clear. As I said, I'm avoiding leaks, but as long as we don't
I won't
get,
say it out loud.
But what I was about to say is, as long as we don't have like actual major story spoilers, I don't care about character spoilers. If you want to tell me what the reconvener is, I'm okay with talking about
Okay,
that. But if Deadhammer doesn't want to hear it, then
I don't want to
sure.
hear it.
You don't want to hear
Okay.
it? Okay.
Chat, close your ears if you don't want to hear this. According to the leak, the reconvener is Typhon. And there's gonna touch on assumably Sami stuff.
Ooh. Okay, I'm actually happy I heard that one. That's
You can come back, Deadhound. You can come back.
Come back.
All right.
Okay, again, every leak we've ever had has been wrong, but this one is the one that's permeated. So I don't know. It could be wrong.
If that leak is real, though, I'm actually very interested. That sounds great.
Yeah. I mean,
you like that too, Deadhound? You like that
yeah,
leak?
really cool,
huh?
I'm super excited. But oh Jesus, okay. But yeah, I think let's see here.
Why did my camera die again?
Terrible. But let's see. I mean, overall, what's our thoughts on the patch? Like 1.3, I'd say.
Contingency Contract is doing the heavy lifting by far. And people are saying that, like, yeah, it's just kind of a one and done once you get the risks. Me personally, I'm personally invested in learning every team comp I possibly can to a very good degree. You know what I mean?
I would 100% agree. Like, I could honestly not care about anything else in the patch, to be real. I think if the patch if the patch didn't have CC, I think it was probably a 5 or a 4 out of 10, honestly. With CC, it carries it up to like an 8. And also CC is so good because usually in endgame modes you're like, I'm gonna get it done and get all the rewards, then I'm over, which is like CC, like risk 20. But in CC, I actually feel like I want to try for the 40s even and stuff, or I actually want to experiment, which is the first time I've actually felt like this in endgame mode. Usually in endgame mode, you're like, just gonna get the done, get all the rewards, call it a day. But I really want to see like how far I can go with CC, and I'm excited. Next week we have new risks. Camille comes out as well, how he's going to implement into teams. Albeit I don't have Levantine, so I can't really. Well, depending on how we can implement him, but I don't think I could implement him to the extent with probably Levantine. But I'm excited, and then obviously that's going to roll. I think what CC goes all the way into 1. Like ending right at 1.4 starts, right? Or am I wrong?
I think so.
I think you're right.
And then we have what's the freaking game mode called that comes out the last 2 weeks? The news.
Umbral Monument.
Umbral Monument. I hate Umbral Monument, honestly. But
oh really?
I hate it. I like Edge Space more.
My only issue with Umbral Monument is that it's not repeatable. Like that, you don't get anything from doing it more than once. That's my only issue.
I think Edge Space Salvage is more fun than Umbral Monument. Honestly, okay. I do not like Umbral Monument. I think it's very boring.
I kind of view them as being kind of. I think Umbral Monument etches out Edge Space a little bit for me, but that's just because there are some Umbral Monuments that have gimmicks that are kind of fun to interact with. That's really the only thing that carries that game mode for me is the gimmicks.
I like with Swordsmancy we implemented turrets into the end game, into that content. Like we have mortars we can set up or different turrets and stuff like that.
I set those up and then went, this is too easy, and I took them down.
Oh, I put 2 giant chubby lung balloons there to watch over me as I fight to the death.
That is pretty funny, actually. I might have to copy that. That sounds great. Because I initially put 2 of the launcher turrets in there and proceeded to be like, wait a second, I don't want the game to play itself for me. What?
I want to touch on Swordmancy a little bit more. And this goes towards Contingency Contract in terms of improving both modes. Both of these modes are very modular by design. You can just pick and choose cards. You can even get creative with the Swordmancy cards, where instead of an enemy, it's like a banana card. Hello, bananas everywhere. Some stupid crap like that. So
there's a lot of potential there, yeah.
As there is a light at the end of the tunnel for both of these modes. Even if some people don't necessarily like Swordmancy, it is built to be very easily malleable.
It is the running gag that is consistent with this game, the potential game gag. And that is another addition to that Swordmancy. I'm actually really glad CC doesn't feel like a potential contingency contract. It actually feels like a contingency contract.
Mm-hmm.
But Swordmancy, yeah. One thing that pisses me off is why do I have to get 21 exactly to get the for the
rewards, or?
the medal, the what's the version, the shiny version,
the trimmed medal.
The trim medal. I hit like 24 and I was like, hell yeah. And I cleared it and I didn't get it. And I was like, what?
Yeah,
I'm
it's kind of a
still
weird implementation, I'm not gonna lie.
I've still been very confused because I'm trying to get that trimmed metal where you have to do an overclocked run and then do a perfect 10 run. I swear I've done it and it just doesn't do anything. Like it's not
Yeah, I've
unlocking.
got those. I feel like I got both of those medals by complete accident by just grinding out the mode for fun. So I don't really know.
That's my first issue. And the second issue is, why are they giving out trim medals like it's candy during Halloween? I still am pissed off that the pressure washer event gave you a trimmed medal. I think that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It does feel like they're giving away trimmed metals like candy, which, I mean, like if I know a trimmed metal is easy, if I get a trimmed metal, if I know a trimmed metal is easy to get, and I see someone like putting it up on their profile, I'll be like, all right, sure, whatever you want, man.
Power washer.
Yeah,
man.
I'm just I see that medal, I'm like, we all got that medal. That's not an achievement, but
there's so much I want in this game. Like we have a freaking house.
wait,
Where's
there's
our
no
housing
trim for
system?
CC? What? Sorry, someone in my
Like,
chat
yes,
just said
the
that.
theory
No.
is that-
So it's probably next week.
Yeah, the
I
theory
bet-
is that it comes out with the next batch of risks.
I bet you it's next week.
We don't know
Okay.
for sure.
Because CC and Arknights is the opposite. You do the trim by like getting really high risk in the first week, not the second.
Let me check the calendar real quick. I'm gonna pull it up.
It's possible that there's no trim just to like not piss off the casual player base.
That would be crazy.
Compared to that, you could trim the fucking kick 4 Orginium slugs down a cliff thingy, but you can't trim this. I don't think you could trim that one, to be honest. I just think it's a funny medal.
If they don't do a trimmed, I think that's BS. Also,
Yeah, agreed.
I know they. I have to reconfirm this. Did they say the number associated with your CC clear goes away after the end of CC?
I have no idea.
I thought they mentioned that. I thought they mentioned after CC that number goes away. And if what I was hoping was if you got the medal, or not the medal, if you got the emblem, whenever you get the emblem, that
like
it would put your highest clear and stuff.
That'd be cool.
I kind of wish I would love it if you could like
Where's this
custom
freaking calendar?
if that could be another customization option where it's like, oh hey, on your profile now you can choose to show off your highest clear just on your profile whenever you want. That would be awesome. I'd love that.
There's our version calendar. Let's see here. So the 26th of June is content update for Contingency Contract. So
Camille.
I'm gonna assume.
And Deltarune's the day before.
I'm gonna assume we should get it. And then on the 2nd of July, you get the camera event. I fucking hate this game. But I'm gonna assume we should be able. But back to the housing. We have a house. Where is our customizations for the house to change the skins of the house?
Like the dorm system, you mean?
Yeah, the dorm system, like the Dejang. Like we should be able to change the customization of it.
It feels like they have planned for that, but just didn't have it ready for release because the like they've already said that that's there. The Dejang has a dormitory. They've talked about it. It's just locked off because it's not ready yet.
Yeah, I don't.
The other
Again-
cope theory I had was that they're just not done onboarding whatever new employees they have because it takes 6 months to a year for those employees to be useful.
Yeah,
and it's not been 6 months yet since the
and
game's been out.
unfortunately, that's true for all developer jobs. I have to do that at my work too all the time. Spinning
Yeah.
up new employees is always a massively
killer.
long process.
I still think the storyboard writers. I want to know how many of them are actually from the Arknights team. Like I get that like Light Zong is overseeing everything, but when you go too high, you miss a lot of detail and stuff like that. And I really want to know how much people from the Arknights team moved over to Endfield and stuff, because obviously Arknights has had 0 drop in content, pretty much.
I don't
If
think
not,
we
it's-
had almost anyone move over actually. Like outside
I
of some
think-
executive management, I think for the most part, all the devs are new.
I'm like half sure that Arknights has like teams of writers that like take turns taking on certain events.
We do
Mhm.
know that. That's
I
the
don't know
case,
if any of
actually,
those teams moved on to Enfield.
I bet you that's what they do with the patches. I bet because like if you look at it's like for Call of Duty, a different like uh company works on each Call of Duty. So you get like 3 years to work on a Call of Duty instead of 1 year because they come out every year and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I bet they do that with the patches. They probably have like 3 different teams that work in cycle where someone's working 1.3 and then someone's working 1.4 and 1.5. But I really feel like with what's happening in Enfield, it's missing the soul of Arknights and stuff like that, which is my other point I was going to bring up is do we think Arknights Enfield is a good sequel to Arknights as
Are we
its current
talking
state?
purely story-wise?
Purely story-wise.
When it comes to quality of the story, I find it difficult to rag on Enfield in good faith because yes, 1.0 was fucking abysmal dog shit with Valley 4, but then 1.1 was a clear improvement from that, and then 1.2 was a clear improvement from that. So if it's continuously getting better, even if the story is not where I want it, I find it hard to rag on it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I would call 1.0 story like a solid like 5 out of 10, maybe even lower, but it has gotten up to a 7 or an 8 for me at this point, at least with the main story. Even some of the character stories. I thought Mifu's story was pretty good. So yeah, if it keeps going up from there, I feel like they can reach that quality level. But in terms of sequel specifically, that to answer that question, man, that's hard. Obviously, we don't know where Arknights is going to end, like where that story is fully going to be going. Like we know where the current arc is going, but we don't know when it's going to divert to Enfield.
Yeah.
So I it's hard to say whether I think it's a good sequel yet.
My issue with Enfield is like obviously you guys have read like Ramen, you've literally read everything. But my issue is the most amount of connection we had to Arknights was the trailers leading up to the release of the game, I feel like. And yes, there's like in the writing and stuff, but for the average player, let's be real, the average player for Arknights doesn't even read the story.
Yeah.
Like for the average player that goes through Arknights and they want to go, I want to play Enfield, you don't get a lot of that connection back to Arknights. Now you get some freebies, like here's your freebie Arknights reference and stuff like that. I'm referencing a character, but unless you go out of your way to read subtext and all the extra writing and stuff, the only real connection we've had to Arknights that feels substantial is the prologue to the game and the trailers, honestly.
Let me stream of consciousness this for a bit. Well, one, fuck, I forgot the first point already. I didn't even start. Okay. So, oh yeah, I remember. I was a little. I didn't know this was a thing until I started making YouTube videos. I didn't realize how few people read the story of every gacha game. I didn't realize there was such a sheer amount of story skippers.
Yep.
When this is the reason why I'm playing gacha games personally.
Yep. Same.
But
There's a reason why I now run the Gacha Trials series that I stream now every week. Shameless plug. But I'm doing that specifically because I keep seeing all of these discussions about people who just skip story in all these games, and so everyone's like, "Oh, the stories all suck." And I'm like, well, I've played a couple, and I have admittedly dropped a lot of them because I didn't care for the story. But if there's this many story skippers, maybe I should be giving these games an actual fair shake.
Yeah.
So that's the whole point of that entire series at this point, is just try the stories.
All right, to the actual question though. I'm actually I think there is a fuck ton of Arknights references in Enfield to the point where I didn't expect them to go this far with referencing the OG Arknights. But a lot of that is from the perspective of reading the files. There is a very clear dichotomy of like what we came from and where we are now. And in that sense, I actually am not sure if I want Enfield to be like a direct sequel from Arknights. I'd rather it maybe be a spin-off because I want the themes of the OG Arknights to be self-contained into the OG Arknights. I want that conflict to be self-contained. Maybe the result of the OG Arknights can be like a plot point for Enfield, but I want Enfield to kind of do its own thing. Just because like if I wanted the OG Arknights to be in Enfield, I would just play more OG Arknights in a way. I don't know if you agree.
Well, and
I actually did see that comment. Someone mentioned it feels more like a spin-off than a sequel. I think it almost would have been better for them to commercialize the game as a spin-off than commercializing it
well,
as a sequel.
well, see, that's the thing though. That's exactly what they've been doing. They have commercialized it as a spin-off, not a sequel. They're if you go back and look at almost all their interviews and their marketing, yeah, they call it Arc Knights Infield, but they were pretty clear that they do not intend, like Light had an interview where he specifically said they do not intend this to be a sequel. They intend this to be a new starting point, a new launch point. They want new players. They do not want people to think they have to play the original game. They don't want this to be considered a sequel based on those interviews. And my argument back is I actually want it to be a sequel.
Oh, really?
And I feel like they are giving me what I want. For the most part, so it's like it's this weird thing where like it feels like they're trying to
It could go either way.
balance it, yeah, and it could go either way at this point, but it feels like right now they're just trying to balance it and like have the option open for either.
I think they
I think
shouldn't do that.
I think at the end of the day, if it's well written and I like it, I don't. If it's what I don't want, then I don't care. I'll just take it because it's good. You know what I mean? But for me, when I think about it holistically, I'm like, wouldn't it be annoying if the main conflict in the OG Arknights was unfinished and then it just and it's just like Enfield's problem now?
I don't think they're going to do that.
I don't think so either. That's like
think
a very extreme example.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a resolution, and unfortunately, I can't say what that resolution I think is going to be because it would spoil Deadhound.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to get a resolution to what we're dealing with in Arc 3. I just think that resolution is going to result in Infield.
I agree.
I think that there's like every 4 chapters is like an act realistically in Arknights, and they each have their own resolving factor. I think what leads up to Enfield is just going to be a completion of a act, but not the act of Arknights, and it will continue on and stuff. That's my theory, obviously, without reading the lore. I also almost dislike the fact that they've played off the fact that Edmund is so connected to the Doctor. I'd almost like it if they just stopped talking about that.
Darkness, get him! Get him!
But I can't say anything. There's too many spoilers connected to it.
Or it's fucking priestess creation, her fucking I'm about to say aborted baby. Anyways, but I would almost prefer it be a spin-off per se. And then my chat's just full of people talking about race mixing, but all right.
What?
My entire chat is talking about like if Sarkaz can have fluffy tails, if Sancta can't have wings, which I mean, you know, I
okay,
think
but
wings,
I mean, you see, I have a lot of theories regarding that. The Sancta, I'm just realizing my camera responds to me doing this. Huh. That's what's been changing it. Okay, sorry. That's what's been breaking my camera, apparently, is I do this and it changes modes.
It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's just my camera, I guess. Anyway, sorry, got completely sidetracked there. But, so Mifu being a Sarkaz was a whole deal because of the fluffy tail.
Isn't Sarkaz something that's unknown? Like describing kind of like, it's like this is everything else.
That's the thing. The Sarkaz are a very specific thing that if you get to chapter 14, you would know. But we know a lot about the Sarkaz. There's a lot of information. You have the lore book. I can see it back there, Deadhound. The lore book gives you so much information.
Give it to me. I need it.
Here you go. But we know quite a lot about the Sarkaz, but there are a lot of sub-races of the Sarkaz that we both either do not know about because they're not very prevalent, or they've split off from the other Sarkaz, or there's, you have mixed race Sarkaz, which can look like fucking anything. They just have a very standard look in Arknights. And the thing that a lot of people forget in Arknights is the races of Arknights did not have a set look when it started. The look was decided by the artists they were commissioning, and then the lore writers were implementing a lot of that art retroactively into the lore.
So, excluding the Sarkaz, isn't the rule of thumb with the rest of the races, if, like, you have different races, like, fucking, and they have kids, usually it's one or the other, not a mix of the both?
Sarkaz are an exception to that rule.
other than Sarkaz. So what's this like? What's this thing going on with Sancta where they're losing their wings, or like half winged?
You played
or...
Masses Travels but couldn't read it.
Masses travel, buddy.
Masses Travels. It's a lore thing in Masses Travels.
The law.
Now Ember specifically has another thing on top of the Masses Travel stuff, which we do know already, which is that she got hurt. She got hit by some sort of ether attack that then made it so that she had to leave the front lines of the far north. That's why she doesn't have her gun. She left it behind in the north, which is why she's basically set up for a very obvious altar in the future.
I think Chen's gonna be first.
I mean, regardless, I just think right now it's very obvious that Ember's going to have an altar, regardless of all the other characters. And the lack of wings, like in my opinion, could very well be because of that, like her being damaged. Like she doesn't seem physically hurt, but she's lacking wings, and her halo is has this thing around it that is holding it in place, which makes me think that the ether attack did something to her empathy connection, which the empathy connection, again, I can't really go into detail because that would spoil the story of
I feel like
Masses Travels.
when we get into Cabal of Tranquility stuff, we're going to learn a lot more about why Ember is the way she is.
100%.
And I also know for a fact that we're going to get a huge aura cutscene of Ember picking up a gun, and then the wings sprout out in brilliant lights, and some garbage like that.
But you say it's garbage. I'd buy it.
I love that.
I'd go all in. I would fucking adore that.
I would fucking pop off.
Yeah.
Oh my god, a fucking Marvel movie moment.
But that's the thing, is the Sancta already do that. I mean, the Masses Travels trailer, this is not really a spoiler because the trailer isn't really canon, but the Masses Travels trailer has exactly that. And when Exusai picks up her gun, the one that she's actually bonded to, because all Sancta are bonded to a gun of this particular kind. Yeah, their patron firearm. When Exusai pulls out her patron firearm in the trailer, her wings go ballistic. They just fucking burst. So that's just a thing that happens with Sancta when they use their patron firearm.
Interesting. Oh, what I want to talk about, perfect actually play into fucking Masses Travel. Masses Travel obviously had one of the best UIs I've ever seen, and probably has one of the better UIs in Arknights and stuff like that, just because how beautiful it is and how active. The UI in CC is really well done to the extent where you have the music that changes based off of what you've cleared in your UI as well. I like that. It is it's a little thing, but it's nice, depending on what you've cleared in CC, what risks you've cleared, you get a different audio background of
that is I really like that touch. It's nice.
Your UI, albeit it's a lot of shit, but it's cool.
I mean, the concept is really cool though, and I hope they carry it forward into more things.
Oh yeah.
I honestly CC feels like we have minor fucking issues with it, but CC feels like the first good event, honestly. To be real.
Yeah.
Where I mean, this is a fucking complete.
Yeah, it's the first event where I sit there and I go, all right, every other event I've been either, I hate this event because the photo events are just, there's a lot of bullshit events in my opinion, but the events I have liked, like the factory event, for instance, I'm oh, this has potential, but it's not quite there yet. Where CC, I'm this is there. They can do even better, but it's there.
I'm just foaming out the mouth and clamoring for story events. That's what I really want, because that's to me where Arknight shines.
Yeah. It would be really nice, because right now it feels like the operator stories are the story events.
Which they're not equivalent. They're just kind of...
No, they're not equivalent, I agree. But right now it feels like that's kind of the intention behind them.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I want an actual event. Give me a month-long event that gives me a new story that takes place in a new region with no Inman, follow a completely different character, and that way I can see more of this world. We get more story content, and then that, just like it does in Arknights, that story can then carry forward into the main story in the future, 2+ years down into the future, because that's how events in Arknights have worked.
Give me a summer La Fantoma event. That's just the easiest layup ever.
I mean, I literally said that on the last podcast. That I think that would be an amazing direction to take a summer event. Yeah.
So 1.4 is our 6-month anniversary, right? I believe so.
The game came out January 22nd.
We came
when
to
does
that
1.4
decision.
release again?
sometime in July.
Is
I
it July?
think.
So yeah, it would be around the 6-month point. Yeah,
Like the
like-
halfway point of
'Cause
that patch would be the 6 month, maybe.
July 22nd would be 6 months.
Yeah, it should be second half of 1.4. Like it should be our 6-month anniversary. Let's see if they follow that rule of thumb from Arknights as well, or if we don't
The-
do that.
The issue is, do they have enough development time?
Or
with-
the worst case scenario, and unfortunately what I also feel like is going to end up happening, is the Sui sibling is going to be the 6-month anniversary character.
I don't know. I feel like if I was gonna do a 6-month
sounds
anniversary
reasonable.
character, it would be a reconvener.
Maybe
But
that's also possible.
That's kind of like it carries over the lore
the thing about the Sui sibling is it straight up is a direct, like, we already know for a fact the Sui sibling is a direct follow-up to the Sui events in Arknights, because she is basically the 13th Sui sibling, but she is, ooh, should I say that? No, that's a spoiler technically for the Sui events.
Real quick, is it pronounced Sui or Sui?
Dude, I don't know.
I haven't said it Sui, and
I
I'm
don't
like, am I
remember.
wrong?
I won't go into detail in case if Deadhound ever does get around to the Sui events, but the
Working on it.
13th sibling is a very obvious direct tie-in to the Sui events. The Sui events even talk about the possibility of her. So it's very, very clear that she is like one of the largest like direct connections that we've had to date.
It's like an NPC reconvener, but
Sort of, kind of, yeah.
I think they should do something for the 6-month anniversary, if anything. I that's why 1.4 feels so weird to me. We've seen a lot, but we've also seen nothing.
Until we get because we've only seen these shitty 2-minute teasers
on IGN.
rather than an actual trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I'm pulling Arcane. She looks amazing. I've wanted her since release. Arcane's my
Arcane's
favorite
dope.
designed
Yep.
character. Oh, first or second, Ember's up there again. The semi-tactical style of Arknights, it lives strong in Arcane, I would say,
Mhm.
and that's why I really like her design.
I
half
do find
anniversary's
her
gonna be-
leotard
yeah,
a
that's
little
nuts.
weird, but that's just
Fucking
that's
hot
me.
though. But
I mean, I can't
you-
depend it's hot, but yeah, it's, I'm just like,
I'm not
you're supposed to be a
ungrateful, I'll take it.
combat character. Why are you wearing a leotard? Where's your armor, girl?
she got
Why
top- she got
is
chest
Neural the
armor.
Radiance outfit the way it is? Like, there's a lot.
But
Yeah.
but she has
I
an
guess you're like a
excuse.
tournament-
She was in a she's going to a tournament. She's not expecting to be killed.
True.
Yeah, but like I that's the other thing. Like, I think has everyone watched the Smug Slav video or the Cookie video about how they advertise the game?
I haven't.
No? Okay.
I don't remember.
So, it was a whole thing. It was like it was like last week. But basically it was complaints about them giving a lot of this advertising to IGN, like how they're
Oh, yeah.
advertising the game and stuff
I've seen
like
tons
that,
of complaints,
where-
but I have complaints about that.
where we basically like first of all, it was stupid to give it to IGN. If
Mm-hmm.
IGN was the one that decided to stream it 3 to 4 hours after everyone else already streamed it, that was insane.
Stupid.
Actually, yeah, stupid. And then
Japan
they
got so
don't
many
really-
extra views for that.
Yeah, and then we also just they don't talk about the future content. Like, yes, we got that like weird sneak peek of 1.4 3 days in the 1.3's release. But like he was talking about how like Wuwa does it really well, where you get a leak of the character that's a screenshot of the character, and then you get a story trailer, and then you get a combat trailer, and then you get the actual patch that's coming up that breaks down how the character's used and stuff like that. And he wants a lot of that. Now, I couldn't care how the game's advertised, honestly. Do I think they're doing a terrible job? Yes, I do. My issue has always been with we wouldn't be talking about how they advertise the game if there was enough content in the game. Like, no one's talking about it now, pretty much, how
Well,
they
yeah.
advertise the game, because everyone's playing CC and stuff.
Because the whole point is like, if you are paying attention to the advertisements, it's because you're waiting.
Yeah.
That's it.
Pretty much.
This isn't completely relevant, but I think it is a mass marketing campaign from IGN itself, because it's not only Hypergriff that's getting like the random, giving the random Enfield trailers. They're also doing some Hoyo trailers, IGN.
I did see
So I think
that.
it's IGN doing the marketing spend here.
It could
It
be.
was-
It might just be that IGN got like a recent foothold in China and was like, "Oh, wait, we got to get all the big gacha games that are in
Yeah.
China, and we got to like get contracts to like be
It-
like get ahead of that."
It was a part of the IGN like showcase or whatever, where they were just spamming trailers every like hour, pretty much, for 30 minutes, and so it
Yeah.
just got buried and stuff. But I mean, like obviously, like if you it shows an obvious misunderstanding of what their advertising is for the West. The West fucking hates IGN, pretty
Mhm.
much, and if you're a gotcha game consumer, you're not watching really IGN, and it obviously shows because it got like 0 views. And so it's an obvious misstep of their understanding of the Western audience, I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know how the Chinese players are thinking
Again,
about Enfield.
I actually am buying into Ramen's point of view a little bit more the more I think about it, where it does make a lot of sense if IGN went to these developers and went, "Hey, we're a big thing in the West. You can spend less money on
Yeah.
your marketing if you just give it to us." And then they just got contracts to do that. So I just hope that these developers all learn from that quickly rather than.
I
just
don't
stick
think
to
it'll
it.
last long, is all I'll say.
I hope
The
so. I
IGN
hope
stuff.
so.
Yeah,
The numbers are apparent.
Yeah.
I'm 100% in the believer of that soft relaunch. Like, cause like when Wuwa did it, they literally did everything from including their advertising. Everything got changed in Wuwa when they released 2.0. Everything about the game where they advertised the game got changed.
Mhm.
That's
I
why.
think the unfortunate reality of the era we live in is that live service games are a pestilence, and the companies will always release it the way it is, not at a completely finished great state, because they can and they will make money, and then they'll get the feedback and then they'll fix it.
Yeah.
Look at Honkai Star Rail, look at Zenless Zone Zero. I don't know if Genshin actually had that problem at all.
I mean, it don't even have to
Wuwa.
just be the East. All the West games are the same way.
Yep.
You look, and like we're not talking about gotcha, but like every
Yeah, live
live
service in
service
general.
game on the West has been the exact same way. They release it. It often has a bunch of broken systems or things that people don't like, and then they have to spend a year fixing it.
It doesn't justify it, but that's just the reality. That's
Mhm.
why my expectations for Enfield are very optimistic, because I already know it's gonna happen, because it's happened for every other live service game, because it always happens this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say most people are kind of like disappointed, I would honestly say, more so than like angry. It's just like with Enfield, it's like we know the game's going to get better, but I shouldn't have to wait 2 years for the game to get better, especially when you have 7 years of other game experience with a gacha game and stuff, and we're making the
Yeah.
same mistakes. But regardless,
I do want to really quickly jump on that though, because I was thinking about this. I was really brainstorming this the other day because again, Warframe had a recent patch. That recent patch is buggy as all fuck. It's actually the worst Warframe patch in terms of like bug problems in like the last 3 years of Warframe's launch or Warframe's like lifespan. And they have had tons of time to fix it. And I was really like sitting here being like, what's going on over in the dev studio for Warframe and DE? And I was starting to piece together, thinking back to all the previous games, all the other live service games I've played. The moment that a studio makes a second game, they either have that new game be extremely lackluster on launch, or the old game suffers because devs are getting moved over.
Yeah.
And I think
This is the better option for Enfield.
and I think exactly that's where I'm going. I think Infield has chosen to keep the devs with the old game and only move over some management to the new game and just hire on new devs. And that way they can keep their old game alive while just continuing to improve the new one. And I think that's the better option of those two possibilities.
Yeah, I mean that was my worry with Arknights when they were coming out with work on the Enfield, and Enfield's about to come out. I was like, are we about to get less content in Arknights? Now, obviously, we're not. You know, if you watch the CN stream,
We got
that
so
shit was
much.
insane. That was the most hype. Like, nothing. Like, rarely does a stream make me just want to go play the game. But after I finished that CN stream for 7, I was like, oh my god, dude! I just want to go play the game. That shit was a cathartic experience. That was just, and here's another thing, and here's another thing, and here's another thing. Like the only thing that could have like topped that is they gave us Tallulah as a playable character. That was the only thing that could have been the one more thing that would have been crazier. But with like, yeah, but it was such an experience. But like at the end of the day, like currently in Enfield, you know, if this was what is this? If this was 5 days ago, it would have and we did the stream, it would have been this is the worst. This is terrible. I hate this. But since we're doing this stream in the current, literally like 2 days after CC's release, the entire space is like, this is the best thing ever. I love it. And so it's so funny looking at the overall player base where it's literally a complete flip-flop of just the whole mindset, where it's just all the player base needed was just a good
some good fucking
game
food.
some good some good fucking food, some gabagool.
But like I have no doubts in my mind 1.4 will launch, we will have fun for a week, and then we're going to go back to EOS Field again.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just the state of the guy. Like this is a forever thing. Yeah. Gotcha.
Give it a year, and we'll finally be out of that phase. People will finally be like, "Oh, you know what? The game's actually in a good state now." But I think until we get to that point, it's going to flip flop constantly.
That's why I waited to make a video. I thought about making a video last week about the state of Endfield, and I was like, I'll just wait until CC fucking releases.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if this is a hot take or if this is just being mean, but like, isn't it disingenuous and kind of in bad faith to make like a 1.3 version review before Contingency Contract comes out? Am I crazy to think that? I didn't watch a single one of them. I just kept seeing them in my recommended. I'm like, what are we doing? Shouldn't we wait for the content of the patch and to judge it?
That's why, like, for this whole stream, I was like, I want to do a podcast for 1.3, and then I was like, let's wait until CC comes out. Yeah, like if I did the podcast last weekend, it was like we're shitting on the game right now. We are, but like it was going to be the most depressing podcast ever. It would be so miserable of a podcast. But because we have CC, we can talk about CC and like what are you other teams you guys are planning to do on for CC?
I mean, I've already said Electric, and then I'm going to try my physical team again with Wolfguard added somehow. I just haven't figured out how I'm going to do that, because just the more I think about all the different strats, I'm like, oh, Wolfguard's ability to basically apply constant combustion would probably help with the damage output quite a bit. So that's those are my two teams I'm currently looking at. And then once I have had my fill and I've reached the risk that I'm happy with, as high as I can get it with those teams, I think I'm going to fuck around with some ice teams just to see, because I have a fully built ice team. I just want to see how far I can take them.
For me, I'm interested in clearing, I think at the highest risk 40, and then I'm going to go back down to risk 30 to like try out all sorts of teams. One that my Blake in my Discord was talking about is Infinite Enmin Rock Loop with Administrator, Snowshine, Estella, and Elesh.
Just going all in on solidification and rocks?
Yeah, I kind of want to try that. That just sounds cool.
That does sound fun, actually.
He beat it at risk 31, so it's like, okay, it's playable.
Yeah.
I really like CC, but God, I feel like I got cucked a little bit. Like the fact that I don't have Ember, I don't have Tong Tong, and I don't have Gilberta. When I go look at oh my God, why am I forgetting his name? Jesus Christ, Keo, and he's like the best free to play team if you have Gilberta, and I'm like, fuck, like God damn it. Like that's the one thing where I really do feel like if you missed out on support characters, you are having a worse experience than if you had missed out on just your damage characters like Levantane or Fang Yi and stuff. And that's the one thing where I'm like, oh, like you can still do it with the 4 stars and stuff, but even if like the guide maker, the dude, Keo, is like, here's your free to play build. If you have this limited character, it's like, oh fuck, like you get all the rewards at 20, but 20 is easy. Anyone can do 20. If you can't do 20, Jesus Christ.
It was funny, again, browsing Reddit and seeing a huge number of people who are like, damn, 20 is so tough. This game's not for me. This combat system's janky as fuck. I hate it. It's too much work. Why can't I just go in and do my clear and be done? And you just have tons of then like people who respond to that being like, get good, scrub. It was so funny.
There was a thread where it's like, man, I hate this mode. And then the entire comment section is just the thumbs up emoji.
It's so funny because like I started with it and I was like, okay, I'll do risk 3 or whatever, risk 10. I did it and I was like, I'll do risk 20. I kept failing it. I failed it a couple times and I beat it. I was like, fuck yeah. And then I'm like, I've done risk 30. I'm shooting for 35. And I'm like, man, I wish I could do risk 20. That stuff is way easy and stuff. Which is funny. It's like I can like physically feel myself getting better at the game. Like
Oh yeah.
it's a documented way of telling you can tell that you're getting better at the game and stuff.
I think that for all of the nitpicking we've done about the combat and the risks for Contingency Contract, obviously we really love it. And I think it's like when you're in the high risk and like risk 40, risk 35 plus and all that, you can really, really feel it when it's like music. You're moving so perfectly. You have the exact line that you want. It just feels so seamless.
It does. It really like it does. It honestly like it doesn't feel too memorization. It just feels like you're like in a dance almost.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Exactly.
And you're finally like you're finally just doing the salsa and stuff. You're you're moving with the like it feels like a flow state basically. That's what it
It really
feels like.
does.
Have either of
And
you played Final Fantasy 14?
I have I put like 200 hours into it.
Because
And I was like,
when
okay.
you go into raids in Final Fantasy 14, like actual in-game raids, not just like the normal ones, it plays like a dance. That's the
There's so many
that's the
That's
vibe.
so
many
cool.
There's so many buttons. I like my action combat. Albeit, I was playing
Yeah.
Ninja with the controller, and I was like fucking
I-
Naruto out there, like doing combos and shit.
So
Up, down, left, right.
I know, complete side tangent. We're talking about a different game. I'll go really fast. But the next expansion for Final Fantasy 14 is cutting the buttons down by less than half.
That's great.
And they are specifically going into more of the action combat for people like you, Deadhound. So you
That's
might want to
good.
give it another shot when that next expansion drops.
My
Legitimately.
big MMO I was excited for literally turned to ashes of creation and ashes. So that's disappointing.
I'm sorry for you.
Yeah.
That sucks.
But anyways, yeah, so like I'll be honest, like CC has dramatically increased my skill level in the game. So it's almost going to be I'm almost worried about when CC ends and I'm like okay. Like what am I going to do, after CC ends?
You just made me remember. Before I had played CC, so Friday, I didn't get a chance to play basically anything Thursday, Friday because I was streaming.
Mhm.
I was seeing people in Pixel Tree's Discord who are like, "Oh, I've already hit 35 in 2 hours. This isn't too bad at all." And I sat there and was like, "Oh no, they made it easy. No." I have since, now that I've played it, I have since gone back to those people and gone, "Dude, you guys are insane. How the hell did you get 35 in 2 hours?"
Turns out Pixel Tree's chat are just savants at the game, I guess.
They're just built different.
I saw a freaking post and it was like if we only count you as a proper player if you've beat CC30 without Estelle and stuff.
Without
And
Estelle,
I was like, yeah. I thought that was funny.
I've been avoiding Estelle because everyone's like, "Oh, Estelle's a crutch," but I'm kind of I want to try her out. I want to see how that plays and how it feels because the idea of being just like a commander running around the battlefield avoiding everything while you're just giving orders actually sounds kind of funny.
You have to have
fun
the
to
other
do.
three built properly though. If you
Correct,
don't
yeah.
if the other three don't work with each other, Estelle is just dog shit and
Right.
stuff.
No,
She's
and that makes
completely
perfect
useless.
sense. But again, like it sounds kind of interesting. Yeah, some people think it's boring, but I think it sounds kind of fun.
I at least want to try it,
Yeah, exactly. But
I
I need to
was
build Estelle. I
funny-
don't have her built, so that's why I haven't tried yet.
Let me copy this image. Let me put this in the Discord for y'all. Renegade sent me this. I posted it to y'all. Let's see here. Let me zoom out a little bit. I can never
I'm
zoom
sorry,
in.
I have a skill issue.
So this. Multiple trial errors, but aim higher score than this. I'm getting addicted to CC, so I couldn't run from Fight My Life. Low-key a very bad CC for Fang. Each ways you run arts intensity, wolf card, simplification, merchant, and stale, and get easier, better clears. Sorry, I have a skill issue.
That's my.
It's super funny.
It's the same thing from original Arknights. One of my favorite things to do after I play myself is go to Reddit and watch all the skill issue responses. I don't know why. I find it so entertaining.
I've completely dropped frames. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
My kilobytes went to fucking 0.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at mine. I'm like, dropped frames, 0. Despite my camera failing multiple times.
I went from 10,000 to 0. Oh, it's coming back maybe. maybe.
At least we
Oof.
have Dracnus's VOD.
True,
Yeah,
true.
that's gonna be rough. I haven't you haven't dropped any frames. My bits have just dropped fucking like a slaughter fest. Anyways, but yeah, like I really, really like CC, and that's why I'm worried when CC's gone. I'm like, well, fuck, dude. What am I
Well,
gonna
now
do?
what?
Now what? But I did the experiment with more teams. I built everybody pretty much. I'm almost done building everybody. I should have everyone built by next cycle or next week, basically. So I'm excited to see what they implement. I really hope the new risks they add in change the play styles a lot more and stuff.
I would love to see
Um,
some added risks that make just like other team comps viable. Like ice. It would be cool if they go, hey, first week didn't have really any ice support. Let's give you some ice support. Like if you're playing an ice comp, maybe the cryo stacks that you build up actually benefit you in like for an ice team as like just an additional risk. That would be really cool.
Yeah, like I mean, like CC, like I've seen a lot of complaints about like it's like it's tough because it's like everyone's complaining about some of these characters aren't working, but the rule of thumb with CC is you build a lot of characters to use other characters, other team comps and stuff like that. It is disappointing. It's like for the majority of players, like 99.9% of players, it's killed ice. Unless you're that 0.01 that's just a crackhead that can do ice and 47 basically and stuff. But it's killed ice and it's hurt. Luckily, physical is such a vast amount of characters in physical that it hasn't done the damage that it could have done to physical even. And then lightning, I think, is doing quite fine. I mean, Fang Yi is a great character, albeit it hurts like a bitch having your character frozen constantly with how Fang Yi's works and stuff. And then Fire has pretty much, I haven't seen, if anything, if not, Fire is doing quite comfortably.
Lavatine, I think, was 47 clear, if I remember correctly.
That's true. That's true. I think it would have it would have been nice. It's almost tough because if you're going for that 47, albeit you're already psychotic, you know. I bet I want to see the stats of how many people cleared 47 out of the amount of people that played CC. It's probably
less than 1%.
0.05, 0.5 or something like that.
And that's
like
fine.
It's probably extremely low, which is fine. I did see a lot of people complain that it's unreasonable that it's basically impossible to get the max score. I saw a lot of people commenting on that, which is like they never played CC before, so they're coming out from other gotchas. They're like, this is bullshit. I can't clear the highest. Like, not only do they want all the rewards, which is like just clearing 20, they want all the rewards, and then they want to clear the highest difficulty as well.
I think those people just don't understand the point of the game mode.
Yeah. It's near impossible by design.
It's near impossible by design to have those specific people show up and show out and stuff. Now, it is really annoying if your whole thing is ice, because I know some people where their whole niche was ice and stuff like that.
There's some people who specifically were like, I love Last Right, I love Tang Tang, I'm going all in on this team, I don't care about the rest. And yeah, for those people, I get it. It really sucks that you have an event show up, it's the big event, and your team is the worst team. I can get that feeling. I understand.
Albeit, they did let everyone get a sneak peek when they gave the fucking CC to some specific YouTubers to play, like 2 weeks early.
Which I think was a choice.
That was a choice. That was insane to me. Like, I was like in the Discord with a bunch of other content creators, like in the program and stuff, and they were pissed, like actually pissed about it. I was like, oh shit, like they were not happy.
Yeah, I saw some of the complaints. I didn't dive into it, but I did read some of them.
I mean, the standard is to embargo all that information until the mode is out in any game for like content creators in a private server. So I just think it's just weird in general.
I legitimately, I think it was just another marketing attempt. They were like, hey, we need to make sure that like we get as many people with the CC launch as possible. This is a big chance to get a lot of people in who otherwise wanted difficult content. And they were like, okay, we got to market this somehow.
I think the misstep was giving it to guide makers, specific guide makers, because I forget who talked about this or who made a video about it, but it was very specific where I forget who talked about it, but it was if you give this hyper hard game mode, which is the penultimate game mode, which usually requires guides, and you gave it out to specific content creators, and some of those content creators being guide makers, and then they can play it and they get access to it weeks in advance. But then you all have these other guide makers that are also in your partner program that don't get access to it.
Yeah.
It's basically it's almost like paying out another person in lieu of that person.
What's the point of having a content creator program if you're not actually going to utilize the people in your content creator program?
If they use it fairly. Now, I'm not in the program. I don't know how it works and stuff like that. Now, obviously, it's like Fairy Tale where it's like the S tier guys go up in the top floor, the second floor, and everyone else is down here and stuff like that.
I don't want to say who, because I don't know if the creator program like tells you you're not supposed to tell people any of this information. So I'm not going to say who told me this. But I have 2 creators who are in the program who have told me some information about it. And it's kind of basically along the lines of you sometimes get early access to like a version of the game before it releases, usually like a week before. So you have time to make guides.
Mhm.
And then you also usually have like promotional items, like, you know, video, like direct video of the trailers, direct like models that you can use in your videos. Basically, they make it easier for you to create edited content.
Okay.
That's what the main things you get out of it right now.
Interesting.
I think my dream, for like the purpose of how my channel is, would be like if I were to ever make it into that content creator program, which I'm not in, XDDD, please let me in. It would be they give me like something to work with the lore before the patch comes out, and then I could make like a preview or like a trailer or a teaser of the patch, like a story teaser. That'd be kind of cool.
Did they at least respond to you? They just didn't respond to me.
They didn't respond to me at all.
Yeah,
I'm not
I think
big
it's
enough to
just
even put it in.
Yeah, I mean, like, so there for them it's 3K followers basically. That's
I'm
the
at
rule.
2K.
Yeah, same. And so I was like, okay, but it's funny, it's weird. So it's 3K now, but apparently if you had submitted an application like a long time ago, they just take you and stuff like that. So there's a lot of people in there that are like 15, 1,500, 1,000, 2,000.
Must be nice.
I'm like, but it is whatever, honestly. To be real, like the day and age of sponsored contracts with companies is, I wouldn't say specifically gotcha companies where you are the direct, like you work exclusively with them, is basically dying. Like if it was 5 years ago with like Genshin and stuff, it was both buku bucks if you were popular enough and also pennies on the dollar and you couldn't play any other game as well. But now in day and age, I think they've stopped doing that to an extent.
I think that the problem with it is having a content creator that is essentially like your direct, like you have hired a content creator to just make stuff for your game. The problem with that is you'd have to pay them enough to put them on payroll, because making content for just one game, especially a game that just came out, means you're not going to be able to make enough money on views to like make a living. So you'd have to be on payroll, and paying someone just to do that one thing is expensive and probably not worth it in the long run, especially when you'd have to have a lot of them to actually have a really good amount of marketing from it.
So it wasn't payroll, but it was popular during the COVID era, and then that just died, after the COVID era ended, basically, and stuff. And that was the big thing. But now it's definitely a lot less. I'll be honest, I'm almost disappointed how little they've utilized the content creator program for Endfield specifically. I feel like if you have exclusive access for content creators and that's your thing, if I was in charge of the content creator program, I'd be utilizing those guys left and right. Like they sort of utilize them.
Let me say something in vain of this. So I know that for Contingency Contract in CN and JP, there are net cafe events where people could go in, play them, and then if you get a high enough risk, then you get like little rewards, you get like a keychain or whatever.
Yeah.
If you think about what happens in the West, at least in America, we don't have any of that, first of all. Second, there are like sponsored LAN events where people bring in content creators all the time. I literally worked as the tech guy for the McDonald's and Genshin Impact collab LAN in LA. And then we had like a bunch of random content creators come in, play the game, interact with the crowd. I don't remember if it was live streamed or not, but stuff like that. Like you could run that shit here. There are Americans, me. Hey, let me in there. Hey, stuff like that. Like just run these content creator events. It's kind of a no-brainer. Like other games do this all the time, esports
Yeah.
especially.
They need to even not, it doesn't have to be in person. I'm going to use an example of a person that a lot of people hate is in WUWA, they gave Tectone a bunch of blank accounts for competitions where he could host competitions of the boss clears and stuff like that. And it was a big thing. It was really cool and stuff. Now it was only between content creators, so it was different content creators fighting going against each other in time clears, but it was still super cool to see. And it's like that's what they need. It doesn't have to be anything extreme and stuff like that, but you already have some pretty big like Enfield, I would say, is honestly missing some bigger content creators they like that are dedicated to it to extreme. Like obviously, like there's Smug and stuff like that.
I mean, he's
But
gotten big recently though. Like I wouldn't consider him like a huge content creator yet.
yeah, but I would say like if you look at, I'll be honest, like if you look other gacha games, there'll be like a dedicated content creator for it, and he's like 100K, 200K,
Like
etc.
like Box 2 for Honkai Star Rail, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
and then
Yeah.
maybe they branch off. I mean, like hell, even Arknights, you have Kuki, as well, pretty much.
Kuki,
and
I
stuff.
think, is probably the biggest right now.
And I would say if and forevermore, even now, you could still look at Kuki. He's the Arknight CC. He's not the Enfield CC. There is really no Enfield content creator that is to that extreme where there's a community around him. I mean, fucking Saint has a giant community around him, albeit everyone fucking hates him and them, but he has a community that exists, which if you're within that community, it is a really nice experience. If you're outside that community, it's less so of a nice experience.
Oh, there is
Kyo's too vague.
Yeah.
Kyo is
I haven't watched Kyo
all
in
over
a
the
bit
place.
though.
Kyo, I would honestly consider a variety guide maker.
Okay.
When it comes to gacha. I mean, he was
Yeah, I
playing
wouldn't
variety
consider
games
a
like
guide
last week.
maker like an influencer, you know what I mean?
Say that again. What?
I wouldn't consider like a guide maker like a normal influencer slash content creator, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're kind of stuck in that
It's its own genre.
guide niche.
A creator program can't save a bad game. Focus on making the game better instead of paying creators who don't even play it. I mean, yeah, honestly, like the fact that they were getting like, I mean, like they were getting like Asmongold or other generalist content creators like VTubers that come play Enfield, and then that did nothing. Honestly,
Well, yeah,
like let's.
That's a mistake in general. Trying to get like the really big streamers who generally don't even know how to play games.
So content creators can create a space if they're dedicated to the game. If you have a dedicated large content creator that's dedicated to Enfield, they can create a community around them, and that community can be synonymous with Enfield and vice versa. And that can obviously benefit the game when the guy's just a cool dude and stuff. But if he's always in drama, then it's really not so great as well.
I think the good choices that they made were like, what's it called? Like Iron Mouse, the Trash Taste guys. Those were good ones because that makes sense. They play those types of games.
They actually,
but like, why are we bringing
the Trash Taste guys
XQC?
actually like Arknights too.
Yeah.
So it makes sense for them to be like, oh yeah, hey, you like Arknights? Come play Enfield, and we'll sponsor you every now and then to like play the game again.
Yeah, but I would say with Enfield, there's really not like a dedicated content creator that's large enough to create like a space and stuff, and then also without that space, there's not a lot of people that stick around as well. Now, obviously, they're making enough money, but there's only so long that can happen where you're making enough money, and I think a lot of people, myself included, would like to see Enfield become like a game with a community around it versus just a game that we play on the weekends, and that's about it. And
the best example of a dedicated Arknights Enfield YouTuber, and I think it's just going to depend on whether he can actually stick it out through the harsh times of this first year or two, is probably Renegade. Actually, I'm gonna name drop Renegade as like the guy who has the best chance to really become the Enfield content creator. The problem is he has to be able to get through the rough patch of these first couple of years.
I mean, so Renegade's already not moving on, but like he's working on some other stuff. But someone mentioned in chat, you have to make a good game first. The creators will appear themselves. I mean, that's 100% true.
True.
At the end of the day, there's ways for companies. If you have I'm just saying, if you have a creator program, fucking use them properly. I think that's a pretty standard thing. Why would you? To be honest, it's a lot of issues with a lot of the current game itself. You have a lot of game modes like Swordmancy and other ones that exist, and you just haven't used them. That's my biggest issue. I would say with how this game is being handled is they have it's a bunch of really good ideas and really good starts, but it's the running gag of potential game modes currently.
Right. No, and all valid.
Tangent.
I mean, again, I'll go back to Warframe because I think that's another great example where they have a creator program. They also have a decent number of content creators who have been dedicated to their game, some have stayed, some have dropped off. It's been a mixed bag. Brozyme. People love to... I'm sure you guys have never heard of Brozyme. Brozyme is a dedicated Warframe YouTuber. He's been doing it for 13 years.
Jesus.
And he's had ups and downs because Warframe's not always super popular. It has its downsides too, but the fact is, guide makers in Warframe are huge, and he's probably the biggest one right now. And he also gets away with making other content for the game on top of that.
That's awesome.
But it took him like 5 years before he could make that a full-time job. That was not something that just happened. He had to stick it out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be, at the end of the day, the people will come. If you make it, the people will come and stuff.
Right.
But whatever, back to CC.
Okay.
Are there any risks you guys don't like other than
I
you think are bad?
I hate the no dodge. I understand that it's a skill issue. It just tilts me. And I don't want to be tilted, man. I just want to play the game and have fun.
The one that hurts me the most is the one that heals on crowd controls.
That one is an experience.
That one limits so many teams.
Right. Again, like almost every team I use. So all my favorite teams are physical currently. Like those are my favorites. And every physical team needs you to use lift or knockdown to generate vulns. And every single knockdown and lift I do heals the enemy by like 20% of its HP minimum. And that's if I'm running the 5% one. Like,
I saw something crazy. I was watching someone do it, and he was still using lift, but he was using that as a break in between so he could stack more vuln stacks. And then after the lift ended, like the guys were already getting healed, like they were getting healed, but he was using the lift to keep them up in the air and just dumping stacks on them of just vulnerability. And then the second they dropped, he hit them and just blew them the fuck up. I gotta find the video. It was insane.
That's what I've been doing. That's my strat right now with my Mifu runs for Risk 40.
That's exactly what I'm doing as well.
Stupid bulls.
The problem I have with it is, if you're going to do that way, you have to either somehow like get enough damage out with Mifu to burst them down before they can heal back up again. But like before you have to stack more bones on them, you have to one-shot them. Me issue. All my characters are level 80. I can't one-shot them. Even I had to drop. So I was running the 200% bonus health one. I had to drop that. I literally could not complete it with 200% HP on the enemies. I had to drop that and go down to 100% because it was impossible to clear when they were healing that up at the same time.
I'm still okay with my characters being level 80. I can see the fact that if I was at level 90, I probably would have been done with 35 by now. But I can definitely see, right now as my characters, I have Fangy at 90 and 12 on all their skills, and all the other characters are 80 with 9. But I can still sit here and go, okay, I can see myself clearing past like up to 40 with this team and stuff. It's just gonna suck, you know. But I can definitely see that being a thing. Someone brought up a really good point. I would rather there be no SP recovery on dodge instead of 0 dodge at all. And that's why I felt like the removing the dodge felt cheap to me. Is I felt like they could have come out with a better risk than just you can't dodge.
I mean, that could be because no dodge is 3, low stamina is 1. Why don't they have a 2 that is exactly that?
Or almost it takes SP away from you if you dodge. if you perfect dodge, it takes all your SP away from you.
That could be a good alternative
That's
3.
cool.
That could be
That's
a good
kinda
alternative
cool.
3, yeah.
That would be cool. Where you have to basically like you're trying to balance your bar while dodging and stuff like that. Like I think that would be interesting and
It would
something. Or
It would also give Vanguards a larger reason to be used, because what I noticed is a lot of people drop Vanguards entirely when they're going to the high clears. They just rely on
Really?
natural regeneration.
Huh.
That would give Vanguards a larger reason to exist as well.
Yeah, like that, or I'm trying to think. I'm trying to like think of like I don't dislike the pools. The pools of poison, Miyazaki. I don't hate them. But I actually, to be honest, I thought they're gonna be a lot bigger of an issue. I thought that was even a biggest issue, and then I was like, oh, this is like a
Yeah.
whatever. I don't
I
I
mean,
don't care.
If you're playing melee.
yeah. As a guy who's been using Ember for most of my high run clears so far, solidification plus pools has been the cause of most of my failed runs. Vast majority.
That's why I have an issue. My issue with my team is I can't see shit. Fang Yi is so flashy, especially if you have that minus 60% combos where you're spamming skills and combos so much, you can't see anything. Most of my deaths have been from stuff that they sent out the flash that was about to attack me, but because it's blinding, I can't see that, and I die from it. And then some of them have definitely been hit reg issues.
You need to go into the new meta of turn your graphics settings to minimum.
Fuck, dude, maybe.
I'm not kidding.
I think
actually, I did that.
I might have to do that, honestly. There's some modifiers that I think the most creative modifier has been that freeze on combos and then using different elements or become battle skills to get out of that freeze. That's really creative.
It's
like
really
that.
fun. Yeah,
That's why it's so disappointing to see the fucking no, you can't dodge instead of you dodge, you lose a battle skill, or you different things like that. Or oh my god, we get
speaking of losing battle skills, I have been noticing. Okay, once I do a whole bunch of runs, I start to get tired. It's normal.
Yeah.
I started making the mistake of going, oh, I need to cast my ultimate. Press button. Oh, wait, no, I need to hold it down. Oh, no, I've wasted SP.
I do that so much, man.
Yeah, I've done that so many times. Or using his skill, because Fang Yi's battle skill is very long, honestly.
It is.
And if you dodge out of it, you kind of lose it sometimes. There's like
the same way.
There's like a halfway point with Fang Yi's skill that you can dodge after that halfway point and it will still continue to be activated. But if you dodge before it, you lose it, which is cool to notice that, because this is like, I'm not going to care about how the characters are built or how their abilities act or interact with each other until I have content where I feel like I need to have that. Exactly. And now that I have that in CC, I'm sitting there literally watching my characters, like feeling how they interact with each other and what I should do in each situation. So it's really cool to see that. And that's why, like, next week, I swear, if they just go, here's 2 risks for the week, I'm gonna crash out. I want to see like 15 more risks, you know. Hopefully it's not that they limit the other half of the operators. Now we're stuck with one team basically or something. But
people are gonna go for max risk again. We're gonna see like 50 plus risk. It's gonna go insane.
I want it.
I wonder what the content update is gonna be. Is it gonna is max risk going to be freaking 75 now, or is it going to be they get rid of all the risks we currently have and there's a new max risk 47 for the next week?
No, it's just going to be a new batch.
It's going to be a new batch. If it works anything like the original Arc Knights, which so far it's been pretty close, it's just going to be a new batch of risks. The new max will go up.
There'll be like 10 risks about.
Yeah.
Someone said bring up class bans. I don't know about that one, but
but the original Arc Knights did do that. They had they had limitations on what classes you could bring.
No guards or deployable, stuff like that.
Nothing that flies.
The problem is with that is we might not have enough characters yet to make that really worth doing yet. That might be too limiting.
I saw another idea. It was the I might have been you, Ramen, that mentioned it. Is the map gets smaller and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching your video.
It was interesting.
Yeah, I did watch your video. All right, look at that. Watch your video. But like the map gets smaller and stuff, or oh my god, like they could really pop off. Like on stage 2, the map just blows up and you fall down into a different map or something like that.
Dude,
like that would be interesting.
Just stage hazards in general that are not from the enemies. Like we have the damage pools, But hey, like, we had the fucking boulders and the banana peels in the latest area. Why can't we have that in my CC clears? Like, have that be a risk where, like, boulders can randomly roll through the arena. You gotta avoid them.
And they instantly kill you.
Yeah.
I do think it is kind of funny that this is the first CC and there's not a single land breaker.
Didn't even think about that. You're totally
Yeah.
right. It's
Yes.
all Agaloy.
It's all Agaloy. Not a single land breaker. I did think that was a little bit funny. I was like, okay, that's a choice.
And maybe it's supposed to be a lore thing. I don't know if you've heard. There's some people that are mad about the lore of CC in this, which is very funny to me because CC barely had any lore to begin with. But the original CC's lore basically went along the lines of it was a system where people could throw bounties out to a messenger, and the messengers would take it out to all these different PMCs, and the PMCs could just pick what they want to do. And that's the whole idea of CC. That's all the lore that we had. Going into this one now, the lore is, that same like structure was carried over to Talos 2, but because there's no catastrophes, they instead are focused on ether events and like protect against ether events. That's all the lore. That's it.
Mindfire said,
"Give." That breaks it. I'm not gonna lie.
Me either. I don't think it matters, but it's just very funny that some people are kind of mad about it.
Mindfire said, "Give me a landbreaker with a glowing katana."
No, please.
I also, Polino was brought up a point. It was like it'd be too much wrong one. It was class bans make no sense in Endfield since classes are arbitrary and make no sense. I'll be honest. Up until CC, I do feel like classes have felt very vague, per se, and some of them were just fucking useless. Now it's cool that CC's made it so some characters are useful now and awesome. But it still does feel like there's no, especially from Arknights and stuff, there's really no just thick line between classes.
There is some defining factors about each class, but it is nowhere near as defined as it was in the OG game.
Mm-hmm. Now, it has become more defined as the game come out, or as the characters have come out, but also like if we look at Camille, he's a Vanguard, but he's also got a lot of support in his kit and stuff.
I
Where
wonder if you could do like a risk instead of outright banning, like a class like a guard. It's like Vanguards generate 50% less SP, stuff like that.
Or like if you bring a caster, all of their abilities cost 50% more SP. Stuff like that. Like you could definitely do things with each individual class that adds more variety than just outright banning them.
For heal, if you have a support character that heals, it should be you heal, but you also get a debuff with that heal, like a damage down on your character, or like
they could go all sorts of ways with this for sure.
Yeah,
they could get really creative with that. Like, oh my god, not like hyper specific to characters specifically, but like if you like instead of where like if you CC an enemy, it just heals them. Instead of that, I would say like if you CC an enemy, it removes stacks.
Removes a Vuln stack.
Removes Vuln stacks, or it
That's
gives
fucked
them
up.
that, or it gives them defense stats or something like that, or oh god. Or the second if you CC an enemy, the second they become un-CC'd, their damage goes up by like 100%, and their movement speed goes up by 100% or something like that, or their attack speed. Like they get really creative with it.
There's a lot you can do.
They've been extremely creative. I'll be honest. I'm shocked how creative they have been. I mean, to be honest, it's been the creativity bar on this whole CC has been from 0 to 100. You got a little bit of everything. Simple as you can't dodge to this spiel of words about you being frozen about using your abilities and your combos, and then there's a way for you to unuse it as well and stuff.
Oh yeah. So, or like, apply a vulnerability and then you gotta wait 10 seconds for that character to do damage again. Another one though is like modifying enemies. We were talking earlier about like, they can add enemies. Another one that Arknights has already done is, hey, here's an enemy that's already in the fight. We gave it an extra move now. Here's a risk that gives that enemy an extra move.
Yeah, like Umbral Monument special moves, make that a risk.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be cool. I'm trying to think of what I'd want. Or it's just weird they didn't have land breakers, honestly. I would love to see a CC that just adds in different. Maybe next week they added new enemies. Who knows?
Well, there's also another one is their original Arknight CC also had more than just one stage, and that might just be because Infield takes more time to develop. Maybe they don't have the time to create 4 to 5 different stages like they do in Arknight CC. But second week, what if we got a second stage with different enemies completely?
Yeah. I'm not exactly holding my breath over that because it's a beta.
Yeah, same.
But it would be cool. Also on the Landbreaker thing, CCs tend to be themed, and they'll have certain enemies for that theme. So right now it's, I guess, an Angloid theme. We'll get a Landbreaker theme for sure at some point.
I just hope we get CC again, like a bit sooner than 6 months to a year.
Yeah, same.
That's because it has been so much fun.
The theory that I was seeing was, again, like it could just be like alternating patches. We get the main story patch. The main story patch releases with some other game mode, and then we have the middle patch, and then that patch gets CC. And if that's the case, then we'd be getting CC every like 3 months.
We're missing equivalent to daily rotating maps on first seasons of Arknight CC.
Yeah, we're missing that. Yeah,
For sure.
but again, I don't know if that's going to be a thing in Infield and like at all. It may not be something they do.
This is a really good beta, regardless. At the end of the day, for CC, and then just the way creative people like Polina, like using only Rosie. What you clear Polina 35 risk with just
what?
I thought I saw 37 or 39.
Last time I checked, I think it was 35. Is that right, Polina? I know you're in there.
I think it got higher, Polina, right?
Yeah, Polina, I need to know.
Character, with one character is insane to me, honestly.
Hopefully she's put that on her YouTube channel, because I gotta see that.
I think it is. Oh, she streamed it. Well, she has like she has 2 streams, and it's like one's 9 hours, the other one's like 12 hours. So like she was cooking and stuff.
Full degen.
Because I need to see that. That sounds insane. I want to see that.
Okay, so someone added me in my Discord of the Arknight CN CC lore dump, basically. Let me put this in the Discord, albeit you're not going to read it because it's all in Chinese. But it goes through a lot, it looks like, and stuff.
Oh, let's see.
38 solo. 38 solo, Rozzy.
What a beast.
That's insane.
Fucking wild.
That's insane. Ducklord said, "Yep, I just saw that. I need I don't speak Chinese, so I gotta 2 sessions, 20-hour streams for that. I did 32 solo Chen and 35 solo Tong Tong." Yuri said. See, the VOD is available. She put the timestamp in the description of when she cleared. So on her and Polina's VODs, she put the timestamp of it. Yeah, I was like, oh my god! Someone mentioned to me, I was like, I don't believe that. But I was going through my friends. Have you guys gone through your friends list yet to see what level they've cleared? I went through my friends list. There's someone had like 40. There's 3 people that have 45, and I was like, oh my god! I was like, holy crap!
I have 4 people on my friends list, and I don't remember which ones they were, but I have 4 people who have reached 47.
Wow.
I just want to get past 40. I think I'd be satisfied for the first week just to get past 40. That's my goal.
That's my goal. Is I want to hit 40, try and get a little bit further if possible, but if I hit 40, I'll be happy.
I'm too ashamed to look at my friends list until I hit 40.
I mean, I went through my friends list, and it was like I went through I think 50 something people in my friends list, and I got down to like 25, and then everyone else hadn't logged in like 63 days, and I was like, holy shit. But here, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
In the mean, while he's there, I do want to say I looked at my friends list, and it's not a secret. I've been helping Terrastorian a lot with scripts lately. The lead Terrastorian guy is Akka, so I saw that Akka hit risk 20 and stopped. And so I immediately messaged him in the Terrastorian Discord and went, "Come on, man, come on, we can do a little better, buddy. You can do better than this." And so I'm trying to push him, but of course Akka is going to now come back and be like, "Hey, man, you didn't join." Terrastorian meetings happen in the mornings on either Saturday or Sunday, and it was chosen to be Sunday. And I was like, "Sorry, man, podcast can't make it." And so I know he's gonna he's gonna come back and be like, I'm not gonna do 20 because of you, fucker." I'm not going to go above 20 because of you.
I do like the idea of every stand-up starting off in the first 10 minutes of publicly shaming your team members based off of their risk scores.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm already planning on doing. It's It's so much
Just print
fun.
it all out. Let's go through the list, everybody.
Well, we also Terrastorian divides up the workload in like we always have like 3 or 4 projects running at once. And so one of the ideas I had randomly was like, hey, what if we assign job roles for the next couple of projects based off your CC clears? The higher the CC clear, the higher your vote is for what you want to work on.
With the higher the load, you're not rewarding it.
Well, no, like specifically, like you say, you have the highest score within the team at 45. You get the first pick of what you want to work on.
Oh, I see. The way I read that was like the level of menial work based
Oh.
off of your risk
Oh,
score.
no. You get punished.
Exactly.
for getting high scores.
Oh, your risk was only 10, buddy? Really? You're doing all the research right now.
Pretty much. That's what I'm thinking. That seems funny. No, our research team actually, we've been struggling because our research team has been getting really busy just with personal life. So we're
Yeah.
down to like 2 or 3 people doing research right now, and we're going out and looking for more people to help us with research lately. We've been going to the wikis and finding wiki helpers, people who are just
like
supplying
who
to the wiki.
edited the wiki?
Yeah, who edited it, and we're reaching out to them and pulling some of them in.
I
So-
am very appreciative to them. I read so much from that wiki whenever I'm trying to like find
Same.
the barest of information. It's crazy.
The wiki is so useful. There's some information in there that's like, you can tell they were like, we're not really sure, so we're going to put some of our own interpretation in there. So you have to be careful
Yeah.
with that. But for the most part, it's pretty good.
Welcome back,
Enfield's
Hound.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm back. Sorry, I was reading this. Enfield's team can run a CC tournament with accounts and prize provided by Hypergriff. Hypergriff will provide accounts on server dedicated for the tournament. Hypergriff will sponsor cash prizes of $11,000, $7,000, and $4,000. That's for CN.
Yeah,
So
they're seeing
it's-
the value of. I mean, they like we said before, they did the same thing, kind of with net cafes for Enfield,
Mhm.
where community run events like that. That's just amazing. We need more of those. Of course, the gotcha sphere in NA, I guess, is not the best, so they won't do it. But still, I want it.
I mean, like, I think most people like it's difficult to do that for Enfield out the gate, anyways. And then there's just really not a lot of content to do it in. And then I mean, like for Arc Knights on the EN side, there's been a lot of people that are doing two cool things. Like fucking Leverboy, who did the fucking
Struggle Protocol.
Stronghold Protocol and shit. That shit was cool as fuck. That was insane to me. That like how quickly he set that up and everything.
Oh yeah, like within a week, it felt like insane spin up time. Loverboy, shout out, and to your singular staff member, singular. No one else did any of the work.
Unemployed, unpaid labor. But yeah, like it's just difficult, honestly. And I mean, to be honest, Enfield State, like fucking, it was not funny, but it was interesting because I watched Smug's video about there being no content in the game and about how they advertise the game. And he kind of like they were like, oh, he crashed out. He sort of crashed out, but not really. He was very angry about it. And then like the next couple streams after that were him playing Uwa, and I was like, ooh. But there's it's difficult, I would say. And then also just I don't know what the content creator program space is like for Enfield, how communicative they are per se, with and open to doing content creator led events, especially on the EN side. I don't know, because like obviously Griffline is the new publisher company they made. Now, love it or hate it, Yostar at least knew how to communicate sort of sometimes when they're not fucking up the game. But it definitely feels like for Griffline, they're really good. They're really good in the Asia area, but they're not doing so hot on the Western Hemisphere, I would say, as their publisher company. So I'm really curious who or what they have working for them.
From what I hear, the JP and CN numbers are going a little crazy.
Oh, are they?
So, yeah. My I plan on going to Anime Expo, and my dream is I randomly see a Hypergriff employee or whatever there when I go to their booth when I go buy shit, and I convince them, hey, let me into that creator program you got there. It's me, Ramen Blitz, the guy.
The guy, the man, the myth, the legend.
I heard JP Bros hard carry the global income for Enfield. Honestly, that makes sense because, like, realistically, if I see most people's friends list, I see the state of what people talk about on the EN side of the Western side about Enfield, and it just doesn't make sense for Enfield to make that much money, and be that still stay steady, which makes me assume that it must be the Asian side of the world or the Eastern side of the world that is carrying the game.
I will say there is a very large significant portion of people, I know because I was one of these people before I started making YouTube videos, who do not interact with a single anime or gacha fandom community for any game or anime because, frankly, those communities are, not great. And a lot of those people, they're not exposed to the negativity on social media for this game, and they are having a good time from the people that I've talked to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's been
I mean,
what I've heard as well.
Gacha game communities are the most fun for like the first year. It's great. Everyone's having a blast. Everyone's interacting with each other. It's fun as fuck. And then they have like inter-content creator drama. It happened with Genshin, with Atsu. It happened with Wua, with Saint Toss and stuff like that. History repeats itself when it comes to these.
So are you saying that Infield's worst content creator drama is still yet to come?
Yes.
Yikes.
I 100% believe that. With how this game is being marketed, with the amount of people they're reaching out to try to get to play this game, a very wide audience, this is being treated as if it is similar to Genshin or Wuwa and stuff like that.
I don't want something worse than Saint Tass and Turboro. Come on.
We can get the jump on this. We can start drama ourselves. Everybody name a content creator you'd like to get into drama with and say why.
But now maybe there might not be drama yet because there isn't really any content creators for Enfield. To be honest, like most, I would say the average content creator, like larger content creator and stuff like that, is a sub 30K, sub 100K and stuff. I'd say more so sub 30K.
Yeah.
There's really anything more than 30K that is dedicated to Enfield. Most of the Enfield dedicated content creators are that between 1,000 to 2,000 and stuff like that. Or not 2,000, 10,000. That's where most of the dedicated Enfield content creators are and stuff.
I am
roast
curious
Dr. P. Everyone just went Dr. P, but in chat the fucking roast.
Oh man, I need to get back to Dr. P because
he's French.
The last I think it was Dr. P. We were talking at one point about possibly doing something together, and we never followed it up. I need to get back to him.
Yeah, he's super down to do anything.
Yeah,
I love Dr. P. He's a great guy. But yeah, like with Enfield, there's not really any content creators to do drama with other than just like itsy bitsy stuff. Which I mean, like people will form videos about like 1,000 subscriber content creator having beef with another 1,000 subscriber content creator. But there has to be a community for there to be beef first. Usually.
So there's one guy we could start beef with, and he would just gladly accept it and be willing to just. It wouldn't even be malicious. He would just be like, "Yeah, let's start beef. We'll just pretend it's a thing and
for fun."
Supa.
Yeah, exactly. Supa. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Supa would gladly just be like, "Oh yeah, okay. What do you want to? What kind of beef do you want to manufacture?"
Love of the game right there.
Yeah.
I love it.
Just arguing for sport.
Yeah. 100%.
That shit was so fucking funny. Oh my god. The last one with him and I forget his name was so entertaining.
I mean, that was that was the first podcast we did, wasn't it?
No, so the beef was Supa had it was about
I thought you were talking about the podcast. Okay.
It was about closure, I think, or something.
Oh yes.
Storn. Okay. Was it Storn? I think it was Supa and Storn.
Yeah.
And that shit was so fucking funny.
Gotcha. Okay. I misunderstood what you were talking about at first.
Oh my god, it's already
we have now been going for 3 hours. I know you said you wanted to keep this down.
Oh my god.
but I told you in advance this was going to happen. We always go long.
It does happen like this. Let's see. Maybe it's because Enfield is much more popular in Asia. The kind of game Hypergriff is making is different from what many Western players expect from a gacha. Yeah.
Partially. I think it's partially true.
I'd say so. I mean, I would say, I don't know. I don't know, really. I'll be honest. I still don't know the direction this game is trying to take.
I like
We're
to
just-
think that contingency contract's a good indicator.
Yeah, it is. It just sucks. It's temporary. It really is.
We were talking about content creators, and I didn't think about this until just now. But the best, like, as much as we talk about, like, oh, they shouldn't be going outside of the creator program, they have all these creators, they should use them. I think there is one exception to that. The amount of factory game YouTubers who they have been sponsoring to play Infield has been legitimately amazing. I think that has brought in a lot more players than people give that credit for, because they get a lot of views on those videos. And
Well, they pop off.
and they pop off, and they don't complain about it. They actually seem to enjoy the game for the most part.
Because they're not coming from a gotcha lens. They're coming from a game lens.
They're
you know
just
what I
going
mean?
like, oh, hey, this is a factory game. I'm going to play the factory game, and then once I finish the factory, I'll move on. And that's exactly how I think they want it to be played, to some degree at least.
Yeah, like I think we've talked about this where like I would say about the story where it feels very open, and it was mentioned that it probably feels very open because they're leaving themselves open for like the changes and stuff like that. But that almost annoys me, like how like open the story is per se, where like it feels like almost the writers don't even know where they want to take it and stuff. Like that
See,
almost annoys me.
okay, but here's my thing. Okay, obviously, I came from the original Arknights as like from the beginning of the game. You did not, Deadhound.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Ramen. I don't know if you started from the get go on Arknights.
Yeah, I was a day one.
You
or
were a
week
day one. Okay, so I'll just address Deadhound on this then. Deadhound, did you get the feeling
me.
as you were going through the first 8 chapters of Arknights that you were not sure where the story was going, or did you always feel like you kind of had an idea of where it was going to head next?
I felt like there was like when I was reading the story, the writers felt like the writers had an end goal in mind
Mhm.
and
Okay.
stuff. Like we were leading up to something. But it feels like with Enfield, it's like we're leading up to something, but it feels like edging practically and stuff with Enfield, where it's like 1.2 was the penultimate thing. No, it's actually 1.4 and stuff. And I feel like when are we gonna finish, guys? Like when's the end of the act for Wuling, basically? And stuff.
The reason
And
I
almost
asked is because when I played through it as it was coming out, I think it was chapter 7. I just finished chapter 7, and I remember getting to the end of chapter 7 and going, okay, we're going to go beat Tallulah. What's going to come after that? And I legitimately was sitting there being like, I don't know what's going to come after Tallulah. It doesn't feel like we've had a lot set up. Now, I can go back and be like, oh, those first couple of chapters, those early chapters did set up everything that came up after, but I couldn't see it yet. And
it feels
yeah, no, I mean that was my point. But just like retroactively, I can see that they set stuff up, but it was hard to tell in the moment.
I think like with Enfield, it just feels like a consistent vague post, like what happened to Nephirith, you know, and Nephirith, whatever happened with Nephirith did not feel like a satisfying wrap up of Nephirith and stuff like that.
She wasn't a satisfying character.
At least her
Fucking
boss
hot,
fight
though.
was cool. I want a
was.
more difficult version of her boss fight,
She had
honestly.
cool
Yeah.
armor. Yeah. And then like we have the vague posting king. What's his name?
Ardashir. I actually like him a lot.
He's cool. I like him.
I have an entire video in the works for Ardashir. He has so much lore to work off of.
But 1.2 leading up to 1.2 felt like it was going to be the end of the act, and then it really wasn't. And then it was but wasn't. It felt like more the end of the story than the end of the act. And then we're leading up to 1.4 and now feels like the end of the Wuling act. But with them planning to be in the zone for a year, and we probably still have 2 more patches after 1.4, I'm like, okay, well, I bet you 1.4 is probably not that penultimate end of the act. Like all these chapters, usually there's a giant ending act, but I felt like we're eventually going to get to the end of the Wuling arc or the Wuling act, and it's just going to be a lore dump just in that chapter, and that's going to be like, all right, we're done now and stuff. It doesn't feel like I'm getting a paced out lore content or like direction.
Can I do some theory crafting really quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will do my best to not include Arknight spoilers in this theory crafting. 1.4, we know we're going to the North Exclusion Zone. We also know that Ardashir is currently trapped inside of a pocket reality within the scroll by the power of Sui. Um, I know, Deadhound, you don't fully understand what the power of Sui even means because the game Infield only goes so far to explain it.
That came out of nowhere in 1.2.
It's
I'll
all
be
Arknight's
honest.
lore.
I
Sui
know.
is all Arknight's lore. And so we know he's trapped inside the book, or inside the scroll. We know that the Sui sibling is going to be showing up and helping us at some point. Whether it's 1.4 or later, we don't know. I think after 1.4 and after the North Exclusion Zone, the next area, or at least the next main story area, is going to be an area inside the scroll, like an actual dedicated zone inside the scroll.
That would be cool.
I'm not even worried about like what comes after Wuling, because like every new act is a new story as a whole, new zone, new story. So I'm not even like worried about that. I just felt like we haven't got enough context clues to even wrap up the Wuling arc yet and stuff.
See, that's my
That's what it-
problem is there's not a lot that I can't think of too much that we still have in terms of like loose ends for Wuling. We've already wrapped up all the major threats. It's just North Exclusion Zone, Ardashir, and the Scroll. Those are the only two plot items that we still have to resolve.
I mean, would you say even Neferith was wrapped up properly?
I don't think she's dead. I think she'll come back.
I think
But
the Aether's weird.
the Aether's weird. We still
Yeah.
don't know a lot about it. And even like my theories on what the Aether is and what it's doing is muddy at best. I could be completely wrong on what I think it's actually doing.
In the most recent patch, there's like a weapon file that describes somebody who feels like a phantom limb, but in the ether.
Right,
And they're
yeah.
like looking for the ether to try and find that limb. And I'm like, what if Neferith is just like in there? I don't know.
I legitimately so we saw Neferith evaporated in a cloud of dust before she hit the ether like puddles, the ether wave at the bottom.
Yeah.
She evaporated. She didn't fall in. Did she die from originium suddenly like consuming her body and then like exploding?
Cancer.
But like did the originium that
Cancer.
Inman infected her with actually just do that? Because if that's the case,
Give her AIDS.
minor lore spoilers, but Reconvener's already kind of spoiled this. She could be in the AU.
Yeah.
That's one possibility.
Ooh.
Second possibility, that was her like somehow fleeing to an Aether realm. So I don't think she's dead. I think she fled. She either fled to an Aether realm or she's in the AU. Those are my two current theories.
I like the implication is really funny to me that the Endman is just gonna die. I'm now gonna interrogate you in the
AU. Yeah.
I can't take the Edmund seriously every time I see him fly around in a stupid fucking rock like it's a goddamn magic carpet. Like I just can't take that seriously. Every time I see it, it kills me. But like this doesn't, the Wuling arc doesn't feel like an arc. Like if you go from chapter 0 to chapter 8 in Arknights, it's all been surrounding the reunion and stuff, and they've all been different aspects of reunion, and it's felt everything felt about reunion and stuff. It doesn't feel like that.
No.
I think Wuling is just blatantly not done. I think what we've experienced in up to 1.2 is the equivalent of us kind of like chilling in Lungmen in the beginning of the story, and then we're gonna move out into the North Wuling exclusion zone. And I'm pretty sure from just pure vibe checking off of the 2-minute fucking IGN teaser, it's that it feels like everything's about to go wrong. Everything's about to go south.
No, 1.4 story is going to be about Arcane dealing with her trauma about her lost fallen comrades in the exclusion zone, and that's probably going to be a whole it's probably 2 chapters. That's going to be a whole chapter, and then the other chapter is probably going to be about the overarching Sui lore and stuff. That's what it's probably good. That's the 2 chapters probably.
But I have to imagine there are tie-ins to the greater plot in the sense of Ardashir, in the sense of I don't know, whatever the heck happened with Neferith. We know that this is like one of the most major Aether infected zones like ever. So we are gonna get lore here. We just have to. Otherwise, what's the point of us being here?
Well, okay,
Yeah.
actually, really quick, Ramen, correct me on something here. In 1.2, when we help Feng Yi, Was that the very large rift that we closed?
I don't think so. I think that was
I
just
hated
another
this
rift.
story.
That was just another
I
rift, you think? Okay.
I think so.
Because
The very
that's what I'm
large
still not
rift,
sure
I
about.
think, is what we see in the ocean.
Oh, you think so? Okay.
I,
That could be.
I think that's part of it, anyways.
That's what I'm still a little muddy on. Is the very large rift still there, or is that the one we closed? I'm not 100%.
I'm pretty sure it's still there. I'm pretty sure it's still
Okay,
there.
okay.
Did you guys like the Zhang Fengyi story, by the way? I actually thought it was kind of good.
I thought it was great. I thought it was fantastic.
No.
I thought it was good. I thought it was a very
really?
good,
You didn't like it?
I thought it was a
felt-
good play on like trauma, PTSD, self-destructive tendencies on a character. I thought it was decently good
It
character
sucks,
writing.
and maybe this is why I liked it so much. Feng Yi reminds me of myself because I overwork myself way too fucking much.
Yeah, it's very self-destructive. And then she does the boneheaded idiot move of going to the portal herself because she's in her own head.
She
in those
doesn't want
self-destructive
to
tendencies.
ask for help because she thinks
Yes,
it's her
exactly.
job. Yeah, unfortunately, I fully relate to that way too much.
My critique on that part of the story is I wish it was properly integrated into the greater plot, because
Yeah.
instead of going to some anomalous rift underground, what if she confronted Neferith on her own instead, and then we eventually came up and showed up? Stuff like that.
That's still a complaint I have about 1.2 is Neferith's whole appearance felt contrived.
Yeah.
She like, you are like, oh, Artist here is going to distract us. Okay, distract us from what? But if she was supposed to attack the city while we were distracted by Artist here, well, she fucking failed at that because she just waited. So like, I think that's the one complaint I have with 1.2 is it does feel like Neferith's appearance and the way that they decided to do her boss fight felt a little contrived. They were like, why? Like, it would have made a lot more sense if she like fought Feng Yi lost, and then we had to come in and
fold it
clean
into
up
that story.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah, you
so
could
much
all wrap it
better.
in together. Or like maybe she got down into the rift and she was making that rift worse, and that's why we then had to go in and fix it later. Like, there's tons of things they could have done to make it better, and I just feel like they fell a little short of that. The story was great, but that's the one like problem I really
I will
have with it.
say that there's something to be said. I'm actually planning on making a video about this later on when we get 1.4, because I just want more material to work with. But one thing that Enfield does do really well is the storytelling, I think. In particular, I think Zhang Fengyi writing the letter scene, and we see her micro facial expressions. I thought that was pretty well done. And then I will say there is a huge difference between writing in general, a story between a light novel-esque 2D medium versus a 3D medium versus a movie versus a novel. You know what I mean? I just don't think Hypergriff is experienced at this.
Yeah, no, I fully agree.
Yeah.
Like,
Because like we could yes, the story beats are there, but
Yeah.
it's not told in the best way other than like specific storytelling moments. It's just that they're not experienced at actually telling that story in the 3D medium.
Again,
Showing things more visually, where in Arknights they'd go like a 2-paragraph of exposition or whatever between like some actual dialogue.
Writing a novel is very different from telling a movie. It's why adaptations exist.
Yes.
You can't keep it one-to-one. And it's very clear that they're still learning how to do that adaptation.
Look at Project Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Project Hail Mary is a lot more technical in the book. It's a lot less technical in the movie.
The book is so much better than the movie, but like the movie is still decent. It's just that they have to remove stuff to make the movie possible. Otherwise, it would be 6 hours long.
Everything, like even Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is one of the best trilogies ever, as well, including the books. But they changed it. You know, they all showed up in fucking Helm's Deep and stuff.
Peter Jackson had to make a ton of choices about what he was going to merge and exclude, and I think he made all the right decisions. But like, those decisions had to be made, and you still have book readers of Lord of the Rings who still come back and go, movies removed this scene and it was one of my favorite scenes. Fuck Peter Jackson. And like, that still happens.
I do think, just like in the story for Enfield, it feels like a parallel but opposite of Arknights, in the sense that like we have Aether instead of Originium or whatever, but Aether doesn't feel as interesting of a thing to what we felt like when you were playing Arknights and you first got introduced to Originium. It felt very interesting. I wanted to learn more about it. Aether, I just am not interested in at all. It doesn't
I'm
feel
not sure
like
if I
at
agree
the level.
because to me, initially Originium was clear cut. It was an allegory to systemic discrimination, stuff like that. When I didn't really think of it greater towards the whole language, space, rock, cancer thing.
Mhm.
It's just, that allegory. Where the ether, yes, we don't fully know what it is, but it's not as if Originium was inherently more interesting, I think, off the rip. I think what I feel like and would prefer is for Originium and the ether to represent two different themes throughout the story. And I'd rather them to play off of that rather than it just being the same exact shit as the OG Arknights. A lot of people are complaining that yes, the Enfield story isn't grim, dark tonally, but at a certain point it's it can't just be dark. At that point it's just slop. At that point it's Overlord or some shit like that.
Yeah,
You
true.
have to have something with it.
Well, the interesting about Originium was how integrated it was into everyday life in the world of
And it's
Terra,
powering.
and
Yeah.
how
Catastrophes, the power systems,
powers,
arts.
how people are treated,
Yeah.
everything. It's integrated so well, trying to cure it and stuff like that. And it also felt very fucking annoying when you come over to Enfield and we're making money off Rhodes Island made money off of cures and treating Originium. But this shit's bullshit. We're giving people cancer and then treating them in
But
Enfield.
that's outright the theme and the dilemma. Yes, it is giga cancer, it is giga space AIDS, but it's also so integrated into the society. And honestly, Aether is kind of like that too. Proto-rig technology with us teleporting is a combination of Aether and Originium. There's a lot of Aether research happening with Enfield. They're trying to do the same thing with Originium to try and integrate it. It doesn't give you space cancer, but you do die when you touch it.
Well, am I still? Again, this is based off of the bits of lore we get. Especially, I think the biggest one that I'm pulling from here actually is there's two quests. Specifically, Gilberta's quest, which Gilberta's quest has a story problem, but this is not relevant to that.
Yeah.
And then the second quest is the one in what's the Valley 4 area with the crater? Where the tree was, and we had to fight the Triagolos.
Oh,
I don't remember
I
the
know
name
what
of
you're
it.
talking about, but I
Yeah,
don't know the name.
The Lode Spring, thank you. There's a little side quest in the Lode Spring where you got to go rescue this dude who got trapped, between two ether areas, and he fell down a pit. That guy plus a character that you can read lore of in Gilberta's quest, they didn't get directly hit by ether. They kind of just were exposed to it in the area for a long period of time, and both of them show memory loss, general degradation of their just general degradation of mental faculties, but also degradation in their physical ability. It's almost or ether sort of regressed them backwards. Yeah. And so I've been taking that and going, does ether sort of do the opposite of Originium, which again, kind of lore spoilers for him, but Originium kind of is why humans in Endfield are the way they are.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking ether might reverse that process. This also would explain why Ember loses her wings, and her connection with PCS may be degraded because ether is affecting that as well.
To that point, the Bone Crusher, Pyre, witchcraft things that runs on ether, it specifically counteracts Originium. That's a whole plot point. And there's also several Wuling files that also talk about that, the mental degradation of those exposed to the ether, stuff like that, plus that one weapon file I mentioned earlier in the pod.
And Zeronite explicitly is noted as it is using Originium plus Farenmut power in order to effectively counteract and overpower ether. Originium and ether seem to just directly counter each other out. In fact, I think Arcane even says that in 1.2.
I think so. Which is interesting because I think Farenmuts aren't affected by Originium. So the Farenmut is able to work with Originium to deal with the ether is kind of a cool dynamic.
Right. Yeah. So there's
I think
a lot there.
The effect Aether has, how they've shown how Aether affects the world has felt like like a 2-bit version of how Originium affected Terra. Like it probably affects it more like in the subtext and stuff like that. But like other than like new technology and a world-ending event and stuff, that's primarily the 2 big things they've shown us, I would say, visually, of what Aether does versus what Originium was shown to us in Arknights of how it causes. Like the whole world of Terra is like the whole literally the entire lore is built upon to an extent of how we treat people that have Originium. Like the first 8 acts was all about the people that were shunned about having Originium or Eripathy and stuff like that. And it just I haven't felt that in Enfield.
Yeah, but I think that's like low key to its credit because I want a difference in themes. I want a difference in like opposition. Like Originium in a lot of ways is the antithesis to Aether and vice versa. So I'd want thematically in the story for that to be the same. I don't necessarily want I want the nuance of systemic discrimination and racial whatever to be in Enfield, of course, but to a normal degree rather than elevated like it is in the OG Arknights, because that is a theme that belongs to OG Arknights that will expand on it. I want new themes that has to do with the existential threat of this world-ending cataclysm, where you have to hope core, everyone come together, Avengers Assemble, portal scene, and deal with the Angloid threat that's coming to extinct humanity now that we're cut off from the Cosmic Gate.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I would say I'd like to see like a parallel level of degree to affect the world, and I haven't really felt that parallel level of degree that Aether affects us or the world versus how Originium affected the world.
Yeah, I think I get
I feel
what
like
you
it hasn't been shown.
Something. So I have 2 things I really want to ask you guys. Firstly, related to reconveners. Going back to the possibility of Neferith having been sort of corrupted by Originium and now going to the AU, what would you guys think it would be too much of a stretch or just like contrived if we then got Neferith as a playable character as a reconvener?
I mean, like any way of doing this, of making an enemy a playable character, it just has to be written well. But I do think off rip, my gut feeling rather is that it's not very good, but at the same time, Neferith wasn't much of an insane character to begin with, so you could really go anywhere with it and stretch it in any way in terms of story writing. Something I think about in the OG Arknights is Eblana is Necras is wonderfully written in the Elegies event and all of the Terra related events, despite the Victoria as a whole being, but the playable character of Eblana is, what is that? What are those what is this dog shit? But the modules are pretty good. It doesn't the weird character that Necras becomes does not affect the story, so I am able to cope. So
Yeah, it sucks that I'm hearing you say this because I can't disagree, but I love Eblana. She's I
love her, but why are you like this?
Every time I open my game and she's like, "How are you doing, erudite?" And I'm like,
"It's like, what's going on here, man?"
I think what they're gonna do with Neferith, it's gonna be so cringe. Because like, I'll be honest, the Enfield story has been the opposite of Arknights per se. Like with Arknights is that light and the dark, the Enfield is that dark and the light. But it's also been very cringy, very like what's what I'm looking for? Marvel-esque and stuff.
Like Avengers Assemble, buddy.
And I bet you what they're gonna do. Nefer's going to come back as a reconvener, and then she's going to be implemented into the story, and she's going to have obviously the memory loss and stuff, but she's going to slowly become trying to get back her memory. And we're going to help her through it, and she's going to go through all the trauma she's done to people and stuff like that. But it's also going to connect us into the Aether side and her abilities for the Aether side or something like that.
I mean, actually, though, assuming that it's not Ardashir that we end up doing something like that with, I think it could be pretty fun to be like, hey, we have Neferith. We're going to now like utilize her. Maybe she did lose her memories or maybe not, doesn't matter, but we're going to basically onboard her forcefully into Endfield so that she leads us to the what do they call the group inside the Ether?
Fuck.
I also forgot.
Foundation?
The Foundation. We use her to like lead us to the Foundation, and she's going to end up becoming like the keystone for us to like find that group.
I'd even like them to do it in like a not so moral way, just like force her.
Like just force her into it. Like we basically like, hey, I have extracted you from the AU, like
The
forcefully.
Exiles.
Yeah, the exiles. I'm going to extract you forcefully. We're going to then basically like enslave you in some capacity and basically
that
go,
is so
look,
horrific and fucked up.
you
but I
gotta
could see
help
it
us.
going really well.
But like, what if it's like it's necessary? We gotta find them.
Yeah.
We gotta stop this. We gotta prevent a collapse of civilization, and this is the only way. Sorry.
Ooh. I could see them like if they go with that, they could start running with the theme of like the sacrifices that we're willing to make, or like the immoral actions we're willing to make to save humanity.
Mhm.
In the same way that if you read the file of the UWST security bureau, people
Yeah.
who do not align with the band accords are never seen again, are
Yep.
pulled into the shadows.
And this is where like people say, oh, it's not a dark story. And this was my second point I was going to get to. I think the story's going to get darker as we go along. I think we're starting off with like stuff that, oh, these are the places that Inman has touched before. These are the places that need Inman's help because he wasn't around for 10 years. Then we're going to start going to these other areas that Inman did not assist as much. They're going to be a lot darker. They're going to have a lot more political machinations that we have to deal with. We're going to have to deal with like just not so good people, not so good corporations. That's where the story, I think, is going to get dark. Yeah, well, the TGCC, UWST, I think both of them have darker elements to them that we just haven't seen yet.
And that's just within the band. There's also the explicit statements that people outside of the Civilization band do not have access to readily available infection or erypathy medicine, for example. That's
There's
just one of the many ways it could go.
Which that's already gotten me to go, I think, like, we know Warfarin and a branch of Rose Island is somewhere on Terra.
Yes.
We don't know where, but I think it's very likely we are going to come across some groups who need medication. We're going to go to Rhodes Island. We're going to get all of the like material, like we're going to learn what materials we need to produce that medication. That's going to become a new factory.
Oh, alternatively, we just find Rhodes Island there already. But yeah, pretty much.
Also possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, an AIC in Rhodes Island.
Why
I
not?
think it would be so fucking cool if
That'd be cool as hell.
if we like if they make Rhodes Island the enemy in the story. I think it would be so interesting. Maybe for like just a fucking arc, just like one arc, and then it turns out like we were all interconnected in some fucking grand plan or something. But
I
it would
could
be
see
so
some-
fucking interesting.
It can't involve Warfarin, I think. But I think like some elements of
Lycia?
people who join Rhodes Island are like dislike the Civilization band and therefore dislike the Endman because that's kind of like the pedestal, the figure in shining armor.
Well, I have a theory on that too, actually.
Oh
like,
shit!
wh-
Okay.
What about Lycia? Where is she
God,
clicking?
oh, true.
I'm so sad that Moose isn't here. He has a series of 5 videos on just Lycia that he did recently. Where he was like bouncing between different theories and he was getting a bunch of people to like tell him like, oh, you're wrong. And here's what's actually going on. Like they kept pointing things out. And he actually came to me in the middle of him making that series in Discord and was just like, hey, what is going on with Lycia? And he was trying to get me to tell him. And I was like, dude, all we know is the comic and that one fucking scene. That's all we have.
This
like
is vague posting the game, man.
Yeah. Like you can be like, oh, maybe
Rhodes
she's a Tallulah reconvener. She could, like, because we know reconveners can come at any age, so the comic could still be accurate.
Fuck Tallulah.
So it could be a Tallulah reconvener that started off at a much younger age. It could be that she's just another Draco, or maybe she's not even a Draco. We don't know.
I mean, there were
Could
so many
straight up
connections
be in that family line as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be though.
Right.
Like
It
if you
could
look
just be a
at
descendant.
if you look at Chen's previous art and stuff like that, and the color of her horns from like old designs of her and stuff like that, like everything about the game in the alpha or the design philosophy of the game is completely different than what the game is right now. The whole thematic style, which makes me feel like they did a story reboot. Or they
They blatantly did with the betas, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, they did.
I
Absolutely.
thought it was a soft reboot, not a hard reboot.
I
I'm
mean,
not sure, but
some things got changed more than others.
there's so many designs of characters for Enfield that have direct correlation to Reunion, like directly and stuff, with almost like Reunion exists within Enfield.
Imagine we see Reunion outside of the band.
Now,
Oh,
maybe it's just because they cooked so fucking hard in Arknights with Reunion as a antagonistic enemy force that they're just never gonna peak again for Enfield. But fuck, like it, like look, like I'm gonna channel my inner Tobo and just talk about how the alpha of the game and the original art and thought process and design behind the game is just so much more interesting than what we have right now. But that's my only fucking point.
I mean, like, from what I've been told from you guys, I guess the original alpha beta story or whatever was like 80 fucking hours in Valley 4.
Yeah,
It was.
I
They
can't
cut
imagine.
it down a ton, which on one hand, again, like they cut it down a ton, which does it made it a lot faster and easier to get through Valley 4, but that
Faster.
cut down also resulted in them
good
very
stuff?
yeah, it cut out a lot of good stuff that otherwise could have been really interesting. Someone in my chat who apparently paid a lot more attention to the story in the beta than I did even, it was like, hey, not only was Angelina not a reconvener in the original story, yeah, that was Gilberta was her own character.
Who the fuck?
But also, second, Perlica had an Originium spine. That wasn't
shit.
explained, seemingly, but that was a thing that was probably going to come up later. But that's not a thing, seemingly, now.
I'm gonna take that as non-canon now, but there are so many ways you could go with that.
Oh, sorry, I misread what he said. Angelina, it was literally just Angelina. It wasn't actually. Yeah, it wasn't a reconvener.
Huh.
It was just Angelina.
She a long-lived or something? Wasn't the original plot like not 150 years, but even longer?
Well,
Way
and
back
this is
when?
where, again, I
Oh, yeah.
remember going back and reading the transcript for Gilberta's original story quest from the beta, and there was a lot of changes made to that storyline. And I think I remember what they were talking about. It was, I don't think it was like, and they just said it was like she was sent into the future or something. Like it wasn't as simple as she was a reconvener. There was a lot more going on.
I'm telling you, man. Just like they got a damn portal that connects Terra to this side of the space to Talos. They can totally like who says who wrote the rules to say that portal is only subjected to the specific time,
Right?
Leaks.
I mean,
Leaks.
time and space. To be clear, I mean, again, man, Dead
Oh
Hound.
yeah. Ending
time and space.
ending
correlate with
4
each
of
other.
IS4 or 5.
Yes.
4.
No, it was
Yes.
yeah, 4. No, yeah, exactly what you're thinking. But
Yep.
also, we also have to add the other thing, which is chapter 12, chapter 13. Farron Moots don't have to follow the rules of time and space. They are not restricted in the same way that normal people are. They are fourth dimensional beings.
Gravity can alter time, so Angelina has potential to still be alive. That is
I mean,
a really
high-key.
good
Oh,
point.
that's also a really cool theory too. I didn't think
Yeah.
about that.
I'm not gonna lie. I've had to pee for the last hour. I'll BRB.
Okay.
All right.
But yeah, no, there's a lot more potential there, and it just does feel like when they were transitioning from beta to full release, they made a lot of changes that neutered the beginning of the story, and it's stuff that I'm hoping they bring back.
Yeah, because like to be honest, Valley 4 just feels like tutorial of the story. And then Wuling is really where it kind of actually feels like picks off. I don't know. I already have an issue with Valley 4 as a whole, where somehow Valley 4 is Enfield's territory, but also the Weasters and stuff like that, or the Woosters, whatever they're called, at the same time, and it's
Yeah.
interconnected. What's up?
Oh yeah, I just forgot who the
Oh.
Woosters were for a moment. I had to remember.
And it's like interconnected as well. And then like like that's why I felt like it's just like it feels like we're jumping around. Like even within Wuling, like it feels like yes, every chapter has a beginning and an end, and that's concise and stuff. And then it hints a little bit to the main story, but not enough where if we only like if we wrapped up the entirety of Wuling arc at 1.5 or something like that, I felt like most of our information about the overarching story is just going to be dumped in the last 2 chapters and stuff. Like it doesn't feel like we've been getting like subsequent enough information each chapter to fully realize the story. Like it feels like we're getting 1% of the information and maybe 2% the next chapter, then 3% the next chapter. But at the rate we're going, the story would have to end at 1.9 even or something like that for the Wu Ling arc for it to make sense of us to have this much information given to us so littly for each chapter.
And that's why, like, personally, if I had to just give my personal thoughts on how I think the story should go, obviously my opinion can change as the story continues. Maybe they'll do something crazy. But right now I think it should go. We go to the North Exclusion Zone. We're going to sort out the natural problems up there. We're then going to use the scroll to get to like probably figure out how we can possibly either close or at least fully contain the very large. It's such a stupid name. But
That's
close
just scientific terminology.
right. Close the very large rift, or at least contain it completely, finally, and keep ruling protected long term.
People call it the VLR in the chat.
I mean, that is literally what they call it when they don't say the whole name out. But I think that's going to be the main storyline that we're going down. I think Ardashir is going to escape the scroll after doing whatever we're doing. That, or he's escaping along with no, because Arcano just got out on her own. Never mind. But
what if he wanted to go into the scroll?
I don't think he did. I very much don't think he did.
He seemed pretty happy to go into the scroll.
He was happy to have someone to vague post to.
Yeah, I think that's more the thing. He was. I think I love the idea that he looked at Arcane and said, "Come on, now I got no one to talk to other than you. I guess I'm just gonna have to vague post to you for the next 300 years or whatever."
I mean, if he's in the portal, wouldn't that connect him to the 13th Sui sibling, right? In some way, shape, or form, more closely than he would be able to interact with her in the real world.
Well, that's the thing, is he's inside of a pocket dimension that is controlled by the Sui sibling. That does not mean that he has a direct connection to the Sui sibling. It's a bit weird, and I'd have to go into a lot of Sui lore to really explain it properly.
Yeah.
But basically the main thing is, I think he's going to escape after doing what we're going to be doing. But he's going to escape. He's going to go somewhere else because we're going to have contained the very large rift. It's not going to be worthwhile for him to even bother anymore. And then the story is going to go, I don't think we're going to follow him immediately because he can teleport. He's just going to escape. There's nothing we can do about that. I think what's going to end up happening after that is we either are going to Seska, which I think the hint is we're going to Seska because of all of these Sarkaz that are showing up. They're going to pull us towards Seska. Seska has a lot of cool lore already. That would be cool. The second possibility, as much as I want to go to TGCC, I don't think we're going to go to the TGCC. I think we're going to go to the Wildlands and meet all of the different groups of landbreakers that exist.
The Sand Reavers?
There's like 3 or 4 groups that they've named now.
Mm-hmm.
We only knew about 3 of them when the game first launched, but since then they've added even more. So
I think
it's one of those 2.
I think Ardashir is leading us along on purpose to close the rifts, honestly. Like how he interacts with us and where he's how he's like pushing the narrative along. I honestly feel like he's using us to close the rifts on purpose.
I don't agree personally.
For the new zone, I forget was Seska and stuff.
Seska,
that's the flying city, right?
That is the flying city that the Sark has brought into Talos 2.
Hope it looks like Heaven's Word. I hope or not Heaven's Word.
That's kind of what I've been imagining in my head. Actually, is basically you're thinking of the Heaven's Word, the giant city that's like in the clouds or like on the mountaintop that is surrounded by clouds, right? Ishgard.
Yeah, Ishgard. That's what it was.
That's what I've been imagining in my head. Is effectively Ishgard is what I've had in my mind whenever Seska comes up.
I don't know what this is, but I have read that Seska is described as a never-ending stream of carnivals and attractions and commodity. The reason being because of a whole plot point between the commodification of the Sarkaz, the culture of the Sarkaz being muddied, and then there's a lot of files about, wait a second, the Sarkaz aren't actually doing so well. What the fuck is Seska a little bit?
Right. So Seska so far has been basically, firstly, the reason it's flying is a combination of Nasty's tech, which again, recent storyline stuff from Arknights. Nasty's tech combined with pieces of it was pieces of not the life bone of Sami. Which we know Sami is also in Talos 2, but has died.
Died. Fermats.
It's a Fermat. So we know that that's the case. So there's a chance, and the whole festival stuff, that seems to come from the idea that the Sarkaz have effectively been, they're not just a military force now. They run their own organizations and their own PMCs, and they all operate out of Seska, and they make a lot of money by basically constantly having these festivals or carnivals. We don't really know what they fully look like yet. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot darker on the underside than it initially appears.
So the only thing that's changed is they have festivals. They're still PMCs.
I think the story's going to be more about like the gentrification,
oh god,
like shit like that, because it feels like outside of Seska, the Sarkaz aren't necessarily doing too hot.
I mean, this whole game has felt like the gentrification of the Arknights title, but
I mean, we look at Last Rite. Last Rite's whole deal is that she, well, firstly, she has to control her hunger because she's a Neshazar, and on top, but like while controlling her hunger, she's also actively like she is the main marketing like representative of a PMC group. That's the like it's the what do they call themselves? The witch something?
Witching Hour?
The Witching Hour. Witching Hour is a PMC group that makes hardware and defensive gear. And the reason she wears that outfit in the first place is not because it's comfortable. That's Witching Hour tech that is holding.
But also to sell the character. But
well,
yes.
Yeah, sure. But it's but her outfit supposedly has the ability to not only enhance her power without needing her to eat anyone. It is also actively sort of like they purposely made it to look flashy so as to sell more of their own gear.
Yeah.
Still though, when are we gonna go? Probably sometime in 2.0. I bet. So probably the last patch of whatever the 1.0 X arc is gonna be that in-between patch to introduce us to not to Seska, but to the idea of Seska, probably like more so than just hinting at it.
Maybe Camille, to be honest, is enough of the teaser, and then maybe the patch before.
It's interesting. I don't know when they're going to introduce 2.0.
Nugan in my chat made a great point. We need a Pog storyline. Why? Where is?
I think we're waiting for the Order of the Steel Oath, which is like end game. We're going to see that in 4 years.
Yeah. I love you call him Nugan. It's Win.
Is it Win? Yeah, I've been saying Nugan and he hasn't corrected me.
Because I think people named Win are used to it.
we used to call we used to joke around. I have a couple friends named that. We used to call him New Guy. We call him New Guy 1, 2, and 3. But yeah, it's Win.
Win, got it. But, I'll remember that Win.
Anyways, yeah, like I just don't know what's like. I still feel like I don't know what's going on half the time. We're like. I feel like I'm just being vague posted too.
I mean,
consistently in this game.
Again, this is where I have to keep going back and go, look, that was the year 1 Arknights experience too. It was vague there's a reason
why
how
Hyperdrift tells her story.
There's a reason why Calcit has the nickname now I'm blanking on the name. It was Yapsit or
Yapsit.
Yapcat.
She
well, there's Oldwell, but that's a different reference. But Calcit has a bunch of names, and they almost all refer to the fact that she was the Vague poster for the first year of the game.
She was the Ardashir of OG.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you know, if they're gonna do the story whole differently than Arknights, then at least, you know, let's tell the story a bit differently than not at all in Vague post and stuff. Just a thought.
It's why personally I don't mind the Vague posting. I'm actually all for it because for me that just shows me that hey, like they're following the same formula as Arknights, and I liked where Arknights went, so I'm going to trust them here. That's just
I want
how
the same formula as Arknights, but different themes. Is my general.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I liked the theme of Arknights, so I was okay with how the story was told. I do not like the theme in Endfield, so I do not care to interact with it to the extent because I don't like it. I don't want to put up with Vague posting if the story hasn't interested me yet.
And I think
that's also the thing. I don't think I have a good hook in Enfield, honestly. A good story
Ardashir
hook.
for me was that hook. I was not hooked until
I agree.
Ardashir showed up. That Ardashir was the hook for me.
That's fair.
I think Ardashir and the Chingbo Stockade, although I thought the Chingbo Stockade stuff was a bit flawed.
It was. I agree.
Yeah.
I have an entire theory video for Chingbo Stockade as well that I told you about last
And
night.
I'm looking
actually.
forward to it.
That could come out.
But even that's still like, that's me mostly just kind of going, Chingbo Stockade I think can make sense. They just don't provide enough information for it to make sense. So I'm going to make up my own information for it to make sense. This is where that theory video is going.
I just think how the story is done now, the average player doesn't care to interact with it to the extent that an Arknights title, what you would expect people to interact with the story. Now, there obviously, if you would go back to Arknights, no one reads. If Ian can't read the running gag there, no one reads the story. They just watch recaps of it. But you know, you have
the videos.
Yeah,
I mean,
you have the story, and then
you know, that's kind of was my whole goal.
Factory needs something. Combat needs something. Oh, not so combat. Endgame combat needs something. It's just so weird that we don't have a replayable endgame mode yet.
I mean,
yeah.
And this game's been out for almost 6 months.
Again, that's where I wanted. I wanted. Yeah. Again, I'm sure the leaks cover some of it. I wanted the Swordmaster trials to be that replayable content that I'd be like, oh, every week I go in. There's some gacha currency.
I was thinking it was gonna be like that.
And it's like instead we got a daily thing that gives us like a decent amount of Wu Ling bills, but like that's just not as enticing as what I was hoping it would be. But again, fully agree with all of that. I'm just also perfectly willing to wait because a lot of the game does feel so similar to year one of Arknights that I'm like, we'll get there. We'll get there.
I'm like again on the old ass point that we did 2 fucking hours ago because it's 9:48 already for me.
Oh my God.
It's just kind of par the course for live service games, unfortunately, as much as we expect and want better.
Yeah.
Just being, we just get less initially because that's just how the market works, baby.
It is extremely. Oh yeah, keep going.
I just wanted to like say my last thought on this story, if I may.
Mhm.
I kind of I'm really enjoying Wuling because I had low expectations of Wuling. The second that I learned it was a CN based region, I assumed it was going to be bad. So I was a little pleasantly surprised. I thought the Sui stuff in OG Arknights was not very good, other than a few key things. I thought the Blaze storyline was good. I can't recall a single good CN based region in any of the big 3D gacha games that were good, except maybe parts of the CNJO and HSR. Not really. So yeah, I didn't expect it to be good in the first place, which is why I like Wuling so much, because it's actually not bad.
I think for Wuling, the first 2 zones are amazing. I love it. The ones that were in 1.0. I feel like the following zones just aren't as good.
In terms of story or like gameplay?
Just gameplay. Yeah.
You know what? I'll agree with that. The newer zones feel really linear because they have been purpose built for telling the story, not for the exploration that the rest of the game did.
It has to be both. There has to be exploration on top of the linear zone of it.
100%.
That's why I'm not too happy when we get like it's cool. Like it's actually crazy because like some gacha games you don't get a new zone every patch. You get a new zone every other patch, let's say, and stuff. So it's really cool to get. I was like, oh, we're getting a new zone every freaking patch. That's awesome. But it takes you like an hour and then you're done because there's nothing else to do in the zone because it's purpose built for the story.
Each zone releases, I do the story like ever after 1.0, everything from 1.1 onward. I have played the story of the zone. I go through it one more time to set up my power pylons. That's it. I'm done. I've collected everything at that point. Sometimes I miss a chest or two and I have to use one of those items to like search for them.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the whole zone for me.
The only time I've gone back through a zone is when I forgot to put out power lines.
And see, I don't bother putting the power lines up on the first try because what I've noticed is if I put them up on the first try, I then have to completely change it anyway because my zipline runs just are completely like they just don't work the way that I initially thought they would.
For all my misgivings about Valley 4, I do feel like they had some of the better map designs,
100%.
in particular with the earlier areas.
Fully
in terms of, we got to run around a bit. It could have standed to be a bit more linear, maybe, in terms of the story areas, but everything else, like you could explore everywhere, go to that random canyon on the side, stuff like that.
The post-story stuff for Valley 4 felt I had a lot of fun. That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, me too.
My first month and a
loving the
half of the
hook.
game was me just exploring the world and exploring the game and just enjoying the factory and all that.
Mhm.
And it feels like that has stopped being a thing ever since 1.0.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And then, how do we feel about the bosses in this game?
Too easy. That's really my only
It
feedback.
kind of. Are you guys familiar with the Aventurine incident in HSR?
No.
I mean, I saw the cutscene and that was cool for him.
So way back when the battles in HSR in the story were actually fairly difficult. People got locked a lot, and then eventually someone posted a screenshot of, "Fuck guys, I've been stuck on this Venturine boss battle in the story for like 10 hours. I cannot get through it." And it's the most dog shit piece of shit team I've ever seen in my life. Everything was incorrect, literally. Wrong light cone, right? Wrong like artifacts, wrong team composition, and then you realize, oh, this is the standard gacha game player. So that's I think that's kind of permeated in every single 3D gacha game ever since I've seen that.
Yeah.
I'm quite okay with the bosses being easy in the story. There just has to be something where you fight them and they're hard.
Yeah, unfortunately, the level 90 versions of the bosses should be difficult. They're not.
Mhm.
I just don't find them
Yeah.
hard whatsoever.
I don't know how in CC we didn't get a boss at the end. Our boss is just a bigger save enemy.
Again, I was saying this earlier as well. That is normal for CC. The first
That's
like
normal?
two
Okay.
CCs didn't have bosses, and then they started adding bosses in like CC3
Yeah.
onwards.
Okay.
Sometimes they make like unique enemies for it too.
Yeah, true. I think CC1 is actually where we first saw the Sword Masters, isn't it? I think it is.
It might be. It might be.
Yeah.
Someone brought it up like Wuwa's holograms. I really like Wuwa's hologram system. I think it was like the best thing in the game for the longest time before I quit. And I really wish we had something sort of similar to that, albeit a bit more repeatable. Albeit this game still needs an end game. It needs a fucking end game, man. I mean, like you could consider oh my god, what's it called? Umbral Monument to be the end game because you get a new zone or 2 new zones exactly every month. I don't think there's been a patch where we haven't gotten a new zone in Umbral Monument. I
hasn't.
believe.
We've had it every time.
And it actually,
Yeah, so-
I think they're also releasing each new release of Enrollment has also had more in each release.
Mhm. I think the most recent 2 for sure. But that is technically considered the end game, not end game content, but the end game repeatable content because you're not repeating it. You're there. It's like
It's the permanent.
what's it
content.
called? It's like the tower, a tower of adversity in Wuwa, where it was getting a new enemy variety every month, basically, and it repeated on the monthly. What we really need is stuff that repeats bi-weekly. I feel like that's what
we need an
missing out on.
Annihilation, or like a thing comparable to Annihilation. It doesn't need to be Annihilation, but something like that.
Yeah.
And Umbral Monument could be that. Honestly, it could. They could do it. But it's just
I'm
not.
expecting it by 1.5.
You think so? Okay.
I'm optimistic.
There was something else I was gonna say, but I'm forgetting it now. Crap.
It's fine. Let me pull up CC real quick. I want to take a look at it real quick. Oh, that's
regardless. I do feel pretty like satisfied with the patch currently because of Contingency Contract. I could literally run Contingency Contract every day for the rest of the patch, and I would not be mad.
Yeah, honestly,
I'm
kind of
almost. I love Contingency Contract to the extent that I wish it should have came out on the patch release.
Yeah, I think that's a discussion to be had about how they schedule out their patches.
I think they're still figuring it out too, to be honest.
Yeah,
100%. I think the rewards are fine for CC. I would have loved a character skin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can tread the skin discussion again, but yeah.
The portrait is cool. The portrait frame is really cool. I like those 2. I really, really wish we get a different portrait for each CC. I mean, that's what they're going to do probably because this one has that Agaloy symbol in the portrait itself. But I wish you would get a number on your portrait on how high you cleared on that specific CC, and they're specific to each individual each portrait from each CC. Because like right now, if I go to my friends list, sorry, what do you say?
I want a thing in your base to show it off.
Oh, that would also be nice.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah.
Again, this is where it's like it's weird that there's no trimmed metal for CC. That's
I think that's
in original Arknights. That was the thing that you did. You got the trim metal, you put it on your profile. Anyone could see, oh hey, these are all the CCs that this guy did, and look at he trimmed them all.
I think we're gonna get trimming next week. I hope so. There's no way they don't give us. But like right now, as far as I'm tracking, the clear of CC you've done will be showed next to your name on your friends list, obviously, and your name as well on your profile until the end of the patch, or the end of CC, and then it will go away, which is disappointing because I'd love. Man, there's a lot of people just cleared 7. What the fuck? I'd love for it to stick around a lot more, and oh my god, my friends list fucking sucks.
Are they garbage?
No one's logged on. No one's logged on.
That
Polina's
is
cleared up to 40.
Yeah, that is something I've noticed.
Psychopath.
Is if I look at my friends list, like a lot of the people I friended back in 1.0 haven't logged on in like 2 months or more.
Let's see. Scrolling down, I'm gonna hit it in a second, and it's gonna hit soon. 1 day, 4 days, and then 10 days. 10 days, 12 days, all the way up to 142 days.
Yep, sounds about right.
Low key, I like having one person that hasn't logged on in forever because that means they never have their Clue 7 in, and I could just send them all of them.
Yeah. See, I was doing that. I was dumping my Clue 7 on people who hadn't logged in a while, and then I was like, wait a second. I have a guy who's just a Sarkaz lover. I'll just give them all to him.
I'll just give them to the...
And that's Akka, again.
The highest guy I've seen on my friends list is 44 for his clear.
Holy.
And
Yeah.
I think
How
everyone
high
else...
did you say?
44.
44, okay. 44 does seem to be like a breaking point. Like after 44, people like you have
breaking point. Fucking 30 is a breaking point for me.
I mean, there's multiple breaking points, but like 44 seems to be where people go and then they like try to get to 47 from there and they struggle. Like they 44 to 47 seems to be really, really tough to do.
I don't got that dog in me to go past 40 until we get to risk anyway.
I'm gonna try to. I want 40 at least. If I can take 40, I'll be happy. Everything past that,
Yeah.
I actually am very glad. There has been some conversation about how whaling has affected CC, but overall, most people don't view the 40 and up to be a whale only equivalent. I'm actually quite glad the CC conversation hasn't evolved to you have to fucking spend money. It's been pretty more talking about mechanics or different strategies to get to past that 40 and stuff.
And for the most part, that's been true for all CCs. There's a couple of exceptions to that, but for the most part, I think they've always tried to design CC to be of like free to play friendly.
I don't know 100% think I even care if like risk 47 is necessarily pay to win to me because I just only really care about
also
risk 20
true,
for the rest
honestly,
of the players.
Yeah,
I don't. That's not really a thing for me to think about.
Same.
I think it should have been. Well, I don't know yet because we don't know about next week, but I think the rewards should have been a bit more staggered, a bit higher, like 5, 10, 15, 20, probably up to 30. I would say. I think 30 and down, like 30 should be the highest reward cap, and that would be. Not polls, probably like an emblem or something like that.
I think
it's that also boosts retention as well, in terms of like more goals to go for.
Right. I think it's also going to be one of those things where they probably picked 20 and they're going to look at data. They're going to look at the numbers and see how many people went to 20. And if the number is really high, where they just went to 20, got the reward, stopped, and it's like 80% of players hit 20 and just stopped, they might go, okay, well, maybe 20 was too easy. Maybe we should up it a little more for the next one. I think that's probably what they'll do.
Regardless, I don't know the numbers, but I would say CC has caused so much player-based interaction where it doesn't even matter that the reward's cut off at 20. Everyone's going for fucking 30 or 35. Everyone has their own goal and mindset of what they want to hit.
But that's the people who are talking online, which is not the majority.
Not even a percentage point,
right?
Maybe.
I think there's a majority of people who are just casual players who are just going to hit 20 and stop.
I look at the recent, it wasn't recent, but there were like stats as to people who cleared IS in the OG Arc Knights. Like everyone in social media talks about IS. They all love IS. It's a really low percentage, to be honest. I
Yeah.
don't remember what it was exactly. It's a lot lower than I thought it would be.
I think I remember it was like IS5 is like 7% of players actually have beaten the first ending, and that's not even including the other endings.
Yeah, and it's still considered a wildly successful mode, even despite those numbers. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying to temper your expectations based off the numbers. Like even if the percentage of people who play up to Risk 20 is low, that's still considered a good outcome, I think, to the Enfield devs.
You know what we need to talk about? How them showcasing CC was the worst thing they could have done. Somehow, watching those two play Contingency Contract completely deflated me. And then I'm playing it, and it's the most fun I've had.
Oh, like
How
in
do
the
you-
trailer?
No, in the live stream, yeah.
Yeah.
When, like, I was like, this looks like shit. Who's like, this is terrible. This is the dumbest. Like, I don't want to play this game mode. And then
We
I
gotta get a
play it, and I'm
gigabeast
like,
on the
this
sticks.
is fun as fuck. They should have never played it. Especially, it took them like what 10 minutes. It was just 10 minutes of them just
Are you
and
talking
playing
about
it.
when Light and I'm blanking on the other guy's name when they both
Yeah.
were okay. So
Yeah.
fun thing, I can't prove that this is what they were intending. I feel like they were purposely trying to mimic when they first showed off CC and Arc Knights.
As a bit.
As a bit, yeah.
My issue with Enfield and how they tell the content of Enfield is they do a lot of these like bits,
thank you.
like with like Light Zong is not the ever god he is in Arc Knights as he is in Enfield. Most the player base of Enfield that haven't played Arc Knights don't fucking know who the fuck Light Zong is and stuff. Like they don't know all. They don't know God Hand and stuff.
Right.
So they watch this and like this is boring as fuck. Like
yeah.
And so it's
it's a love of the sport kind of thing. They're doing it for passion. That's why they do the bit. Maybe it's not good for marketing, but it's what they want to do, and I'll always respect that.
It's terrible for I think
yeah.
like the marketing for CC has been the best and the worst. The music and the shorts leading up to CC and like the hints they showed off, like when they showed the 1.2 live stream at the very end, they showed up the music hit and was like, oh my fucking god, and like everyone's making shorts about it, everyone's talking about it. It was the most hype moment, it was peak. And then they do the live stream from 1.3 and it's just like, hold on, this is hard, you know, and it's like 10 minutes of them. I'm like, fucking Christ.
Yeah, this is a interesting a potential utilization again of the creator program, just getting a beast to showcase.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like theoretically, it was smart. God, I don't know what. I never watched. So when they gave out the CC to Kuki and to Kyo and other people, I didn't watch it. I didn't want to spoil myself and stuff. So I never watched it. I just seen the effect it had on a lot. Like on the player base, it didn't mean shit. They're like, cool, I get to watch CC early. It didn't really affect the player base too much. It mostly affected all the other content creators that didn't get access. Yeah. That's primarily where I would say a lot of the people had issues with it.
I mean, if you're having trouble with CC, you're probably going to Kuki or someone anyway to see what they did. So yeah, like the on the actual average player base, it probably doesn't matter at all that they did that. But for other content creators who otherwise would be like, hey, why is my guide now going to get less views just because I'm a week late? I literally couldn't make it earlier.
That's definitely an aspect of it, but I had a comment in my video who talked about this a little bit, where while the community aspect was surprisingly still strong, it did stifle it a bit because of all the day -10 guides that were already out. People were just like, people aren't labbing together. They're just look at the guide. Why are we talking about this? Just look at the guide. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I remember the days of original CC when, you know, people were like, God, how am I supposed to solve this? And people would go to like Reddit and they'd post their runs and they'd be like, oh, well, I can clear these enemies using this unit. And hey, Wheaty's apparently busted as fuck. And then it came out. And then it came out in the USA and Wheaty wasn't out yet. So we had to think of completely new strategies.
Lab new shit.
Yeah. Like I missed that. That it feels like I felt like I got a little bit of that in this CC just because I streamed the whole thing. So I had people in my chat giving me ideas, giving me suggestions, and I was like able to lab that way a little bit. But there's a lot less of it here than there was in OG Arc Knights.
I raw dogged the shit out of it. Like I mean, like this is also like the day and age. You know, if you wanted to play the best time to play video games was before YouTube became popular, honestly. But
Yeah.
because then you were like, you're interacting with people to try to find things, or like, where'd you
But
get
we
that sword and
can't
stuff?
forget that in the days before the internet, and the days before you had people making guides, companies just made their own guides and sold them because the casuals still existed and the companies knew that.
You had that Game Informer.
You had the Game
magazine.
Informer magazine, but you also had like every time I worked at GameStop. It was one of my first jobs. I remember it was a required thing. Every time you sold a game, you had to go, "Would you like to buy the game guide that goes with it?"
So everyone keeps talking about Estella, but every team I've seen Estella on has been with limited characters they don't have. So, for now, she's useless to me until I make a team that has characters I do have.
But that's the thing is, yes, there's limited characters, and yes, Angelina is busted as hell, but Estella, Wolfguard, put in like, I mean, I know you have a what's her name? The fucking Ardelia, and then all you need is like one other arts unit, maybe a physical unit. Like like you can just fit in anyone. Yeah. But Wolfguard plus an arts, like one other arts caster, is enough to then get combustion, and that I've seen has cleared really high risk, like up to 40 at least.
That's true. Yeah.
I swear that like even aside from Estella, like Wolfguard, Perlica, Chen, these units are like 20 costs, man. 7 stars that one. I said TFT turn, my bad. Like they're just so insane. They're just so insane for this mode. It's so good for balancing.
Yeah, like the limited people are using limited units because yes, you can get like it's a little easier with the limited units, especially Gilberta again, because that 22% arts vuln that also increases with vulnerability is insane with her ultimate, but you don't need it. It just makes it a little easier.
Yeah, you can like to get the rewards. Any team works. Every single, even ice teams.
But even good to get like 40. Like you can absolutely get to 40 with 4 and 5 stars only.
Someone did a clear with 4 stars only.
I would not be surprised. Clear. Again, Catcher exists. Catcher's a 4-star. You can do the no dodge run, and Catcher just parries everything.
But he's cringe.
That's a you.
I like this file.
He's cringe, man. He's cringe. But no, but yeah, CC. I'm so excited. Like literally, I've only played CC yesterday. I'm so excited to just try out new teams. That's why I built every operator to experiment with. Well, all the operators I have, but all to experiment with. And the only thing that makes me mad about CC is I just wish I had more operators to experiment with, honestly. Which I'm really excited whenever we get CC again, which I hope is every 3 months and not every 6 months. God help us if it's every year.
Yeah. But I mean, just give me more. That's been the common factor for Endfield for basically since it came out is just give me more, please.
Yeah. It's like this is I know we're like overly critical, but for me personally, I'm like, fuck, I really deeply enjoy this game. Please give me more of it to play.
Yeah. Like I told this to a lot of people. It's like, be glad that people are giving this game criticism, because the second they just stop talking about it completely, that's when it's when it's bad. That's when it's really bad. When people just move on.
I mean, so again, I hang out in Pixel Tree's Discord a lot because they just talk a lot. Like that Discord's insane with how much they talk.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. Pixel's Discord's fucking funny.
It goes insane. I have to like pop out from like overstimulation sometimes just to catch my mind. But regardless, I've seen a lot of people who are like, hey, every time they ask for a survey, I write an entire essay for the survey. So it's like, at least, as long as people continue doing that, it shows that the game is still alive. The game is still moving forward.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm still waiting for, I'll be honest, I think the fact CC came out in the middle of the patch, I've seen a lot less content creators that usually would have played CC not play CC yet, or delaying to play it.
Like they just already wrote off the patch and then just didn't even try it?
Yeah. Like Gotcha Smack hasn't played it yet.
Oh,
and
really?
stuff. That's
I haven't.
someone I would really want to see play. I
I
saw
would like
Genizad put a
to.
review out for it.
I did see. I haven't watched it, but I did see his review or saw his. He posted a review. I want to see Gotcha Smack talk about it because it's weird. Gotcha Smack's the kind of guy that I normally wouldn't like, but he does have a lot of experience with a lot of gotchas, and so I
I like
enjoy.
Smack.
He just has a personality that I don't vibe with, but like
Start the beef already, buddy. Stop dancing around it.
Smack was Smack was the reason I actually even started YouTube, because that was when I realized a normal functioning human being can actually make YouTube content and become popular. Because he's not this sensational like idea of a person on YouTube. He's literally just a dude that does YouTube.
And I think the reason, again, like it's more of a I've had past experiences with people who have his like it's more of like a vibes thing. His vocal, the way he talks, some of that stuff. I've seen a lot of people like that who just turn out to be complete assholes. He has not turned out that way. I actually do follow him now. And he does have he has usually a pretty in the middle, like neutral take on every game he plays. So I would like to see his opinion on CC.
He's the only guy that had benefited out of the whole fucking Saint Tontas drama. Everyone else ate shit. Everyone that was against Saint, everyone that was for Saint. Gotcha Smack was the only one that made it out of that with a positive fucking rep. Everyone else ate shit.
I love that Gotcha Smack, like Saint Tosh has tried to start drama with Gotcha Smack, and Gotcha Smack just pulled him into a chat and went, "What the fuck, man? What do you have? What do you?" And he just worked it out. He just worked it out, and that was it. That was the end of it.
I do like the
Smack's
idea
playing it.
of just,
Smack's playing it. Smack already played it. Oh shit!
Okay.
I just checked his. He must have just played it then, because while I was sleeping or some shit. Because I didn't see his VOD playing it. Okay.
Yeah, you need to get Gotcha Smack onto one of these podcasts. We got to talk to him.
That'd be cool.
He's too big for me, but he's a family guy now, you know. But
true. We still need Pixel as well. Pixel keeps flaking on us.
Pixel needs to fucking play CC.
Also true.
He hasn't played it yet.
He's currently obsessed with Limbus Company. I totally get it. I was there. I'm obsessed with Limbus Company too. I
bursted the ArcNet story and then switched over to Limbus. He was like, fuck. I burned myself out.
We are so it's funny. So I wrote that entire guide for you on like which stories you should probably play on stream versus which ones you can play on your own. I gave the exact same thing to Pix because he was at the point where he was like, "Oh man, Lone Trail was amazing. What other side stories should I do?" And I was like, "Oh buddy, you've opened the can of worms."
Because I was following this like the step by step. Like, let me just fucking pull this bitch up. I was following it completely, but there's so many side stories. I was like, okay, which ones do I do on stream and which ones do I not do on stream? Because if I pull this up on my
Gotcha Smack played CC 7 hours ago. Okay.
7. Okay, that's when I was asleep. Where is he's fucking?
He's American. What is he doing staying up at midnight? What?
He's probably I don't know. But yeah, so like I still have all of these, and this is like from last year from when Masses Travel came out. So I still have so much more and stuff to go through, and I've only made it to number 9. But yeah, I still have so much. But yeah, we have a new guide list we're gonna go through. Saint Tontas is the biggest Endfield content creator. He talks about Endfield every day. I'll be honest, I have not seen a single Saint Tontas video. I thought he just stopped making content, but maybe
I have him blocked entirely.
Okay. I didn't block him or anything like that. But like I haven't seen any of his videos, so I just thought he stopped making content about Endfield.
I initially was like, okay, I'll just wait until this drama rolls over. And after a month passed and it still hadn't, I was like, I don't want to see this on my timeline.
I just kept clicking not interested on every single one.
Yep, same. Yep.
That entire drama was so exhausting. If it was a week long or 2 weeks long, it would have been fine. But it was like a month to 2 months, and it was like everyone just looks bad now. Like everybody except for Smack looks bad in that whole scenario.
I still find it. I still find it funny because Pixel Tree was like he wasn't farming the views because he was disabling. He was actually disabling his monetization on every one of those videos.
Oh, cool.
But he was farming the views from it for a while, and he basically was just like every time Saint Tosas talks about me, I'm gonna make a response video. That's it.
There's a pettiness to that I appreciate.
and I think. I don't think I've seen a video on Saint Tontas from Pix for about 2 months or so now. So I think at least with Pix, it seems to have died down at least a little bit.
Someone asked what was the beef, and someone commented everything. Yeah, basically, basically like it went from I don't even remember what it started, but basically everybody got involved, and there was issue with everything pretty much. That was the beef.
For those who are unaware, I'll give the very overview summary of what happened. Saint Tontas thought that the gotcha system, specifically in Endfield, sucked ass, and so he was basically just bashing Endfield as a whole for that one reason. And when people were making like response videos to him about that, he blew it up with a whole bunch of drama, and then that spiraled out of control as he started making up bullshit about other people, and it just kept it just kept escalating and escalating and escalating, and now we're at where we are now.
Every single person he had drama with had a different reason why they had issue.
Yeah.
But anyways,
it was all manufactured by him, though, is ultimately the main point.
Anyways, what were we saying? Oh, fucking Pix needs to play CC. That's what he needs to fucking do. I'm waiting for him. He hopped in the chat, and he was like, "How is it?" I'm like, "Really fun," but I was also in the middle of being tilted, and so I was like, "Fuck, he doesn't want to play it. I'm not getting tilted." But like he needs to play it. It's really good. So
Yeah.
I really hope he plays it soon.
I do occasionally hop into his streams when I wake up on time, because he always streams early for me. But if I see him again, I will try to convince him to do CC sooner rather than later. Because otherwise he's just going to keep playing Limbus Company, because holy shit, he's addicted. Again, I totally get it, but he's just going to keep Limbus Company for now if we don't pull him into it.
Yeah, come back here. But anyways, is that about everything we've covered, honestly?
I think we've covered everything that was on the bullet list plus more, to be honest.
I think we covered everything 3 times over.
I got to talk about a lot of lore, which I'm very happy with, because I don't usually get to
that was
do
cool.
Here.
Does anyone else want to extend the stream?
It is Father's Day, and I do eventually have to go to said father.
Yeah, my girlfriend has a dinner planned with her parents here that I have to get to. I have about an hour before I got to leave for that.
Okay. I think we've covered everything. At the end of the day, like, yes, we it's impossible to talk about Endfield without criticizing the content of Endfield. But that's a separate issue.
Yeah,
the current thing happening right now.
It's for the good of the game.
Yeah, it's out of love.
The current thing happening right now is Contingency Contract. It's fucking amazing. I love it. I think we all love it. And I'm really happy. 1.3 overall, I'm not happy with, but Contingency Contract is really fucking good. And I need more. This mindset or design philosophy or just the care and processes they've put into Contingency Contract is what I want to see expanded to the rest of the game. That's what I really want to see.
Yeah.
I
mean,
but
I was just talking about Limbus. Hey, Limbus has hard bosses that are part of the story. They will get you.
True.
Why don't more games just do that? Just, look,
Eventually an incident.
look, if you want an easy button for the new players, do exactly what Limbus did. There's a little button. It says, use some gotcha currency to resurrect. And then just
the fake Grand Order? We using Saint Courts again?
Limbus added that relatively recently, and people were like, oh, this is stupid. And it's like, guys, guess what? Player count for Limbus spiked like almost double the moment they added that.
That's crazy. Wow.
Do you guys have anything else you want to say to the chat before I end the stream? Any thoughts, inputs overall for 1.3 and CC?
Do you mind if I do a little plug?
Sure.
I have there again. I'm usually I say things here and then I'm always like late because life happens and I'm busy. But I have 2 videos in the works. One is on Artishare. It's about halfway through editing and it's fully recorded, so that one should be coming out hopefully in the next week or 2. And then I have a second video in planning stages, fully scripted. Just need to record and get it uploaded. And that one is going to be about Wu Ling and the just the general lore of Wu Ling. So look forward to those.
Exciting.
And then Terrastorian has some projects coming up, but I'm sure they'll announce that separately.
And Ramen, any last thoughts?
Yeah, just I'm Ramen Blitz. If you liked what I said, check out my channel. I mostly do Stronghold Protocol content, but that's dead now. So now I'm forced to do Arknight's Endfield lore videos instead, which was fun considering how much we talked about it today. But yeah, thank y'all so much.
Deadlock
But yeah,
protocol permanent win.
again, they're both linked in the description, and you should also just on the title as well. If you click them, that leads to both of their channels. I appreciate both of them for coming on. Now, obviously, if you're not familiar, like I said, Dracnus is the lore guy. He knows all about the lore. He's been playing Arknights for forever. Now he's going to be playing Enfield for forever, for another 10 more years. He's locked himself in a contract, but he is where you get that in-depth insight into lore specifically, something I can't watch because I'll spoil it. He only makes videos that spoil me, sadly. And then Ramen Blitz, he's the man that's read everything. Literally, he's a walking dictionary. He's read all the subtext, all the everything basically in Enfield. And I would say he's almost around the lines of me, where basically we stream regularly, we make content regularly. He's more of kind of around the
Generalist.
content I would produce per se, along those lines. He makes dedicated like videos about specific things he wants to talk about, lore wise or even content wise as well. But anyways, I appreciate everyone for jumping in and enjoying and chatting with us. It's been a blast. It's been 4 hours and 21 minutes. We missed it by a minute mark. We could have been 4:20. But I appreciate everybody for sticking around. Go drink some water, go touch some grass, and enjoy the rest of your day. Ciao.
See ya.
But thanks guys for coming on. Stream's
Oh, yeah.
over now.